welcome to the European Championships 2022 in Munich, Germany. My name is Matt Groove and I'm joined in the commentary box by Sophia Yokoyama. Sophia, first of all, I'm so sorry that you are with me today and not out there on the climbing wall. How did qualification go for you?
Yeah, not too good, but it happens and that's comps. But anyways.
Absolutely. Well, look, you're here with me and we get to watch some special climbing here this morning. It's 9 a.m. Central European time in Munich and we're watching the women's lead semi-finals. And Sophia, I mean, look, we're watching some shots of our stadium here and we'll talk about that in a sec. Because first of all, well, let's check out some of this information. That is our lead wall, 15 meters high with a giant triangular volume right in the middle. 35 degrees there at the top, and it is overhanging, and you'll be able to see that from some of our side angles. The wall itself really dominating this stadium space, and the route for the women going right up the middle of it. And look, some of the buildings we're looking at here, Sophia, we were chatting before the live stream started, because it's an amazing place to go climbing, isn't it?
Yeah, the venue is really beautiful. There's monuments all around. It's unique. I don't think there's been anything like this before. And yeah, it's just a really beautiful place to be, and it's in the central of Munich. There's everything around.
Yeah, and look at those historical buildings in the background. Well, this was a few minutes before we started. The 26 athletes coming out onto the stage to look at the lead route. And now those of you who are watching who are old hands at climbing, I know you know the rules, but there's a lot of new people coming into our sport, so we will be going through all of the basics and also, of course, the advanced stuff from this competition. So bear with us if you're an old hand, we will be explaining some of the rules. And Sophia, look, simply, the aim of the game indeed is to start at the bottom and finish at the top, isn't it?
Yeah, get as high as possible, push as hard as you can, get through the pump and top out.
Absolutely, well that's the aim of the game. We've got some very high profile athletes and one of them just walked past the screen there, Janja Garnbret, Olympic world champion. She's in action, but we are missing an athlete here this morning, Laura Rogerer. Very sad, finger injury.
I think during warm-up she hurt herself, and so she managed to do one of the league routes, which put her to semi-finals, which is amazing. She got 0 on the other one, but unfortunately she decided not to compete in semi-finals, which at the end of the day is a good decision, especially her season continues after this.
Well, exactly. This isn't an IFSC event, but the World Cups continue in the next couple of months, and it did look like a nasty finger injury for Laura. So she's out, but we still have 25 athletes who will be out on the stage. And this is our route. Now, Sophia, for people new to climbing, this is a weird moment. What are these athletes doing out there?
So, the athletes have 6 minutes, I believe, to look at the route, get the holds, understand what methods they need to use, where to clip, where they could potentially rest. And just get as much information as possible before going out and doing the route, because they only have one attempt. So that's what's a bit difficult with lead. You can't really mess up.
And it's a bit different from some of the other sports that you might see at the European Championships here, because although the athletes are against each other, there's a fair amount of sharing of information that goes on.
Yeah, that's what I really love about the sport. You can, of course, you've got teammates together reading the routes, but usually in finals it's different countries and they're all together giving out their different methods and reading it together and understanding what needs to be done together. And that's still there, and it's nice to see that it continues to be like that.
Absolutely. So you can see them sometimes working in teams and often between countries as well. It's not like they stick within nationalities. And we are, of course, this is the European champs, so some of the big names that we see on the World Cup circuit, I'm thinking of like Natalie Grossman, some of the Japanese athletes, they're missing, and that kind of blows this competition a bit wide open.
Yeah. No, it's, I mean, Janja's here, so that already knocks the first part out, but it opens up many more doors when all the bigger athletes out of Europe aren't competing too.
It's a real chance for because we might not usually have a chance at the podium to get onto one of the biggest stages in climbing. So it's really exciting to see who can deal with that pressure. And yeah, it's hard to see past Janja Garnbret at the moment in terms of being favourite. She's so far dominated the lead circuit. The only woman to top out the route during the
competition in general. She just dominates.
Really does. So Janja probably the favourite, but a lot of big names. Jessica Pilz is up there. I'm looking at Luka Rakovic, Helen Jenkor. There's some big names in the top. There he is, Janja Garnbret.
And many boulderers who are slowly coming up into lead and getting their endurance.
But this is it, because the combined is at the end of the week, and that is lead and boulder.
Yeah.
Are you noticing, I mean, look, you are in
Wie schwer ist denn dieser Kurs, wenn du den so siehst, wenn du den vergleichst?
to get rid of some of that endurance, or to get rid of some of the powerful endurance?
I'm focusing a lot more at bouldering at the moment, so I tend to get pumped in boulders, which is terrible, so I'm a lot more on power endurance to figure out what to be done. But I do believe that just to have pure endurance in the forearms, you just need to do like hamsters, staying on the wall for 3-4 minutes, 6, 7, 8 times in a row. Like I watch Sasha and see what he does, and it's just so impressive at how long he can stay on the wall.
Hang on a sec, what is a hamster?
Yeah, a hamster is you put on a timer and you just go around in circles on a spray wall for 3-4 minutes and try to stay on as long as possible. Someone can point out the holds that you need to take, or you just choose your holds, and it's the typical lead training to do.
That is brilliant. I've never heard that described as a hamster. So like, I'm imagining this now, like in a hamster wheel,
like
going round and round.
Yeah, you just go around in circles and stay in as long as possible.
That's brilliant. This is why we love having athletes here in the commentary box who find stuff like this out. I'm going to hamster it up in my own training now. So there are the athletes. They're not currently out on stage because, of course, they're now backstage. Stasha Gale, perhaps slightly surprised to have made it through. She was more of a boulderer than a lead climber, but it's good to have her in the semi-final. And look at the athletes using their last couple of seconds. This is my favourite part.
They're leaving and just trying to get as much information as possible, see as many holds as possible, and
you can see the judge hustling them off stage there.
Off.
Right, so we are seconds away, ladies and gentlemen, from our first climber coming out. That is a good overview of our stadium here this morning, the speed wall on the left. And this is our starting list. Now, the athletes come out in reverse order. So Mattia, she qualified in last position, so she will be out first. And then as we work our way down the list, Molly Thompson-Smith in position number 9. But don't necessarily think that the athletes coming out first are going to struggle. So often we see the first couple doing really well and sometimes getting into a finals place.
Yeah, that's what's good about the sport. You never know. Like, you could climb out first and you put pressure on the others because you can potentially guess what they've done depending on how long they're on the wall. And if you come out, you can see the quick drills moving sometimes and you're like, oh, okay, I got to get that high.
Yeah, there's a lot to this. And then Janja Garnbret down the bottom, she qualified in first position, so she will climb last. And there is the sun to consider here in this stadium.
Yeah.
Because currently the lead wall is in the sun, and it will be for a while. But people like Janja climbing last, they might get a bit of shade later on.
Yeah, but depending on how long the holds have been in the sun and how hot the sun is, the holds are going to get really warm. And depending on skin, depending on all kind of conditions, it could be actually worse for her.
Absolutely. And skin is something we will talk about a lot during the climbing. So if you're a bit squeamish about skin, tough. We're going to be chatting about it a lot. Here is Mattia Pozzi coming out from Austria. Now, lead climbing involves a rope and a harness. The athletes are tied in and they have to clip the quick draws, which are the pieces of metal hanging off the wall. You can see them dangling down in the middle. You have to clip all the quick draws on the way up, and that keeps the athletes safe and stops them hitting the ground if and when they fall off. Now, Sophia, quite a positive start in terms of crimps here, and one of the reasons that the route setters have done this is because they were aware that this would be in the sun.
Yeah, volumes when they're warm just get so much more slippy and there's less friction, and so it's good that they thought of having a good beginning for them, because it will be terrible to just like slip off on the first hole.
Yeah, it's not something we want to see. And you can see Mattia cruising through the bottom part of the route as expected, really. The meat of this comes in a couple of quick draws time, and there is the quick draw you can see dangling off.
Yeah, and all quick draws need to be clipped. If you miss one, you can be disqualified. Well, you get the points as high as that quick draw was.
And the score now is racking up on the bottom left of your screen. So every hold is numbered. The higher up you get, the higher the number. And you get a 0.1 for a what was the old plus system, which is using a hold.
Yeah, so it's interesting that they've changed up the system a bit.
Yeah.
Instead of just putting a plus.
Yeah, I mean, the move towards a decimal system is something that we're going to see more and more, especially as we come towards the Olympics. And it does allow you to just really quickly see who's in the lead by that numerical number. But we're learning it as well as you guys, so bear with us if we make a decimal mistake of some sort.
She just got into the very overhang part of the wall. I don't know if you can really tell on the screen, but it's very steep.
Yeah, it kicks up at this point, and this is the first really hard move, this compression-style bump. Just making it look easy.
Yeah, she's looking very good, but she is only halfway through the route.
Yeah, this is it, 15-meter wall, remember, so she's, about halfway into the crux, the hardest part of this route, and you can see cutting loose above the crowd.
And what the route setters like to do to make the route longer is to go into zigzag. So you can see she's reversing a bit over to the right, and then she's going to head back to the left. Oh.
And she does fall in the roof. So Mattia with a score of 19. Her semi-final is done.
I would say 19.1, no?
Yeah, well, this is it. So the judges are the ones who decide on the extra 0.1.
Ah, there it is.
And there is added. Sophia spotted it. So if the athlete uses a hold, and that is defined by, you have to go towards the next one, your center of mass, your hands moving towards that. And if the judges deem that to be done, then they will give you that extra score. And that's something that can be appealed by the coaches, and we do see appeals quite often as we watch Mattia's fall there. So
sorry. What I actually heard is that the plus or the 0.1 depends on if the move is possible to, like, if you do a random arm movement just to get that plus, now it doesn't necessarily count anymore. It needs to be really a method that is possible, that could work.
And again, that's such a tricky thing for our judges to make a decision on, isn't it? I don't want to be one of them. I'll just talk about climbing instead.
Yeah, they're going to pay so much attention.
Oh, nightmare for them. Well, Sandra Lettner is out next, another Austrian athlete, just over the border coming into Munich. She enters the stadium, and I love that follow cam from the back coming through.
Yeah, and you can see the coal zone. Honestly, the coal zone is so cool. You're just like inside the monument, and you've got a nice little breeze coming through, and it's shady, it's cool.
I think there was a wrong name up there on the screen. This is Sandra Lettner. She is now underway on the semi-final. So the women are all climbing the same route, and the top 8 athletes will move through into the finals that will take place later on this evening. So it's a bit of a savage cut, this, I always think. 26-8. That's we lose a lot. Sandra quickly through the bottom of the route now. Her score will start to tick up on the left.
Yeah, I wonder how warm it is for them climbing in the sun right now, because in the shade it's quite cool, but once you get in the sun, you can feel it hit. It's really the summer sun right now, and for them it must be really hard to also, I think it would get you more tired too, because it's warmer. You got to control your breathing, you got to control your movements.
It's draining, isn't it? If you're out
fingertips
there.
Might be sweating more.
Well, look, I wanted to talk to you about friction, because this is an important part of climbing. Why is the sun bad for friction? Is it just about the sweat?
I think also just the heat in general. Like, when we talk about good conditions, and also like outdoors too, it's when it's cool and there's like a breeze and it just sticks. And I guess in the sun, I wouldn't really know why, but it just, the holds are warm, and I guess then your hands sweat more, you gotta chalk up more, and it just feels more slippery.
Yeah, it is a feeling, isn't it? I mean, climbers are much happier with a beanie on in the snow sometimes for the hardest of routes. It's a strange facet of our sport, that one.
But it's super interesting. I really wonder why.
Scientists out there can let us know. Well, Sandra is into the crux now. This is where we lost Mattia. There's a big move out, and she'll be wanting to come through into these volumes. That's what she's holding on to with the right hand.
Yeah, what's also difficult in lead is that, as we said before, you need to clip all quick draws, and sometimes you're in really uncomfortable positions to clip, and you're hesitating between, oh, do I do the next move? Potentially the next hold is bad, or do I struggle and try to clip now and lose energy? And it's sometimes hard to understand exactly what you want to do when you're reading the lead route from the ground, because it's so long and you don't necessarily know what all the holds are like.
Yeah, because during the qualification, the athletes get to see a video of the routes. They have more of an idea. But this is an on-site format, so they have to work it out as they go. As you can see, Sandra trying hard now as she slaps left.
So actually, that huge big blue volume they've screwed on just makes it even more overhang.
Yeah, the route setters are creating the 3D climbing. So Sandra looking a little disappointed, but it was a good score for her, 24.1. She'll have to wait to see if that will be enough. Let's watch the fall again. So she has the right hand locked in underneath the blue volume, and then this cross through with the left, slapping up to the yellow. She did touch it, but wasn't quite high enough on it.
And also, since it's so overhang, it's getting a lot more physical. So also the arms, not necessarily just the forearms, but the arms are also going to get super tired. So anything powerful and having to like stay physically ready is going to get harder the higher you get up.
So we're beginning to understand our route. 2 athletes done, and if you're just joining us, welcome to Munich for the European Championships. My name is Matt Groom, and I'm here with Sophia Yokoyama, Swiss athlete, YouTube star, climbing extraordinaire, and she's joining me here in the commentary box this morning. Which was a bit of an early wake-up, I have to say.
It was, when you told me what time to meet up, I'm like, oh wow.
Yeah, so
it starts this early?
I thought I'd mention that last, just in case.
But yeah, there's so much going on. They need to really like find time to place all events and be able for all the spectators to watch at the same time. It's going to be a long day for them.
Wow, Ukrainian athlete Nikita is out on stage. Sorry, Nika is out on stage. Nika Potapova is very, very popular out here on the circuit, and it's great to see Team Ukraine representing here.
Also one of the younger athletes.
Really positive when she's walking around the stadium. Always got a smile for everything, for everyone, which is lovely to see. Nika was competing in the bouldering as well yesterday. She reaches up into the pinch. You can see the thumb working and almost a slip there down low. So often the route setters put in a beginning that is a little bit disconcerting for the athletes, especially on the World Cup circuit.
What they like to do sometimes now at the beginning is really, the move may not necessarily be hard, but like a little run and jump or a toe catch, and you really gotta, even though it may not be hard, there's still like that little voice at the back of your head saying, oh, once if I slip, once if I miss, and you get like a 1.
Yeah, it just unsettles them. Usually the beginning isn't hard, it's just designed to frustrate a little bit. Well, Nika doing well though, easily through the first section. She'll be able to breathe now a little bit. She hasn't got a score of 1. She's on 9. And making good work of this crimpy part of the route. Cutting loose with those feet.
It's nice to see also how different lead climbers climb. Some are a lot more static, others are a lot more dynamic and just more flowy. And I feel like it depends also if you're more of a boulder or a lead climber. It could vary.
I always think when you climb, you have that flowy style, that slightly bouncy, dynamic way. And Nika is using the similar kind of method. High heel though, to get this clip in. Yeah, position, especially the women manage to find with the heels and toes, is incredible, and I know it drives the route setters absolutely crazy because they try their hardest to eliminate these rests, but
What they also love to do is like block crimps so then they don't change hands, but there's always some athletes who still manage to change hands on those tiny crimps, and it's just so impressive.
So Nika is into the hard section, halfway through the route. 16 her score, 24.1 the leader at the moment. Oh, and slaps up and down. Didn't quite look set for that move.
Yeah, that pinch does not look good. I think there's a little screw on, but I really would like to know how overhang that is, but I would say a good 40 degrees.
Yeah, graphically winning said
not
35, so therefore it would have been increased with the extra volumes on as well.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to get a perspective on it sometimes, but look at the quick draws. That's always a way to tell and how hanging out from the wall they are. And this is some good shots now. So this was the hold that she was on.
Oh, there's a little screw on too. Okay, but still, it's still a terrible hold.
So let's watch this again. Nika flipped the hand into almost a guppy, slapped out right. And the slap out was just a bit rushed, wasn't quite there, but it's to get that 0.1 score.
Yeah, I think matching also would have taken a lot of energy because the hold is really bad, and when you match, you just got to squeeze that much harder with the left hand because the right is barely holding onto anything, and then having to pull off, give all the power you have to go out, that would have made it much harder for her.
So we're beginning to understand the subtleties of this route. No athlete has made it through the roof yet. Next is out Michaela Smetlanova from the Czech Republic. Czech Republic athletes with the I was about to say hairband. It's not a hairband, is it? It's a, I don't know what you call that.
Oh, a ribbon?
A ribbon? Hair ribbon? Let's go with that, hair ribbon.
The Akio Noguchi style.
Yes, very true.
Yeah, I remember her having it. It looks so good, and ever since I've seen a lot of athletes wear it too.
Wish I had the hair for it. Can't quite pull that off.
You could buy clips and clip it.
I could try that, yeah. There's been a lot of interesting hairstyles going on. Team Germany, I know, had a session with the bleach, and they've got some interesting hair colours this weekend.
I was on Instagram, and all the stories I would just see people colouring their hair, and it was really nice seeing all the athletes with different hairstyles. We got here Wednesday, and we went to go buy bleach for one of our Swiss athletes, and I bleached his hair in the hotel room.
Excellent. These are the facts I want to know. Forget about the climbing for a sec, it's all about the styles. Michaela, though, is easily through the first part, resting down low. And now, let's talk about time briefly, because there is a clock ticking away on the bottom right of your screen. The athletes have 6 minutes in order to climb the route. And how much does that play a part in this competition? Because rarely we really see athletes being timed out, but it does play a factor, doesn't it?
So, yeah, usually athletes would fall off before having to worry about time, but depending on also if you're a fast climber or a slow climber, time can be really important because you could be in the middle of the route and with only a minute left and you're like, okay, now I got to start moving fast. Janja almost timed out during qualies and lead when she topped out the lead route. She had like 5 seconds left when she topped. So 6 minutes seems a lot, but can also go really fast, especially when they start doing the zigzag kind of routes, which just make it so much longer.
Yeah, because although it's 15 meters high, adding that zigzag adds quite a few meters to that.
Sure.
Michaela looking good as she enters the compression section. These compression moves are when you can see the athletes getting a bit bunched up. Really physical climbing required, especially on the slopers. It's amazing how thuggy you have to get with those open hand moves. So she's got a high heel. Left hand up, and this is where Nika came undone.
So here it seems she's going to go straight for the move, yet instead of matching.
Yeah, look just a simpler rather than having to do a couple of extra hand movements in that. Could have been a slip, I think.
Yep, a heel slip. That's also what's very delicate about lead climbing is you could be in a really good, comfortable position, have a heel hook, toe hook, and then just all of a sudden your foot goes for no reason, and you could be still feeling so good, so fresh. And unfortunately, that's the end of the comp for you. Especially she's preparing to clip.
Oh.
So she was not expecting it at all.
Yeah, it's good to see a fall like this because, I mean, climbing is not an extreme sport, but it is quite scary sometimes, and falling like that. And when you have a clip and you've got a lot of slack out, that's kind of a bit of a heart in the mouth moment, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially also for the belayer. He's like giving you slack and then all of a sudden you slip. You've really got to have those reflexes to pull in the rope or otherwise run backwards, so then the athlete potentially doesn't fall on the floor. I mean, it rarely ever happens, but it
adds a bit of spice to the sport, isn't it? It's
some suspense.
Yeah. Okay, so next athlete out. Julia Feiser comes out onto the stage. Team Austria really doing well to get so many athletes into the semi-final here this morning.
She's also come back from an injury that she had, so it's cool to see the big objective of the year, and she does well. Hopefully her semis will go well.
It's nice to say a big objective because this is the event really within the season, isn't it? A lot of people have been gearing up for this.
Yeah, I would say the European Championships and the World Championships, they alternate every year, and that's usually the objective for the athletes. Even though comps continue for the lead climbers after that, it's still, if you win, you're European champion and it's a title.
It's a big deal, isn't it? World Champs taking place in Bern next year.
Switzerland?
I bet you're excited, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sophia will be in front of her home crowd when that happens.
I can't wait. I'm like, part of myself is like, oh, it's in a year, there's time, but also a year goes by so fast.
Exactly, when you've got a training schedule and cycles and all that, it certainly comes through. So Julia is underway. Nice and steady through the bottom, doesn't make an early mistake.
The crimp section seems to be okay for the athletes up until now.
Yeah, thank goodness. I'm struggling to look at the wall. It's so bright, and the sun is directly shining onto it. But you can see the shadows starting to come down, and they will creep down the wall, improving conditions for the athletes who qualified later on. So it is an advantage, especially here, to get a good qualifying score to come out later on.
Yeah, heat-wise, not climbing in the sun is much better.
So Julia starts the physical sequence. Big moves on slopey holds. Gets a high heel and she looks up at the quick draw. That's the quick draw we keep talking about, which you must clip. And you can see there's different lengths to the dog bone that attaches the quick draw to the wall, and that's because the route setters want to avoid rope drag as the athletes go up. And you climb outdoors and you make a bit of a mistake with your clipping sometimes, you can experience rope drag, and it's a horrible thing to have to deal with.
Yeah, imagine you're so close to the top and you have to just, you've got so much power to use to have to clip. It's just a horrible feeling.
Especially through the roof that's been extended.
Oh,
a fall from her.
But she looked very strong. She went statically and just unfortunately missed the hold by a tiny bit.
She looks back up at it. Remember, the athletes have never climbed on this route before. They're working it out as they go. And let's have another look at this because it's hard to see exactly what happened. So she had a drop knee in with the right, pressing her knee against the wall just to stabilize herself. Left elbow going up.
She just missed the holds.
Hopefully we'll see a closer shot of that right hand. Here it is. So the left is good. Reaches out, and yeah, you're right, underneath it.
Oh,
it was heartbreaking. Tried to reset on it, but she was already falling by that point. Couldn't get that right hand on the yellow crimp. Down she comes. So our camera pans down to the athlete holding area. Sabine van Essen is out next. She makes the walk from that cool chamber. Went the wrong way. And then enters the curtain into our stadium, and the crowds are filtering in slowly here. We had a massive crowd yesterday for the qualifying.
Yeah, the crowd is slowly starting to get bigger. But as we said, it's still quite early. But straight after, there's men bouldering semis, so it's a big schedule, so things need to start earlier. And
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be hearing my voice. I'm not sure how long Sophia is going to be with me. Hopefully as long as possible, because as you can tell, she's pretty good at this. But we'll see. And Sabina gets her comp underway. Oh, a little bit shaky at the beginning.
Yeah, what I also find hard with lead routes, I guess also bouldering, is estimating how hard the route is. And especially if you're reading it and you're like, okay, this doesn't seem too bad, and then you get onto the wall and it's much harder than what you were expecting. You really need to adapt yourself on the spot, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna have to give a lot more power, and if you can't adapt fast enough, then you could potentially fall off early. And
presumably the opposite as well. If you're trying too hard on an easier section, you burn out.
Yeah, exactly. It's really about adapting, and also speed is important. If you think, okay, this section is hard, you want to try to move as fast as possible, and then if you're in an easier section where you could rest, you're like, okay, now I slow down a bit, but it's really hard to do.
It is. I mean, when you think of other sports, let's say running, you get 100 meters, you know what that 100 meters is going to be every time you compete. With this, it can change.
It's always something different. You can never train for one specific thing. You have to just train for everything all at once and be good at everything.
Yeah, and a lot of these athletes are competing in 2 disciplines. So we're watching the lead right now, and the boulder is next to it, which is shorter, more intense routes and climbs without a rope. And that will take place, as Sophia said, the men's semi-final for Boulder, about 12 p.m. Sabina is fairly slow through this bottom part, wants to make sure of the moves, kicks out right, gets horizontal as she rests. And now, what has she saved for this middle section of the route? She needs some power in the tank, up with the right hand. She enters the shadow and she'll be able to breathe a little bit.
Yeah, it's nice that they put crimps at the beginning, but I would say crimps would also be nice in the overhang, but they put on nice big volumes just to make it that much harder and powerful.
Yeah, athletes' finger strength is very important. Oh, hang on. So Sabina goes up with the right, thinks differently of it, drops back down.
I don't know if she's seen the crimp. Oh, she seems to be preparing for that movement. Oh, and she missed it.
It looks like having that toe locked in, it was slightly sort of halting her momentum as she tried to go up there.
And her butt was very low, so compared to using a heel hook, she would have been able to pull on into it more. Her hips would have been closer to a wall and she would have been able to get higher up. Although here with the toe hook, yeah, her hips are very low, and so she has to just put that much more power to get higher up, and her toe hook, unfortunately, slipped.
So, tricky move for Sabina. She comes down. So that was the big bump up, and you can see setting herself up, rocking, trying to get a bit of momentum, and frustration from her as she comes down.
Also, depending on, I guess, height, if you're one of the shorter climbers, I would say toe hook could potentially be better because it gives you just a bit more length. Although if you use a heel hook, you lose a bit of height. But that's also something you need to decide on before or on the spot.
So much complexity to this. Yevgenia Kazbekova from Ukraine is out next onto the stage. Huge reaction from the crowd as she enters the stadium, and immediately her eyes flick upwards to look at the route to come. She gets underway. Uniform matching the blue and yellow on the wall with the holds.
Yeah, it's really cool to be able to see them compete and also do so well. Oh, she completely misses the hold. She doesn't need it.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, the athletes sometimes being unsettled. And at the moment, Evgenia looks a little bit unsettled out there. She'll just need to settle down. Once she's a few draws in, everything just becomes easier for the athletes. Those nerves go away. It's just climbing.
What's also hard in lead compared to boulder is that you don't have like a set time of when you need to be ready, because you don't know how long the climbers are necessarily going to take. So it's very approximate. You say, okay, maybe we do a 4-minute in general time for each climber, and so you will approximately be climbing here, but if the climber doesn't do well or does really well, then it's 6 minutes or it's either 2 minutes, and so you really got to adapt yourself depending on the time too, because you also want to rest before heading out, but if you rest too much, you might be out cold, so then you're unstable at the beginning.
Yeah, all these thoughts are going through their head. And then, of course, they've got to get on the wall and just forget about it, haven't they? And just go climbing. And
exactly.
so that kick out to the right, horizontal again on the wall. And then have a look for this toe move coming up. You know this is a tricky one, a big boost when it comes.
Just getting into the steep section right now. She decided to use a toe hook too instead of a heel hook. She's changed to a heel hook.
So she's read this differently from Sabina.
Yeah, with the heel hook, you can push with the blue and just pull with the heel, although with the toe, it's a lot harder.
So high left heel to get through. That is our scoreboard on the left, you can see. That's the top 3 at the moment. We'll keep you updated with that. Evgenia on 17, her score. Remember, each hold is numbered.
She managed to do the move that everyone was struggling on a bit before.
So some progress here. And after that shaky start, she's really back in the fight here.
So Sandra, who came out second, still has the highest point.
Yeah, there we go. You can see where the athletes fell. So she is in the danger zone. You can see this is the first really tricky section of the route. She's having to battle through it. Has the toe on the right underneath the volume. You can see how awkward that position is, being pushed backwards by the volumes.
She's getting close to where Sandra came off. This is the move.
So this is to go into the provisional lead at the moment. 24 her score.
Oh, she took an extra crimp and she goes statically.
What a performance from her. She slaps up 25 and she goes into the lead. Wonderful climbing from Evgenia.
So she actually used an extra hold compared to Sandra, who went dynamically. She managed to go statically. But then afterwards she was a bit low for the next move. Oh yeah, she used the foothold as the... How does that work then now?
It's a very good question.
Because before it would be 0.5.
Yeah.
And then the plus for the extra move, I guess now they're using decimals.
Yes, I
How
guess
would
so.
a foothold work?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And we'll find that out because, yeah, the scoring system has been tweaked for the European Champs. It's different if you're watching World Cups compared to what it is now. The judges will get a sheet of paper, a list of the route and of the holds. And sometimes, especially when they go out of sequence, it can be difficult to work out that scoring. And remember, things can go to appeals as well. So this is almost provisional results for the athletes. Things can change after that appeal process. Lynn van der Meer is out onto the stage from the Netherlands. One of the flattest countries in Europe, and yet they have some strong climbers, a good gym scene in the Netherlands.
A lot of hamster training.
If you missed the beginning of the broadcast, hamster training is where the athletes go round and round and round on a spray wall or on a circuit to build up this endurance needed.
Just like a hamster running on the wheel.
It's a brilliant term I hadn't heard before. I'm going to use it all the time now, Sophia.
Maybe it's a French-German term.
It makes sense.
Or maybe it's just a Swiss term that we've used.
All right, she's underway. 2 quick draws clipped. Looks down at her feet briefly. Very precise at the beginning. Slow, measured climbing from her. Using the thumb, bumping the hands up. Left again. Easy to read sequences down low.
And once they get higher up, you can't see the holds as well. That's why a lot of lead climbers also have their binoculars, so then they can see the holds better and hopefully see if it's good, bad, since they're quite low and the wall is 15 meters high.
Yeah, I'm surprised that athletes aren't bringing out sort of telescopes at this point. Is there rules of what you can actually bring in terms of how big the binoculars are?
Now you can't use knee pads. They've changed that because there were a lot of knee bars back in the day, and there was even a knee bar for the guys during their qualies, and I read that no knee pads are allowed anymore.
Yeah, I saw that too. And the padding that she has on her right knee, that is an injury prevention or injury management. It's not anything to help with knee bars. Good footwork from her as she works her way through, but this is the tricky move, and she's looking to get a toe or a heel, gets the heel locked.
Yeah, it's nice to see how the athletes adapt on the moment. At first she was thinking of not putting a heel hook, and then she looks at the move and she's like, okay, that potentially won't work. Let's put a heel hook on.
Yeah, she had to tweak it. I think the toe just leaves you in an awkward position to make that next move. You can see the hand, half in the sun, half in the shade. The shadows are stretching down now as we near 9:30 Central European time.
So she decided to not clip with that bad pinch, but now, okay, it didn't seem too hard to clip, but depending on how the hold is, it might have been more of an uncomfortable position, and then you could struggle a lot trying to clip the quick draw, and that's when you also lose a lot of energy.
Yeah, I think quick draw clipping is something always worth talking about. Oh, she takes a big backwards fall there in the crux part. Yeah, clipping quick draws is almost a move, you know, it's almost part of the route, isn't it? And sometimes working out where the best position is important.
It's so hard because depending on how it goes, you're like, okay, am I going to clip this to potentially fall off after, or should I go a couple moves and struggle trying to clip, but then at least I've got a couple more moves? There's a lot of thinking going on when you're lead climbing.
Yeah, and those moments where an athlete messes the sequence up and can't clip, or is desperately trying to down climb. You get the sweatiest hands when that goes on.
I don't know if you watched, but during the University World Championships, Dimitri.
Yeah, I was there. I was commentating. What, 3 minutes of trying to clip a draw?
It was so stressful.
It really was.
Poor thing.
I've never wanted to run onto a stage and help out more in my life. Like, he wasn't in danger, but it was just, I just wanted to get it in.
He gave so much energy clipping that quick draw. It was like, he should have won just because of that.
I agree. Style points, something points. Right, Giorgia Tessio is out. She makes that wonderful walk through the columns, out onto the stage. Team Italy with a few climbers. Her teammate, of course, Laura Ogura, as we discussed earlier, pulling out due to injury. But Camilla Moroni will be out later on.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more boulders in lead start list, which is cool to see.
Absolutely, that is a B-layer with some personality, as you can see. Sideways cap, dynamic style from him. And he's got a backup B-layer there with the pink harness, just in case anything goes wrong. Double safety.
Yeah, it's also stressful as a belayer because you don't want to give too much slack at the beginning in case they fall, but you also don't want the athlete to have to tug on the rope because that could also be set for an appeal, and then the athlete gets to climb again.
Yeah, if the judges have a hard job. I think the B-layer is the most stressful job, and the judges possibly the hardest.
Yeah.
I hate to be a B-layer in this situation.
Yeah, you could get a lot of backlash.
Yes. And short roping Janja at the top.
Okay, she saw the bump up hold.
Yeah, had to tweak her feet there, then gets the drop knee in. So recovers that little mistake in route reading. Crosses through with the left hand, high right foot, and now she'll be through the first part of the route and will be able to focus on the climbing now as it gets more difficult from here on. A score of 9 at the moment. 4 minutes 38 on the clock.
Yeah, it's also interesting between crimps and slopers, because I feel like, well, I personally feel like I could climb a lot longer on crimps than slopers. Once I hit on slopers, it's like not only the forearms, but the whole arm starts to get tired. And it's so much harder. I guess it depends if you're strong on crimps and slopers.
Yeah, it's a different training required for both of them. Some more open hand. Oh, it's an early fall from her.
There was a bit of hesitation, and I didn't really really see what happened. Maybe her hand slipped.
Yeah, she let out a scream as she fell. I think more to surprise than anything else. She was really frustrated. Let's have a look at this again. So she was in the shade. Oh, it was the rope got in the way as well. This is another thing I got to think about, is rope management as well.
Depending on how you clip and if you need to do a dynamic move and your hand is underneath the rope, either you try to do what she does and move the rope and grab the hold again, or you have to do like a super big move, like miss the rope and then go grab the hold, which asks for a lot more power.
Yeah, she tried to get the same hold. She realized it was the wrong way around. And this can happen with your legs, with your arms, with your hand.
Yeah, one thing that you also want to think about is not having the rope behind your leg, because that can also happen quite a bit. Because if you fall and your leg gets stuck behind the rope, you can get horrible rope burn and end up upside down. We have seen actually in some comps.
Yeah, it's nasty if it can happen, and it's just, when you're focusing on the climbing, the rope often just shouldn't be in your head, and it isn't, and therefore it can get you in awkward positions, as we saw. Team Great Britain's Molly Thompson-Smith is out. Qualified about mid-pack for this, 10th athlete out. Didn't have the best of bouldering rounds yesterday, a bit disappointed by that, because she is a good boulderer as well as a lead climber.
Yeah, and for the athletes doing the combine, it's quite important to do well in both.
Yeah, only 8 make it through to the combined at the end of the week.
Yeah, and it goes straight to finals. They skipped the semi-final part of the combined, so it's really you need to do a good performance in both. You have one shot.
Yeah, and that combined is the new Olympic format, one of the test events for that. So an important end to the proceedings here in Munich. Did I say Molly on her hand there? There we go, Molly having maybe an inspirational message on her hand, something to remind her.
That's don't Mol. We're gonna try to read it.
We are. We'll have to have a word with it.
Don't. I can't see, but yeah, having messages on your hand is really good because you can see it, and it's just like the little thought that can help if you just kind of forget it that little second and you actually see it red on your hand. You're like, okay, no, don't forget, and it can help you push just that much more.
Maybe an inspirational message for Molly here. She gets up to hold number 14. And she'll enjoy this section. She likes the physical, thuggier sections of climbing. So this should suit her.
And she did not use a heel hook and just does that move so easily. So Molly's one of the shorter climbers too, but also super strong.
Yeah, you can see those moves she's making static, just reaching up, big shouldery moves from her, high left foot. And now gets the pinch, but this is where things start to get tricky.
Pinches are also very delicate depending on how big your hands are, because that is a really wide pinch. We could see that her thumb was like barely holding the thumb catch, so if you have bigger hands, you'll be able to pinch that better and grab the thumb a lot better.
Oh, Molly slips.
But holds on.
Right, will that have affected her? It's so difficult when you make a mistake, not just psychologically, but physically in order to recover from it.
It takes up so much power just to have to stay on the wall.
And you can see awkward clip from her. That left heel not really on anything, just pressing in. In 5th position at the moment. Yenya still leading the way.
She's looking super strong. She's getting to the part where Yevgenia was. She uses the, I mean, maybe it's a handhold, but it's a really small.
Where the left hand is?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got enough chalk on it now that it is a hold, whatever, regardless.
Yeah, and as I said before, she's one of the shorter climbers, so it'll be, oh, she cuts loose. Oh, so
that was a risky move to do that.
Unfortunately, she doesn't get a plus either.
So Molly hands on hips as she looks up. That was a risky cut loose. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's better rather than trying to static your way out of a position. Just cut loose, swing, get back on and go, but that took a lot of energy from her.
Yeah, so Yevgenia managed to keep her toe hook and go straight to the 25 and then do the plus move. Although Molly here probably calculated that she was going to be short and so decided to cut loose and be better for the move afterwards, but unfortunately.
Yeah, she started that cut loose move a bit premature. Big mole.
Big mole.
We'll find out that at some point for you. But yeah, it looked like she thought about the cut loose, but started to slip as she went.
She's very short with the toe hook, and so
held it, teeth gritted as she came back in.
It's just the hands that let go at the very last second.
That left is awful, isn't it? Looking at that shot. Watch that left hand, it just pings off.
Both just slip at the same time. Yeah, that is a foothold.
Definitely a foothold, isn't it? I mean,
for sure.
I know these guys can hold on to nothing, but still.
Yeah, so probably for this move, now that there's a lot of chalk, the next climbers are potentially going to think, okay, so I can use this as a hold, but that might not help. I think maybe going dynamically and just jumping and getting high would be better.
We're going to see a cleaning break quite soon. It'll be interesting once the route setters have cleaned that off a bit, whether we see the same sequence.
Yeah.
So Stasha Gale is out. Super popular on the scene. Certainly more of a boulderer perhaps, but really working hard on the lead climbing. And she is one of those athletes where speed is quite important for her because perhaps lacking that top level of endurance.
Yeah, I've talked to quite a lot of boulderers, and they're like, yeah, whether it's a 7A or an 8C, it's just the same amount of moves. Like, I get to 25, 30 moves and I just get pumped, so it's about speed. If you can get to 35 quicker, then you could potentially get higher.
Yeah, pump is when your arms fill. Actually, the exact definition of pump I've been told I've got wrong, but it's kind of lactic acid. It's kind of just everything, but it just means you can't hold on anymore. Yeah,
it's all you don't get enough oxygen to the forearms, and it's the trash of the body just trying to eliminate everything it can as fast as possible, but it can't because you're still holding on.
Yeah, if you want to see what it's like, go and do like sort of 10 pull-ups and then try to hold on whilst after that 10 pull-ups. And if you're new to the sport, it's a very strange feeling. And some athletes love it, that feeling of fighting the pump. Personally, I can't stand it, but that's just me.
I enjoy lead climbing, especially for that like pump where you fight till the very end. But to be able to fight to the very end, you need to have a certain amount of endurance. And training for endurance, I hate.
Yeah, it sort of makes you feel sick right down in your stomach as you go.
So painful.
So Stasha has certainly been training that horrible feeling, which she's immediately having to work hard as she enters the power part. And similar to Molly, she'll be doing this in a slightly different way, but she has the toe, which does make this more powerful, this move.
And she's also one of the taller climbers, so that really brings her hips super low. Okay, she's changed to heel.
So well spotted from Stasha. Used the toe to rest and flipped into the heel. And you can see the grouping of the athletes there all around this initial crux section. Hips pressed into the wall. Oh, the right foot bobbled off that hold. She looked good.
Oh, yeah, she looked very good. It's horrible when it's a foot slip because you can't do anything about it. It just happens out of nowhere and you gotta get over it.
Yeah, it's Stasha. You could see by the muttering she's giving, she doesn't like moves like this to go wrong. Watch the right foot. There it was. It really was. That was a straight pop there. Sometimes that can happen if you start to take the pressure off. You're thinking about the next move. You should wait the foot a little longer. Maybe that's what happened. It's a shame.
And also maybe the heat, because also when your shoes are warm, there you've got less friction.
Yeah.
So you can slip more.
And that, I'm glad you brought that up. That blows my mind, because look, if you're a Formula One fan, for example, warm tyres help grip, right? But it doesn't seem to work that way in climbing. It's different.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Well, we're nearing the halfway point of this semi-final. Noah Shiran is out next from Israel. Welcome to Munich, says the commentator, indeed. As she comes out onto the stage. So we could also be seeing what you discussed at the beginning, which is these holds heating up a little bit in the sun, because it certainly seems that these athletes coming out aren't getting as high as the first few who came onto the wall.
It will be interesting to potentially talk to the athletes after and see how different the feeling was from the first athlete that came out and the last athlete. But I mean, well, the last athlete is Yannis. I don't know if her answer would help, but the longer the holds are in the sun, the warmer they're going to get. And climbing also in the sun, it's just horrible. It's way too hot.
Yeah, it is. You're baking in a heat wave at the moment. And of course, the holds are getting more dirty the more athletes use them. Sweat, chalk, none of that improves the feeling of the hold, and they will be cleaned soon.
Yeah, and the feeling of just like the warm holds underneath your skin is not nice.
Yeah, we see in bouldering comps later on, you'll watch brushers cleaning the hold, but of course, brushes don't reach that high up. Although perhaps that's, but maybe a brush on a telescopic pole as the, the athlete goes and climbing above them.
One thing sometimes I struggle with the brushes. It's sometimes a struggle to adjust the height, and so I want to brush the top hole, but I'm one of the shorter climbers, and so I can't reach, and I'm like, okay, never mind, I won't brush it.
Short person beater coming in for brushing.
But now you can ask the brushers to brush the hold for you, so that's also good.
Yes.
You don't waste that energy of brushing, using the up and down.
Yeah, coronavirus changed things in terms of the rules, and we had a period of time where the athletes had to do all the brushing themselves, which was pretty intense.
Yeah, it's actually really tiring.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard work sometimes. It really is.
You have to take extra rest time too then, and so you potentially lose a couple of seconds, crucial seconds.
Well, you'll watch that in the bouldering comp. So Noah Shiran gets a very high heel, the toe pressed into the wall as well, almost camming it in that position. And full splits up on the wall. And that's the blocked hold you were chatting about earlier. That blue and yellow there just prevents the athletes from A, heel hooking, but B, means you have to be more precise with it.
Oh,
Only actually heel hooks immediately. Straight away, and that's what the route setters sometimes have to deal with, is moves like that. Noah Shiran is going well though, 11th position at the moment, 25.1 is what she's aiming for. She won't know that.
Oh.
And drops the right hand.
So yeah, that clip part where these athletes are falling is also something to think about a lot. She decided to go to the next move to get the plus, potentially, or the next hold, and then clip. But unfortunately, she didn't hold on to the... But she looked very bad with the pin. She did not seem comfortable.
No, it suddenly came undone for her. Head in her hands, she kicks off the wall. Oh, look, just slightly missed it over, went too far, hitting the black volume. Let's watch this again. So the left foot is scrubbing, and that immediately slips as she moves.
You can also tell, like, by the elbows if they seem comfortable or not, if the elbows are close to the body or not.
Spectacular fall down to the ground for her. And now we might be getting a cleaning break coming up. There seems to be a pause in proceedings here. So our camera spins round. Yeah, oh no, maybe not. We've got Chloe Collier getting ready. She qualified in an incredibly high position for bouldering, looking really strong. I think she was second.
Yeah, she qualified in first.
First, was it?
First in her group.
So she's...
And in semis in lead, so she's doing really well for the combined.
Yeah, she's had an up and down World Cup season.
Yeah, I was talking to her about it, and she was not very satisfied with her bouldering season up until now, but hopefully for the big objective of the year, it will go well for her.
True, this is the focus, isn't it? So maybe peaking at the right time for Chloe Collier. She'll be one of those who'll be climbing fairly quickly through the bottom sections.
Yeah, I think she's, though, a slow climber. For a boulder, may not be good, but I've seen her lead climb a bit, and she didn't climb too fast.
All right, so Chloe might have to find some speed. The belayer fully focused. He's wearing those glasses, and that allows them to see upwards whilst looking forward, because if you're belaying and you spend a lot of time with your neck craned upwards, it's quite tiring.
Yeah, and it hurts your upper back and neck.
That's why he's wearing those glasses. He'll be allowed to who'll be able to look straight forward and yet see upwards via the prisms in the glasses.
Chloe also took a bit more time to read the route before getting onto it. I think you've got 40 seconds to read before heading onto the route.
Yeah, because they saw this quite a long time ago, and say you're Janja coming out last, you've had 26, 25 athletes to go. It's easy to forget what happened, so what you've seen.
Yeah, because as we said before, it's really important to know where you want to clip, where you want to rest, where you want to move fast, where you want to go slow, and so you've only got 6 minutes to remember it all, and depending on how good your memory is, you can forget quite a bit of moves, and so reading it before climbing straight away is also good.
Just briefly sort of try to relate this to grades, these routes, because a lot of people will be climbing at their local gyms, and these athletes make this stuff look easier than it is.
Mm-hmm.
I've been told, and I know route setters hate to talk about grades, but generally for the women, I've been told sort of 8B, 8B+, potentially 8C for the semi-finals, especially during the World Cups. Perhaps slightly easier for the European champs, but certainly in the 8s for these grades.
Yeah, no, it's crazy how in climbing and also just like watching it, it seems so much easier than what it actually is, and it's so unfortunate because people are like, oh yeah, I could probably do that, and then you go onto it and you're like, okay, no.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the level that these women are climbing at the moment is high, and it seems to have stepped up every year as well. At the beginning of every season, people tell me, oh, it's really hard this year, or things seem more difficult.
No, it's amazing to see the progress. And the development also of sport climbing in general, how it's changed over the years.
Yeah, the sport.
Chloe is clipping much lower than the other athletes, which could potentially be a smart move because she's good at crimping, so why not use a crimp to clip?
Yeah, and release the foot there.
And she doesn't need to think about clipping here on this move. And she can go straight into the powerful move. Does it static.
Doesn't look particularly powerful, does it, from her? Almost heel hooks her own fingers as she goes up into the underclings, and this is a sequence that she'll enjoy, these thuggy moves. Slaps up, didn't have the thumb engaged.
Yeah, but that's a very difficult move because you're kind of going into an undercling, but which is above your head, and you do have a tiny thumb catch, but the volume isn't that good, so you're really going to have to be super powerful to bring yourself up and make that a good undercling. And depending on how low your body is, and you've got a heel hook which is pulling you down, so you got to really stay, your body really needs to stay compressed, ready.
And that was the fall from her coming down, the Belair reacting quickly. So this is the move. She slapped out with the left, there was a thumb there, the heel's in, and the heel popped.
Goes.
Slow motion is so unforgiving when you watch some of these sequences. You kind of think like, oh, why didn't they just do that? But it's so quick.
Mm-hmm. And also she did seem tired, and so when you're also tired, it's where you potentially slip more, and you can see her heel slowly coming off the hold.
There's a lot of rubber left on that hold from the women who have slipped there before.
I wonder how different it is for Chloe, who's come out last before the cleaning, and the first climber.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Hannah Moyle is the next athlete out, and she's an athlete who could really make finals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, she's doing super well in bouldering and lead. And she's the first out after the clean, so she has good conditions.
Yeah, it's the perfect positioning for her. She wouldn't have been able to work that out tactically. It's too difficult to do, but it's worked out well for her. So this is our current leaderboard. 25.1. Evgenia Kazbekova from Ukraine is leading the way at the moment, followed by Sandra and then Molly in third position. We're looking for the top 8 athletes to go through, and we're halfway through this semi-final, so a few to go. And most of the falls coming in the roof section, that 19 to 25 part of the route. In the middle through the roof, Chloe Collier we just saw. So the athlete in the danger zone is Noah Shiran. She's on 18.1. And then everyone after that was already out of the finals, but 18.1 is not going to be enough, I don't think, to make it through.
No, for sure.
Unless something goes terribly wrong for our top 6.
Yeah, no, the next 13 climbers are really strong. So hopefully we'll be able to see a higher high point.
Well, we get a little bit of a moment to compose here halfway through the semi-finals. The route setter is on the wall cleaning the holds with a brush. You can just see him hanging around there in the shadow. There he is. So he works his way up the wall by clipping in and hauling on the quick draws. And his job is to reset everything for the athletes.
And since the athlete's only kind of got halfway up to the wall, he only needs to clean halfway.
That's a very good point, yeah. So he's
Although
almost done.
Although in qualies, it takes so much time because they have to go all the way to the top.
So the route setter gets on with his job. I think it's about time we saw some replays of what's gone before. So we're going to watch some super slow motion of some of the action coming up. Give yourselves a bit of a break if you're watching at home. We're halfway through the women's semi-final. Men's bouldering semi-final is coming up. Let's watch some of the action, shall we?
Yeah. That hold for heel hook and holding has been mean for these athletes.
That was the writing on Molly's hands. Inspirational words as she going up. But that was the fall. We think that left hand is actually a foothold rather than a handhold. His fingers hooked on the jugs. She rotates through. Seeing some of these moves in slow motion.
Yeah, I think actually Sandra had a good idea of going dynamically like that for that move.
That was an overextension there with the right hand, just missing fingers, pianoing off the hold.
Yeah, contact strength is also super important in climbing in general. It's just to have your fingers ready to squeeze that hold as hard as possible at the right time. So if you squeeze too soon, well, you miss the hold, and if you squeeze too late, you come off. Either way.
Do you find it useful to watch when you're watching back these moves? Because I mean, you see yourself on TV as well when you climb. Is it helpful to watch those mistakes in super slow motion, or is it just sort of a bit frustrating and annoying for you?
There is the frustration side of it, because you're like, oh, if I did this, you can always do better. But watching yourself climb afterwards and analyzing what went wrong in body positioning and all of that, you can always learn something from it. And so, yeah, I find it really important to watch yourself climb, even though it's annoying to see you make stupid mistakes.
And do you sit down with your coaches and do that, or is that something you take time to do yourself?
Both. There's usually like a little feedback that we have after the comp where we look at the videos together. And then I also take time on myself to just go through it all and kind of take notes on what needs to be done, changed in training. And then we put it all together with a coach and back to training, and hopefully we won't ever have it again.
And you're at the moment balancing, I don't know if you still are you studying at the same time at the moment? Have you finished?
I have finished my bachelor's, so
congratulations.
I'm taking a break from uni, and I will be 100% climbing for the next couple of years, I hope.
And what difference do you think that's going to make to you? Just more time means more training?
Just like also rest. I feel like when I was at uni, there was always this kind of like stress. Like my head was always thinking about something, like, oh, I need to hand this in. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I need to do that. Don't forget this. Don't forget that. So having that out of mind is just a lot more restful. I feel more rested and less stressed.
Awesome. We can't wait to see you next season and the end of this season. Well, we are back into the action. Hannah Moyle from Team Germany enters the stage, and you could see her on screen taking a deep breath, trying to suck up the moment. I mean, look, this is a special moment for her, the only German athlete in the semi-final.
In front of a home crowd.
And Hannah Moyle has really come on this year. She's won her first medals, and since that first medal seems to have grown in confidence as well.
Yeah, confidence is a big aspect in climbing. when you start getting those results and seeing those results, you actually start to believe in yourself more, and you're like, oh, actually I can do this. And having a strong mental about your capabilities just boosts your confidence, and you could just do so many more things.
So Hannah gets underway, flicking the feet left and right, working out the beater. The crowd here in the stadium have all just started moving down towards the front, cheering on the home favourite.
With the strand of pink hair, all the German girls dyed their hair a bit pink before the comp.
Yeah, go check out the Instagrams. There's like a hair dyeing party that went on before Munich.
She seems to be moving fast in this first section, and now gets into the big overhang part.
Yeah, so this is where things get physical. She's got the toe in. Hannah will be trying to take full advantage of the cleanest holds, really, since Mattia came out first of all. Hannah Moyle sitting in 13th, 25.1 is where she's aiming for to move into the lead. Big clip there, had to pull out the rope.
Yeah, she decided to clip on lower. I do actually think that is a smart move because the crimp might be better than the pinch. And then once you're at the pinch, you don't need to think about clipping and wasting energy on a bad hold.
Hannah Moyle is moving very quickly through here.
A lot of the climbers were at 2 minutes just at the beginning of the overhang, and she's 2 minutes in the hard section.
So, good stuff from Hannah Moyle, making a play.
Super strong.
She is, that thumb pressing in. Now having to work a little bit harder. Bumping up though. Now this is where we wanted to see if it was a handhold or a foothold. What's she going to do? It won't have as much chalk on it. In fact, it hasn't hardly got any chalk on it now. But she does use it.
She does use it. I think any hold that you can use, you're going to try to use in lead because it will just give you those extra points.
Yeah, and Hannah is good at the crimp, so that might feel like a good hold for her.
And she's got the high point.
There we go. Hannah Moyle moves.
On these slopers.
Yeah. Oh, bit of a slip there, but she's still on. The scoreboard will be updated on the left, and she falls.
So that seems to be a very bad sloper, plus in full sun, in a very overhang part of the wall.
So Hannah is trying to get confirmation of her score. She looks back up, 27. And this was seconds before. Close her eyes, the sun seemed to hit her face. What a shot that is.
I wonder if they're going to give her the plus because, as we said before, she did kind of do a move, but was she falling and just kind of raised her arms up, or did she try to do the move while she was still on the wall?
I think this is...
Oh, you can see she's slowly... No. Oh. I don't think that's a plus.
So 27, we think she's likely to stick at, and that is the high point at the moment. You can see the hand went left. Yeah, it's not going to count.
It's an automatic lead climber thing to do just to try to get that plus because it can change a lot.
It reminds me a bit like in football when someone, like kicks the ball into an opposition, it goes off, and they're sort of claiming that it's them. It's that kind of a thing. It's like, yeah, I went for it, honest. All right, so Team Germany's Hannah Moyle is done, waving to the crowd. She swings back down to the stage. It's so overhanging, it's sometimes hard to land back on the stage for the athletes. Sarah Chopa from Slovenia is out. And let's talk about Team Slovenia, shall we, for a second, because they are so decorated, so well known within the climbing circuit.
It's such a strong team.
Patchwork of tape on her left shoulder.
It looks very pretty. Yeah, I would say Slovenia next to Japan are both super strong countries.
Yeah, and there's real depth to their squad. I mean, we've got Sarah, we've got Luka Rakovic, Janja, of course, coming out, Mia Krampel, Peter Luken. The list goes on in this top half of the semi-final.
Yeah, I think 5 climbers max you can have per country at the European Champs, and all 5 of them, I guess, are in semis in lead.
They move around Europe as a unit, Team Slovenia do. I quite like to see them. You can see them coming from miles away. They've got the white uniforms on. It's a bit of a crew. rolling through the stadiums. So Sarah's underway here. 3 quick draws clipped. This foot sequence, we have to commit to the left, drop back down, and reposition the left foot. And there's Hannah Moyles, 27 at the top of the leaderboard, Yenya 25.1 seconds. So Hannah getting a lot further than anyone else so far.
Also, time in semis is quite important because if you do qualify for finals and there is a part where 2 climbers fall off the same spot, it will be based off time, who got there faster.
Yeah, we've seen that in the World Cup circuit, especially in Innsbruck, where time became a really important part. Ideally, we want to see separation on the wall and not on the clock, but we have backups.
Unfortunately, it happens.
You can see on the right of the screen, 8 climbers advanced to the finals. So we are looking for the top 8, so keep an eye on that whenever the leaderboard comes up on screen. Smearing on the wall with the left foot as she enters the shadow, which is now fully in the overhanging part of the wall, just the head wall and the start in the sun.
Smearing on the wall is also something very delicate because depending on if the wall has a lot of friction, then you can push against it quite a bit, but your foot can also slip so easily that it's also something risky to do.
Yeah, the climbers wear special climbing shoes for this. You couldn't do the moves they do in trainers. Trainers will get you so far, and if you're starting the sport, definitely wear them, but climbing shoes are important. And Sarah cuts loose on the overhang.
Cutting loose, I would say she lost a bit of energy holding on to that, but she seems to have recovered. But she's at the hard part.
Yeah, and that left heel, she was really careful with how she placed it. Looks like she's struggling now, can't work out the sequence, needs to remove that left at some point. The left pops.
The heel goes.
That swing that's generated when you lose a heel like that, it's so difficult to pull yourself back in.
Especially on that hold where there's practically nothing to hold on to.
Yeah, a lot of core required. And Sarah is done. It won't be enough to move forward. Let's watch this again. So she's calm throughout, never looked like she was panicking at any moment. Had that slip down low, and that was the beginning of the end for her.
Yeah, and it's also a very long move, so your leg is quite straight, and once that leg is straight, the heel hook also becomes much worse. Oh, but her heel started to fall once she started the move.
Yeah, there was the heel. There's the swing. She couldn't hold it.
Molly did a very good job holding on to that.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. Yeah, Molly's power really showing. So Sarah waves to the crowd, which is still building. Kind of a party atmosphere here in the stadium as Camilla Moroni comes out. Now, Camilla Moroni, I mean, since the World Championships in Moscow, where she's got bronze, silver? My mind's gone blank, silver. Since then, again, it's that confidence thing. She's someone you're expecting to be in semi-finals and make finals, especially in bouldering.
Yeah, and it was so awesome to watch her doing the World Championships. You could tell she was just having so much fun and enjoying herself on the wall.
Yeah, she has a lot of power within her. Really known for her power moves. And she's underway with that heel start. Oh, we've got a new B-layer. Change of personnel on the stage. Oh, missed that crimp, but easy to readjust into it. Moves through the slopers. The athletes using chalk, which they carry in those chalk bags on the back, and that helps improve the friction. In the same way a gymnast chalks up before they use the bars, an athlete will chalk up pretty regularly, and it's almost a habit sometimes to chalk between each move, especially if you're not a pro. sometimes I catch myself doing is always chalking, sort of.
Yeah, it's same. It's like I could be doing just something completely different, like heading to the bathroom and I'm trying this boulder, but then I'm like start chalking on. I'm like, no, but I want to go to the bathroom. What's the point? Why am I chalking up?
I thought you meant you chalked up in the bathroom there. Very confused about that one.
Yeah, and behind when you're in the cold zone, you're always chalking up. You're like, you don't want to be sweating too much, so you want your skin to be good. And
yeah, you'll see athletes looking at their hands obsessively, especially when they come down. It's almost the first thing you do when you fall is just to check, make sure there's no cuts.
And especially for the climbers who are doing the combine, for all the 8 who are going to be climbing in both disciplines, semis and finals, they've got 4 intense days of climbing, and skin is just going to be so bad at the end.
Yeah, I was chatting to Yannick Floe yesterday, and I was looking at his skin, and it's already going through on the tips. It was pink on the end. So Camilla Moroni will have to be thinking about all of these things as she gets going. She's now into this tricky sequence. Watch this left heel. Oh, you can see the rubber from the slips before. So important, this next move.
She's already clipping, so she seems to be good.
Yeah, pause a sec just to pull up the rope. Oh, and that left heel pops.
But she managed to hold.
But will that
super strong.
Yeah, super strong. Will that have cost her, though? I want to put a warning on that hold. Just a little sign.
It's also actually a big discussion that I've had with friends where, because Camilla is a really strong boulder, is it easier for her then to train lead since she only technically has to train endurance and be good in lead? Or a lead climber who has a bit more endurance but then has to get all the physical dynamic kind of moves, slabby moves going?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
And Camilla here, we saw she managed to hold on even though her heel slipped. But endurance-wise may fall off sooner, but...
Yeah, it's so troubling for the athlete and for the coaches trying to work out that training plan, I can imagine. She got 25 and it seemed to get bumped down to 24.1. This was at the start. Few hesitations from her, but she's in third, which is good.
And she decides to go dynamically. She doesn't use...
That was a massive... If she had pulled that off, that would have been amazing.
Yeah, but it's a very slopey hold.
Yeah. Full spin from Camilla Moroni. We know she's powerful, but that was optimistic. And that's what we think might actually be... So she's dodging the foothold. Okay, so she's not using it.
She didn't use it. I think that's probably what the route setters were thinking of as a method. She's also a shorter climber, so the heel might have been harder, as we saw with Molly. She tried to cut loose and unfortunately came off.
So Camilla probably with the intended beater, that big slap, but it makes it a pretty hard move.
Yeah, once again, it's contact strength, but also with a sloper, it's like all body tension and shoulders, and everything has got to be ready once you want to grab that hold.
Right, from the Czech Republic, Liska Adamovska. She won in Briançon last year for the World Cup. She is an athlete who can pull something out of the bag. Adam Ondra's teammate. If you know anything about climbing, you will know Adam Ondra, first to climb the magic grade of 9C, so she has some pretty good training partners within the team.
And she has so much endurance.
Yeah, she's great to watch. She's a real fighter all the way. And I always think she's about to fall, and somehow she doesn't.
Yeah, that's what's really fun to watch in lead climbing in general. You're like, oh, she seems uncomfortable, so tired, and they just get move after move after move, and you're like, wow.
Yeah, fighting the burn all the way. So Eliska bumping, slightly different position there from the others. Doesn't use the heel on the right.
Yep, she's also one of the taller climbers. It's nice to see different methods also between the shorter climbers and the taller climbers.
How much does it affect, height when you're out there? I mean, is it a factor that might stop you climbing hard, or was it just a different way of approaching routes?
I think it's mainly a different way of approaching routes. The methods might be much different. And then also depending on the moves, if there's a jump, the taller climbers might not necessarily need to jump as much, but yeah.
So Eliska shakes out down low, resting. The athletes can do what they want on the wall as long as they get it done within 6 minutes. And shaking the hands out, that helps to alleviate some of that pump, that lactic acid. Arty shot there from the cameraman as he gets the European Championship logo in. Give that man a raise. So this is where things start to get interesting on the route. Will it be the heel or the toe? The toe might work for her because she's taller.
Yeah, a lot of climbers seem to use the toe first, and then they look at the next move and they change to heel.
It's a good resting position for her, and you can see taking full advantage of that. Really calm at the moment from her. Oh.
That's also something to think about in lead, is depending on how well you can recuperate by resting like that, it could be good then for you to rest, but also if you're not good at recuperating on bad holds, then you just want to move as fast as possible to try to get as high as you can.
This is very different methods from her. She's not using the heel, then gets it in. Now she'll shake out. We know this is the crux sequence.
Ah, she does not use a heel though.
No, look at that. I mean, she's got a toe on the screw on now, I think.
Nice.
So, much different from her in 6th position. Oh, almost missed the bump, gets the thumb locked in, then drops the thumb away to make the next move. And now this will be interesting. Will she go for the power or the intermediate, the foothold method?
Seems to be going for the power. Oh.
It's strange, isn't it, that probably the intended beater seems like the wrong beater at the moment.
Yeah, I think potentially for her using, keeping her heel hook or toe and then using the small foothold and then going to the yellow would have been better. But it's a decision to make on the spot, and because it's such a bad hold.
Yeah, there's nothing on it. There's no edge. There's no positivity. You just got to get as much skin on it as possible and try to hold that swing.
Because there's also the different kind of holds. They've got the same shape, but you've got the juggy style and then the really terrible sloper one. And if you're on the ground and you can't see fully the hold, you don't really know which one to expect.
And look how bad it is. And it's half in the sun still. The feet are so tricky as well. You've just got the screw-ons.
And the quadrific friction is also not as sticky as other volume holds.
How well do you know these? What do the athletes know these holds? Because there is differences between them. They're not all uniform, are they?
I think a lot of athletes are used to seeing all the holds that they can usually recognize which one is which. But as we said before, yeah, there are some that look very much alike, and it's just the jug style or the sloper style. And at that moment, it's kind of like, okay, well, am I gonna go for expecting a jug, or am I gonna go for expecting a sloper? And I would always expect the worst. So if you go too hard but squeeze hard, then and you land on the jug, you're like, oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
But if you expect a jug, you don't go hard enough, then you're like, oh.
Yeah, it's a game of cat and mouse sometimes with the route setters who will be trying to use holds the athletes haven't seen. So, Alexandra Totkova is on screen. She is one of my favorite athletes to watch climbing because she has a style that is so unique. She just doesn't always look like the smoothest, cleanest climber in the world, but man, has she got endurance. She does not let go. It's exciting to watch her. See how much fight she's got in her today. 5 her score at the moment. That will add up as she gets higher on the wall. Again, one of the shorter climbers, so it'll be interesting to see how she works out the section in the middle.
Yeah, now we've got mainly lead climbers coming out.
Yeah, the specialists.
The ones with infinity endurance.
Maxed out levels for them. Great shot of the crimp there with her right hand. Some of these angles being provided by a big crane that's situated in the audience, which follows the athletes up. See, this is the style. It's so snatchy the way she does it.
Yeah.
It's scary to watch, but it's so interesting. I literally get sweat. I have sweaty hands now watching her go.
Yeah, my hands are sweating so much.
Because you just think, oh my God, she's overcooked it. She's got it wrong.
It seems like she's going to fall off on every move, but doesn't.
And I say it, I've got to stop saying it, but I just find it interesting because you watch it and you think maybe she hasn't got this, or maybe something's wrong today.
Yeah, no, it's true. And then they top out and you're like, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Sasha, my teammate, is a bit like that. In the beginning of the route, he's always a bit unstable and steady, and you're like, oh no, this is going to be so bad. I hope it goes well, and he tops the route.
Yeah, Sasha Lehmann is a bit of a legend on the scene. He'll be out later, I think, for the Boulder.
Yes, so he's in Boulder semis. And in league semis.
Yeah, he's won here before, hasn't he, in the European Champs? I think, back in the day, maybe I got that wrong, I'll check.
I think, yeah.
I think he has. Yeah. We'll have a look. So Alexandra makes her way through the first hard moves.
She matched on top of that terrible pinch.
Watch this heel. It's likely to slip. It's whether she can control the swing. And belays are ready. They know this is the move.
There are also so many volumes in that section. You're like, okay, well, ooh, her foot does not slip. Nice.
Yeah, she had that heel locked in there. Still is.
She put her right foot out, putting pressure against the wall, meaning she would have less swing, and the heel would stay a lot more, would move less. So that might have helped a lot.
Yeah, that was really impressive. It's especially impressive considering how many athletes we've seen pop off that move.
Yeah.
That's her chalk bag she uses to re-chalk up mid-route. Good resting position. She almost looks like she's got that foot jammed in.
I think she's got a knee bar.
Yeah, she has got a knee, look.
Her knee's in there.
That's the first I've seen of that. Oh no, someone else had it as well actually, Chloe I think. Oh, and she goes for the jump!
Wow!
Ah, technique be damned, just leap. That was awesome. And now this is the move. Oh, gets her hand flicked! How is she still on?
That is so cool for her. Pulling loose on the next 3 moves.
She got all twisted up in the rope and still made it work.
And resting when she can.
What sequences from her. Gets a high heel, rocks up. That's Hannah Moyle's high point. Oh, she's into the lead on 27.
I wouldn't say she's got 27 yet if that's the yellow hold. Oh.
Yeah, we'll wait for score on this. Things might get tweaked, but what a performance. It's hard to know whether she just messed that up or did something brilliant, you know. It's like, I mean, what power to get through.
Yeah, no, that was really impressive. 3 cut loose on the 3 hottest moves of the route.
Can't wait to see the replays of that. Well, this is how it started. Eyes cupped against the sun as she checked out the sequences once more.
But once again, we can just tell by, oh wow, contact strength on point. And tension, shoulder tension.
Look, she fully got tangled up in that quick draw.
Oh, it's so cool for her.
Still made the move. Oh, I love watching her climb.
But we could see also afterwards how bad that sloper is at number 27 because she went up for it twice and just seemed like there was nothing to hold on to.
And she'd made that move a few times as well. Went up, came down, went up.
Ah, but there's actually a foothold on the right, so I would actually say you put your foothold to the right and go left hands.
Okay. So we'll wait.
Because the hold is turned in that direction.
Yeah, and that can make a big difference, can't it, in terms of body positioning?
Yeah, you're in the correct body position straight away.
That's how overhanging it is. That's a good shot to show it.
But she also didn't clip, so that would have been hard to continue afterwards.
Yeah, she was redlining, I think, at the top there, just pushing through, trying to get the points.
Trying to get as high as possible.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait to see what her score was, whether she's jumped over Hannah Moyle. But for now,
she has 26.1.
Okay, so 26.1 for her, so she'll be in second place. Okay, well, that was exciting. Semi-final kicks up a gear as we come into our final few athletes here. Luka Rakovic is out.
The overhang is slowly getting into the shade.
Yeah, no one breaching the head wall yet. Luka takes a long look up. She'll be trying to spot quick draws swinging, perhaps, trying to work out where the last athlete got to. Now, Luka has a flexibility that is impressive to watch, and she can find rests where there are no rests.
She's very good at heel hooking and crimping, and it's impressive what she can hold on to.
Let's see if she's in form today. Again, we didn't see her in as many finals as perhaps we did normally during the main season, but she made a few, making a lot of semi-finals, so she's continuing this form. And you can see how chalked up her hands is all the way down to the wrist. And that is liquid chalk that she'll have on as a base. And then she'll top it up with powdered chalk from the bag as she goes.
Yeah, liquid chalk kind of holds back the sweat a bit longer. And it's, yeah, what a lot of climbers do before heading out onto the boulders and onto the lead route.
Yeah, it's vital. We'll be doing the flappy hand dance backstage to try to dry that off.
The only difference in bouldering is that you can take the liquid chalk with you and liquid chalk as much as you like, although here you do it once before.
I wonder if there is a rule about taking liquid chalk up the wall. I'd quite like to see it at some point in a knee bar, someone doing it, just for the style points. So Luchka is into the shadow now. Biting the rope in order to pull it up. Good climber's trick, that. Let's see how she works this out. So that blocked hold, bumping the hand into it. Gets a heel straight away instead of the toe. Oof.
Relaxes a bit.
Foot shaking, a bit of nerves, and it was just the amount of pressure that she's having to put through it.
Yeah, and she's quite taped up on her right knee, which means heel hooks might be a bit uncomfortable for her right knee.
Oh, she does come undone.
She slipped, her heel hook slipped.
She went very low on that heel, tried to get a very high left.
Yeah, she heeled underneath the volume, but the volume there's not much to heel on to.
Yeah, she will be disappointed by that, and you can see looking down, trying to hold in the emotions. She'll be wanting to get off that stage as quick as she can. Let's see this again. Had the high heel, did look good.
And then here she heels.
Went for the double heel.
And wants to clip and
yeah, it just didn't quite look settled. Almost went for the clip before that heel was seated.
Yeah.
So
yeah, moving too fast is, if you feel too good and you're just moving too fast and thinking too fast, it can also go very wrong.
Yeah, she's the master of double heels usually. Not today for Luchka. That won't be enough for finals. But next up, another Slovenian athlete. Vita Lukin comes out. Full Terminator mode as she enters the curtain. Look at that, flicking it back. That was awesome. Yeah, she's one of those climbers who just gets herself in this zone, and then when she's there, she can just unleash herself on the wall.
Yeah, it's so nice to watch her climb too.
Yeah, she's got that thing you were talking about earlier, which is that flowy physicality, that dynamic pop between moves.
And she can really fight until the very end.
But as we've just seen, early slips can happen. 6 athletes to go now in our semi-final. Coming up to 10:30, 12 p.m. is the Boulder semi-final for the men. Powering up through the first part of the wall. You can see the clocks on the wall, the ones in green ticking down. That allows the audience to see, but there's also a clock pointing directly up. So it's flat on the floor so the athletes can look down and see the time if they need to know it.
I wonder actually how visible it actually is on the sun.
It's small as well, yeah.
A lot of climbers, I know a lot of climbers also take a timer with them. They like attach it to their quick draw and they start the timer when they're about to climb, so they don't need to look down, they just look on their harness and they have the time on their watch attached to them.
And what's the advantage over that, wearing it on the wrist, for example? Why would you?
Well, the wrist, I wouldn't wear it on the wrist because if you have to like palm a hold or something and go, it could block and
get in the way,
get in the way. So they have it on their harness and they just turn the watch a bit up and they don't need to turn their whole body around and look down and try to find the watch.
Well, we saw a shot just then of the timer flat, pointing back upwards, and that's what we were talking about. So Vita about halfway through this route. That's such a good insight, Sophia. I'm going to look for clocks on harnesses from now on. I've never noticed it before. So high left heel for Vita as she rocks up.
She canvas the move.
Oh, had a bit of a hesitation there.
She did Luchka method with the heel, but her heel didn't slip, luckily.
Oh, she's struggling with this. Trying to match that hole, but it's so awkward.
Yep. She just goes, dynamically nice. And lets go of it.
Possibly,
loosens up.
Yeah, maybe she read that with Luchka.
Yeah. You can usually see the team Beta.
Yeah, and you can sometimes see, and it's like watching a car crash in slow motion when an athlete misreads a Beta, and then you know the other athlete has read it with them, and you think, no.
Oh, wow, she doesn't have enough energy to go back down onto the pinch and chalk up.
Well, we said Vita is a fighter, and she's going to have to now. 3:27 on the clock.
Smart move there, toe hooking underneath her heel hook. So then there's like that counter pressure and less possibility of slipping.
Oh, slapping up with the left hand.
Manages to get the heel in.
Right, I reckon she's going to go for the launch into the slope. She hasn't clipped.
She hasn't clipped, yeah.
Oh, and that's going to leave her right in the danger zone in 7th position, 24.
Either way, if she did make that move, it would have been really hard to clip the quick draw beneath, so.
Yeah, she was burning out, I think.
It's in moments like these where the athlete feels that they're tired, and so they're like, okay, well, won't waste energy clipping, let's try the move.
Yeah, her score just got flicked up there, so she's now in 4th. She got the 0.1.
And there's 5 climbers left. So
that toe is awful. Sorry, I'm just watching that.
Oh, she wasn't high enough, unfortunately.
Okay, so she's now going to be nervously watching the scoreboard as we come into our final few.
So that hold looks quite good, but as we were saying, it's just completely overhang. It's a total overhang hold.
Yeah, it's body position as well. I think if it's set up wrong for it, it's impossible.
Yeah, so for a move like that, where the jump is very much to the right, you want to move your body as much as possible underneath the hold, so then you have a lot less swing, but you're also so reached out because the volume is so far left.
All right, next up is Hélène Gencourt from France. Up until last year, she competed, then she went into the route setting world, spent last year route setting with the IFSC, and then thought, you know what, I'm still here, I'm still at this level, I'm sending these routes I'm setting, and has now returned this year.
Let's head back onto it.
Yeah, to the comp scene.
Oh, it's super nice to see her back on the circuit.
Yeah, it's great, and I watched her in the qualies, she's looking good. So Hélène will get her semi-final underway. Looks back, checks the clock. Deep breath to start. And it must be a bit of an advantage, having spent a year at least, if not more, I can't actually remember how long she's been doing it for, but in that route setting world, that mentality, you're going to start to sort of understand the routes a bit better, perhaps.
Yeah, I think route setting can help a lot for an athlete in comps, because you have 2 different mindsets you can switch between. You have the athlete mindset where you're like, okay, I'm going to go for this method, but then you might also switch to the route setting mindset where you're like, okay, well, what was the route setter potentially thinking? I mean, you can also do that as an athlete in general, but with the experience of route setting and talking to other route setters and setting with different route setters, you have just like different experiences, and that can help quite a bit.
Yeah, more to draw on.
Yeah.
But of course, I suppose you could also overthink it.
Yeah, that's you don't want that either.
No. So it's interesting for her. She'll be thinking of none of this, of course. She'll just be climbing, but it's good for us to have a think about it.
Yeah, there's just one thing to do. It's just go with the flow and do what you do best and climb.
Yeah, flow state is something you hear a lot in climbing, when you're in that space where all you're doing is just climbing.
Yeah.
Nothing else is there. For some it comes easy, for others it's a rare occurrence. Thinking about myself here. So she gets her feet around, now gets the heels straight in. Seems to be the method, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, she clips with the crib. Will she crib the next? No.
Yeah, so doesn't clip low. Ooh, and gets an awkward heel in over the top of her hand. She's gonna have to clip now. Oh, watch that left.
She was shaking a bit. In moments like these, you expect them to come off, and they don't know, but she seems good.
Oh, no, she doesn't. That, so she heel hooks her own fingers. Look at the shake in that heel.
She clips. So, as I said before, she really put her right foot far out, which actually helps a lot more.
Right, look at that list of athletes all around that 24 hold.
So she doesn't want to forget the quick draw here.
No, and it's down to the left. Now she looks at it and realizes perhaps she should have clipped earlier.
Oh yeah, she's in such an uncomfortable position. Because she seems really, really good right now, so it's going to be unfortunate for her to do the move.
Yeah, and she goes for the point rather than the clip.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's impossible to clip in that position. You're going to have to do it before.
Well, you can just see she's so off balance. You try to get the heel in to steady herself to get that left hand off. Couldn't get the heel because it's a terrible heel hook. Fourth though, 24.1. So if you're just joining us, welcome to Munich. My name is Matt Groom and I'm here with Sophia Yokoyama, Swiss athlete, giving some expert commentary here from an athlete's perspective of what's happening on the stage, out on the route. Sophia, having competed earlier on during the qualifying, not making it through, but we get the advantage of her expertise here. Hélène looks up into the sun.
A nice slow-mo of her in the hard section. But she was very much to the right. She seemed very good, but unfortunately comes off on the hard move.
Yeah, tricky for her.
Where a lot of athletes have fallen off.
So that was the slow motion shot. She twists in. And waves to the crowd as she says goodbye. So that might be enough. We'll have to see. Final few now. 4 athletes left.
Second French climber out.
Yeah, Manon Healy, what a season she's having.
I believe she also came back from an injury recently, and she's doing super well this season, so it's really nice to see her in semis at the European Champs.
Yeah, she is back in action. Had a strong World Cup season so far, and let's see if she's peaked here in Munich. Reminds herself of the route, she's really in the zone. Had a controversial finals in Villars where she climbed twice, having got short roped.
Yeah, so that's also one of the discussions I had with teammates. It's like the belayers have a lot of pressure on really belaying because you can debate anything.
Yeah, and part of the coach's job is to spot these infringements and to put these appeals in. Look at that heel, fully turned down, toes towards the ground. Up with the left hand. You can see there how the rope runs through the quick draw. That's what keeps the climbers safe on the wall. Very vertical positioning from her. See how much chalk has come onto those holes. They were cleaned halfway through this. They're dirty again now.
And the crowd is so alive. It's so good to see.
It's great, isn't it? I mean, climbing is part of so many sports here in Munich, and it's fitted in beautifully. And I'm biased and I don't care, but we belong here, and it's great to see us on the big stage.
Yeah, and it's really in the town centre. Like,
yeah.
Anyone walking by will be like, oh, what's going on? Why not go check it out?
Exactly, yeah. Beach volleyball is to the, well, behind us in the stadium.
It's so huge.
So Manon Healy enters the cruxy moves now. 16 her score, 20th. And up there as our camera pans back, where the sun hits the volume, that's where she needs to get to, or around there, in order to get a finals place.
She seems to be quite comfortable right now, flipping early on.
So this is the heel move. And we've actually seen a few starting to avoid the heel, trying to get a toe in behind. Watch that heel.
Sticks, nice.
Moves quickly through it as well.
There's tip marks on the volumes so the athletes know where they should grab the hold. She hasn't bumped up to the thumb catch. Seems to work out.
Yeah, and then look, manages to get the left foot.
Keeps the toe hook, yep. And goes for the intermediate foothold.
So Helene rests. Sorry, Manon Healy rests. Look, that's the toe she got in, and we saw Helene Gencourt miss that, try to get a high heel where the volume gets less good.
She's a bit more than halfway through the route and halfway through her time. She's not even crimping it. She's using her little pinky and just like latching onto it. That's actually a really good way of holding the hold because it also takes less pressure from the forearms.
Because you're not putting so much through the fingers.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
It's more like of a hand position and
that was different. Very static into it. But
yep, she moved her foot right and she goes right hand onto it. And now flips, new high points.
So Manon Healy into the lead. That long quick draw right by her face, a good position to clip from. And now we're in uncharted territory.
Wow, she's doing so well. The theory behind clipping usually is the higher you are, the better. So then you don't need to like lose power in like bending your arm, but if you're in a good position to clip like she was, then it was good for her to clip the full. And now this is a bit of the zigzag part. And we get to these new, I've never seen these round holds which are just above her before. Hopefully she'll get to them.
Yeah, she goes to the tick marks. Look how bad the feet are through here. Oh, it was a foot bobble as she came down. But a high point for Manon Healy, way further than anyone else. 35 her score.
Well, that's a confirmed final for her.
So Manon Healy, we will see her tonight.
Yeah.
Well, this afternoon.
Yeah, she didn't have a lot of rest. Oh no.
She's got a few hours. I think it's the schedule's packed. I'll check it out. 4 o'clock, the women's lead final.
Okay, yeah, no, she's got quite time.
Well, what a
great fight.
So if you are watching not in Europe, that's 5 hours, 15 minutes time.
And that's also such a tension move. Like she's on a sloper and you want as little swing as possible on those kind of moves because it's just so bad and you're just full on tension in the shoulders and compressing at the same time and you have to move your feet.
Yeah, there's a lot, and those feet are small and in the sun and kind of awkwardly beneath you. It's hard to see them. Okay, well that is a new part of the wall. We've still got the head wall to come. When we say head wall, it's the more vertical part that comes out after the roof.
It does seem shorter than the usual ones because the roof is just so long, and I feel like Villar and Chamonix, well, Chamonix is a new wall, I didn't see it.
Yeah, Chamonix was long though, the head wall.
Yeah, so this one's really short, so the climbers have a lot more to climb in the overhang, and It's a lot more tiring. And
yeah, they enter the overhang almost immediately. I mean, the second draw is overhanging.
yeah.
So Jessica Pilz comes out, and what a veteran, what a legend Jessie is. Climbing in the Olympics, has won World Championships, and she would love to add a European gold to her collection.
Yeah, she's also a nice climber to watch. Very fluid.
She's probably had the worst run of luck I think I've ever seen for an athlete in the World Cup circuit this year. Just so close to making finals so many times, or foot slips, or things that went wrong.
Yeah, it's climbing, especially lead, is one of those sports where you really have only one attempt. And a foot slip, you really can't control a foot slip, so it's so horrible when it happens, and it happens every time.
Yeah, you just somehow have to put it behind you, and she did recently, and Rianne Son did well there, but Jessie looking in good shape as well. One of the athletes who had to train speed during the last Olympics. That's now changed to just be Boulder and lead for that combined.
She also did well during bouldering qualies.
So looking good.
Yeah, looking good for a combined result.
Yeah, and she's immediately into this overhang we're talking about. Look at the quick draws hanging down. That's an indication of how overhanging it is. And remember, we've had falls here. Look at the graphic. Georgia Tessio falling early. Van Essen as well. She took an early slip, so it is possible down there. But Jessie has that experience. You'll know, especially with timing, when to rest, when to go.
Yeah, I think really for that you just need to lead, climb, lead, climb, lead, climb, lead, climb. Understand also how your body works, if you can rest more or less. Like I said before, resting is important, but if you're a climber who can't really recuperate on holds, then you don't want to do it as much. Although if you're a good lead climber, you can recuperate on bad holds, then you can just rest anywhere.
Is that something you train in training, is resting on holds like that?
If you don't do it in training, you won't be able to do it in comps. So inevitably, you're going to have to do it in training.
Oh, so not only do you have to do endurance, you have to hang around on bad holds as well and shake out.
And shake out, yeah. When I was training a lot for lead, it was one of the things that my coach would say. It's like, get on those terrible holds and just shake out and stay in as long as you can. I'm like, but I'm not feeling any better. It's like, what's the matter?
Yeah, it's little gains, isn't it?
Her heel didn't come off.
Oh, but there was a slip.
Yeah, there's so many volumes here. It's on the spot. I guess it could be really hard to read because you don't really know where to position your hands and feet. You've also got the cover holds above the, what are they called?
Yeah, the bolt blockers. So the black holds you can see on the wall, they're dotted around. That's to prevent the athlete standing on the bolt. Oh, Jessie goes up, holds the jump. And then look down at her foot there, making sure she doesn't get too tangled up in the rope. Oh, up with the right hand.
She doesn't seem too good.
Oh. Jessie comes down, fourth at the moment.
But she does get the plus, so
it can bump her up a bit. So that could be enough.
So does that actually put Hannah in finals?
We'll have to see the scoreboard in a minute, but yeah.
Hannah's got 27, and that makes Jessie 21, and everyone else is below. And there's 2 climbers left.
Yeah, Hannah Moyle, there you go, third. As I've just seen the scoreboard.
Yeah, so Hannah Moyle is in finals.
So Team Germany gets an athlete into the finals in their home championships. Great to see. So cross through with the left foot. This was the Boulder move that she made look pretty good. It's body position, isn't it? You can see the differences when we watch so many athletes fall.
Yeah, you can see the 90 degrees that's with her arms, so she's really as underneath as a hold as possible, and then just gives enough power to then get to the hold.
So, should be finals for Jessie. Starting to take shape here. 2 athletes to go. Mia Krampel and Janja Garnbret, our last 2 out, both from Team Slovenia. And the crowd has grown here in the stadium. There's a real party atmosphere going on. There's a little seated grass area that everyone's having picnics. But the sun is beating down on them. And back there, I can only imagine the tension backstage in the shadows of the columns.
So there is a lot more shade now on the wall too.
Yeah, it's almost fully in. Even the top's starting to come in. Mia Krampel is out. Qualified in second place for this semi-final. Great performance during qualies for her. The athletes climbing 2 routes in qualification, just 1 in semi-finals and finals. Mia Krampel off the ground and underway.
Yeah, I feel like also lead now is becoming a lot more like a couple of boulders in a row that you need to get through with enough endurance. Although before it was just like pure endurance, but now it's a lot more physical.
Yeah, and we're also seeing boulders almost get longer sometimes, I think, especially with these new double zones for the combined that has to come in.
Yeah, that's going to be struggle to understand.
It is going to be interesting. We will be working it out as we go along later on in the week. So Mia Krampel is looking good at the moment. Low feet, straight arms as she rests. That's a good resting position with those arms like that. You don't want to be resting with bent arms necessarily, although some athletes do, and also when you get sort of at this level, resting positions change somewhat.
I guess that also depends on training, because a lot of people, like if you're one-arm hangboarding, a lot of people hangboard straight arm, and then a lot of people are really good at just staying at 90 or bent arm, and I find that amazing because it's so hard to keep your arms bent. So maybe depending on how good you are in that, that's also how you rest.
Yeah, and it's the differences between a sort of amateur resting position and a pro resting position is up there as well. It's one of those things I always get taught when I first started climbing. Straight arms, always straight arms, but it's not necessarily the case when you're at this level.
You've got to learn to really like let go and relax, but also at the same time not relax too much.
Yeah, keep the body tension. And she's deep into the overhang now. This is the move, this left. You can see it all chalked up, the yellow volume. There it is, the heel goes in. Now it needs to stay through this sequence. And it immediately went.
Yeah, she does lose it at the end, but she had the hold, so that's good for her.
Now get to toe, bumps up the hand onto the screw on with the thumb.
Okay, she put the toe hook into flip.
She's looking powerful in that position.
She's looking good.
Right.
Goes for the intermediate hold. And rests on it.
So she's using the foothold with the left. 24 her score, nearing a semi-finals position. And I think that's her in for her.
She looks also so fresh right now. But we get to the sloper parts, which is a bit harder, but she goes through it. Will she be able to clip?
High heels, looking comfortable in that awkward position. And now only Manon Healy has been this high on the wall.
She double clips in the same position.
Now there's a lot of climbing packed into the next few meters because she has to go to the left and then back to the right.
And then back to the left again onto the slopers.
2 minutes 44, so time will not be an issue. Oh, resting, look at that.
Yeah, just because the next part is less overhang doesn't mean it gets easier. Usually the holds get a lot worse. And body position-wise, you need to be a lot, it gets a lot harder.
Yeah, and she needs to start spotting these footholds now. You can see them leading off towards the right. Oh, rocks up on that crimp with the heel.
Brings her hips in with the heel, which is actually a smart move. And even was able to readjust a bit. Oh, yeah, that hold is so bad.
Yeah, it was body position, I think, more than anything that did for her there. But she's in the final, second place. Only Manon Healy above that.
Yeah, Manon was able to hold on to the move.
Mia looking almost disappointed. She won't. I mean, there is a big scoreboard, so I think she'll know she's in finals now as she looks up. Really looking really disappointed, but it was a great performance from her.
Yeah, it was. She climbed. Oh, her heel hook slipped a bit, but yeah, it's.
I think she had more in the tank.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She probably thought she could do much better or get a bit further, and so obviously in the end you still end a bit disappointed, but can be happy with your performance because she managed to qualify.
Yeah, she's through, so she will go away and rest. Do the magic the athletes do to recover between these intense climbs. She'll be back in action later on.
I find it really hard to, like, they've got semis now, finals tonight, but then you have a good 6-hour break in between, and having that little downtime, resting, and then having to warm up again and ready to go hard is just so hard to do.
Our final athlete walks onto the stage, a lady who's used to competing in front of thousands. She's an Olympic gold medalist. She's won everything there is to win, and she's on form this year in terms of lead climbing especially. Deciding not to compete in the Boulder season, apart from the first one, which she won. And she competed yesterday in the bouldering.
Bouldering now, yeah.
She told the crowd that she didn't know if she still had it for bouldering. I think she does.
She does.
So Janja Garnbret is underway. But she is not infallible. Slips can happen. Even Janja can make mistakes. So can she hold on through this tricky women's semi-final route? No one has topped out so far.
Yeah, because a lot of slips can happen here. We've seen a lot of them. And it can even happen to the best.
Yeah, and we've seen a bit of a different style from Janja this year. She's some of those sort of little flare moves, those little tweaks, those dynamic moves, she's cut down a bit, especially low. Climbing a bit more statically and safer.
Yeah, probably a bit safer just to be sure that she gets in and then gives it all.
Yeah, you can see almost the moment she knows she's past the high point, she just relaxes and the Janja Revolt comes back and she has that signature Janja flick move that we've seen so often. Right, let's see what she can do.
It must be hard mentally knowing that the crowd expects you to do so well.
And she feels pressure. Like I've chatted to her about this before. Like, you know, she knows the weight of expectation on her shoulders.
Yeah, especially for the Olympics, like everyone was expecting her to win. Everyone. And so just knowing that, the pressure is huge. And having to get over it, get through it, and do well was amazing to watch. Oh, she skips.
Doesn't need the high heel, just bump through it. Right, let's watch how Janja does this sequence. She's looking for the heel, making room for that heel with the fingers. Toes turned down.
So here she was resting with the heel hook, but she wants to be careful because that...
Ooh.
And she holds on.
Oh, that was a big slip.
Yeah.
I mean, we were close up on the camera, but that was a huge moment for Janja.
And she held on 2 hands with a big slip. But I guess that hold is good, but still, that was amazing from her.
Yeah, Janja will need now just to recompose herself. Underneath with the toe. Nervous. This is exciting. Crosses so statically though. This is what she's good at this. She's good at recomposing herself, and now she's into a finals position, so we will see her later on.
And she flips with the terrible slow curve.
That bumps Camilla Moroni out of the top 8. Eliska Adamovska is through. And now Janja nears the top. And I think, we were talking about Janja maybe relaxing. I think from the crowd's reaction, she probably knows now she's into safety, but she likes climbing last in finals.
I mean, she climbs last all the time, except
yeah, she's used to it, isn't it? It's like the natural position for it.
And she has largely enough time left.
Yeah, and she will use it. She's very good at timing. So Janja shaking out. Last climber out here in this semi-final. Drops down, drives the hips in and up.
She seems to be looking onto the volume already, but there are 2 crimps to the left before.
It seemed like she wanted to go for a big move up there. And it's blind because she's right underneath it. Sitting in third at the moment.
She really does seem to be eyeing the volume.
Oh, she does go all the way.
So she completely skips the 2 crimps.
I mean, that's instinct, isn't it? I mean, I know she would have read it, but to know that you can do that move.
I guess it also, she made that decision on the spot. She manages to do the move where Manon came off.
Reaches up and clips, and now that's the head wall, still in the sun. It gets more vertical up there.
She's in first place.
Oh, can we see a top from Janja? She topped the quali, but this is where she's starting to struggle. Look how bad the crimps are blocked.
The crimps are very small.
Out she goes, and then she will rock up, and she will get a moment to rest if she can pull through the roof here.
There are some screw-ons on the volumes.
Shakes out. Oh, rocking up. Pure power from Janja.
And now she's going to have to push over to the left. So much tension in the shoulders.
Ah, keeps it together. Now these holds on the left were driven in from Ukraine, especially made there in the last couple of days. A nice little touch, and Janja is working so hard.
Seems to be fighting hard here.
Breathing heavy as she's fighting the sun in her face.
And time, she's got 40 seconds left.
You can see the red bar creeping towards the right, indicating almost the end.
Oh, it's so nice watching her fight and not.
Oh, finally she comes down, but 44.0 her score. She qualifies for the finals in first position.
She did amazing.
That just mistiming the swing down as she falls. And look how hard she had to work through that. And she enjoyed that. She always says she wants a fight. She wants to be challenged.
Yeah, it's so nice to not see her top because she really then has to put on a fight. And we could tell by when she was at the top that she was fighting hard.
Yeah, she has a smile on her face. I think she enjoyed that. Can't undo the knot. She's just too pumped. And she takes a moment down on the front just to acknowledge the people watching. And then, yeah, finally undoes that knot. Well, let's see, shall we, the moment where she had an issue. This is it. So that heel slipped while she was resting, and she had to hold everything. This was the moment.
She's resting. She luckily has 2 hands on the hold once she slips on, because if she only had one, she would have unfortunately been off the wall.
So that was that sequence. That was her moment during the route, but she held it well and didn't really look bothered, just realized that she'd gone, had, as you said, 2 hands on the crimp.
Yeah.
Which is a horrible crimp, seeing that slow shot.
Yeah, no, it was really impressive what she did there.
She is being interviewed down at the front of the stage now. She's just said, finally a hard route. Oh, that was the foot. So Janja having to battle throughout that. A hard route for her, a challenge.
I mean, her foot did also slip. Her right foot, so maybe she could have topped out, but she still said she had to fight hard.
Yeah, look, that's not even a crimp. There's a bit of an edge to it, but not a lot. And they've been in the sun as well. A slopey crimp, yeah. The worst kind.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we are nearly to the end of our broadcast. I'm here with Sofia Yokoyama in the commentary box, and we have a packed schedule here today and tomorrow in terms of semi-finals and finals. Hopefully you guys can hear that. I'll shut up for a bit so we can hear Janja. go. Janja exits the stage, and that is confirmation of our leaderboard. Janja Gambra, Manon Healy, Mia Krampel, Jessica Piltz, Hannah Moyle, Alexandra Totkova, Yevgenia Kazbekova makes the final. She climbs so early on in the standings.
Yeah.
And Eliska Adamovska, our final 8. Vera fought for Camilla Moroni, pushed down 24.1 with the same score. That'll be due to count back. She gets bumped out. And then that is the rest of the women who haven't made it through to tonight's final. This afternoon's final, I should say. As we skip through the list. Sophia, that was exciting. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I really enjoyed these lead semis. I usually think it takes a lot of time and can get quite boring in the end, but this was actually fun to watch.
It really was, yeah. That was exciting all the way. Nice separation and interesting sequences for the athletes having to change their ways. As the crowd starts.
Now it's soon bouldering semis.
It is soon bouldering semis. Well, we will be returning in about an hour, 12 p.m. for the men's boulder final. You can see the semi-final. Sorry, semi-final. Not there yet. And you can see the holds being covered there to make sure that no one gets a sneaky look at them. We will return at 12 p.m. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back for more climbing action from Munich and the European Championships in about an hour. See you soon, everyone.
Problem beim Seilklettern insgesamt oder beim Schwierigkeitsklettern ist, dass es in den Armen irgendwann pumpig wird. Also das ist das Begrenzende eigentlich, weshalb man dann meistens fällt. Und um das zu vermeiden, sucht man sich Schüttelstellen, also Stellen, wo man die Arme ausschüttelt und vielleicht mal in den Schaubbeutel greift. Und dann kommen die Arme, eben die Unterarme wieder zur Entspannung und man kann...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the semi-final starts with Mattea Pötzi from Austria. in den Säulengang. Und dann München, muss es richtig abgehen. Hier ist
der Boulder Quali erfolgreich. Da geht es auch ins Halbfinale für sie. Und jetzt also das Halbfinale hier im Lead-Wettbewerb.
Jessica Pill. 3, 2, 1, 0. And the end of the inspection, please go. Dann muss es richtig abgehen. 3, 2, 1, 0. And the end of the inspection, please go back. Dann muss es richtig abgehen.
chegue a fazer o vai ser o piloto é troppo brutale, vedi che situazione. A questão troppo nervosa, insomma, non è più
So, und da sind wir wieder zurück. Ich habe gesehen, es sind noch eine ganze Menge Wein essen. Da sind wir noch unterwegs zu trinken. Das ist ganz wichtig. Wir machen halt wieder gemeinsam zu trinken. Das ist natürlich den Tag cool. Und wir wollen, dass ihr alle dabei seid, wenn es dann heute Abend um die Finals geht. Beim Boulder, da wird jetzt gleich die Halbfinale geklärt bei den Männern. Und an die kleinen Frauen, und wir haben ja schon unfassbar Leistungen gesehen, die da mal wissen, einige sind vielleicht jetzt gekommen, gehen raus und welche das kann. Wir zeigen mal ein paar andere Bilder hier vom Lied heute Morgen bei den Frauen. Halbfinale. Super mit einer deutschen Anna Moll, die dabei ist im Finale. Wunderbare Bilder. Anna Moll, wie sie da hin und gelacht hat. Und am Ende mit einem Riesenergebnis. Da sehen wir nochmal das Ergebnis des Halbfinals bei den Frauen. Sie haben ja gemacht. Eine große Überraschung. Die ist dabei, Pilz. Und Anna Moll war die 5. Beste heute. Die letzte, die es geschafft hat, haben wir auch noch angezeigt, die heute Abend dabei ist. 8 werden dann ab 16 Uhr hier im Finale klettern. Eliska Adamowska aus der Tschechischen Republik. Die hat es auch geschafft. So, wir kommen aber jetzt zum Bouldern. Langsam, aber sicher. Es geht los in genau 12 Minuten. Es gibt eine gemeinsame Observierung der verschiedenen Boulder, wie das vorhin eben bei der Windstrecke war. Die sind in der Isolation eine Stunde vorher wurden die Kletterer eingesperrt, im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes. Die werden am meisten hierher hinter die Bühne gebracht und dann werden sie hier vorgerufen mit diesen wunderbaren Säulengang, kommen dann raus und werden dann eben hier viele Boulder zu klettern haben 5 Minuten Zeit. Wir kriegen da mal ein paar wunderbare Bilder, die zeigen, wie das Ganze hier gelaufen ist in der Qualifikation unter anderem. Sehen wir, das ist ein bisschen gemischt mit der Qualifikation und den Bouldern, wie bei den Männern vor 2 Tagen am Donnerstag, dann sind wir eingestiegen in die European Championship. So, wir gehen mal rüber Richtung Preis so ein bisschen. Also hier müssen wir, oder auf die, wir gehen für die Speedrun, glaube ich. Das wird auch okay sein, also wenn wir im Fernsehen sind. Wir gehen für die Speedrun, das ist mal, glaube ich, auf der sicheren Seite. Der Speed wird erst am Montag geklettert, also müssen wir uns keine Sorgen machen. Hier stehen wir ganz gut vor der Speedrun. Ja, in etwa 10 Minuten geht's los und Juliane Wurm, die schaut jetzt mit auf die Schlacht, die ganze Musee. Jule oben auf den Rekorderplatz, unsere Weltmeisterin von 2014 in Boulder. Erstens, wie sieht das hier für dich aus? Zweitens, wer sind deine Favoriten?
Sehr spannend sieht es aus. Ich habe mir die Boulder gerade aus der Nähe angeguckt und mich ein bisschen mit den Rückbauern gesprochen. Also wir fangen ja ganz rechts an der Wand an, mit den eher technischen Bouldern und gehen dann aber von rechts nach links fort. Gehen dann erstmal durch den Steinschnell, wo 2 sektorige Boulder sind. Der dritte, glaube ich, so ein bisschen Risikobereich da auch haben. Und dann kommen wir zu einem 4. koordinativen Boulder. Und zu meinen Favoriten, Janik Frey natürlich, der deutsche Athlet, der auch dieses Jahr sogar schon Weltcup gewonnen hat. Adam Amra, der Favorit wahrscheinlich wieder. Und Neshti Scheik, der französische Youngster, der auch dieses Jahr schon das Podium bei Weltcups klettern konnte.
Gehen wir mal ganz kurz zurück, das Reglement. Es sind 20 Athleten, es sind 2 Gruppen am Donnerstag.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Munich for the European Championships 2022. Earlier on this morning, we had the women's lead semi-final, and now, well, it's the turn of the men on the Boulder semi-final, which is taking place on that wall there in the front of the stage. My name is Matt Groom, and in a couple of minutes, I'm going to be joined by Molly Thompson-Smith, who is literally just come off the lead wall from her semi-finals. So as you can understand, she's having a few minutes to compose herself, and then she'll be with me in the commentary box. So if you're new to competition climbing, we'll be taking you through all the rules, and if you're an old hand, well, you know the score by now, but bear with us while we introduce some new people to our sport. 20 athletes have made it through to this stage, and we're looking for just 6 to make it through into the men's final that will take place later on this evening at 5 p.m. The crowd has been coming in all morning, and you can see there, underneath the blazing hot sun, beating down on them. That's an absolute necessity here this afternoon. We're coming up to 12 p.m. Central European time. Minutes away from starting this men's semi-final, which will be an action-packed round. Very different from the lead, if you've been watching it from the beginning. Different style of climbing, different routes. 4 athletes will be in action at the same time on the wall. And the heat did play a big part in the women's lead semi-finals. The bottom of the wall in the direct sunshine, slowly slipping into the shadows and cooling off for the athletes who climbed later on. But Molly especially, she just told me it was really hot out there. Luckily, the men's boulder wall is in the shade, as you can see, the roof protecting them. And 4 boulders are on offer here this afternoon. They look tricky. Fairly small comp wall compared to what we're used to in some of the World Cups. The action for bouldering being split over 2 walls for the qualifying, which allows the athletes and the route setters to get everything ready for the next round rather than trying to do it all on the same wall, so that is helpful. The atmosphere in Munich this week has been electric. So good to see climbing as part of a multi-sport event. Throughout the city, there's sport going on whenever you look. And the climbing stadium is right in the heart of things. You can see those beautiful historic buildings in the background. And the athletes get to wait in the shadowed area with those columns before coming out into the stadium through the curtains and facing that crowd and you watching at home. It's an intense week of competition. This weekend, action-packed all through Saturday and Sunday. Monday we have the speed comp, the speed wall on the left of your screen there. The fastest athletes in the world will be competing on that. We wind down towards the end of the week. Wednesday, Thursday is the combined final. Just 8 athletes for men and women making it through to that, and it is the Olympic format, so a chance to see how things might work for the Olympics in Paris 2024. There's a new scoring system on offer here, new rules, and we're in that teething phase. You can see the temperature and the humidity down the bottom. I definitely think it's hotter than 23. Certainly feels it. Maybe 23 in the shade. Well, let's have a look at our boulder wall, shall we? There it is on your screen. And the rules in boulder is simple. You have to get to the top of that 4.5 meter wall without falling off. If you do fall, well, there's a big pad underneath to catch you. We expect some spectacular action from that. There's a zone and a top along the way. The zone, the first scoring opportunity for the athletes, and the top, well, that's where they finish, and that's where the highest score is gained. And of course, we'll be chatting through all of those rules as we go. But for now, we have a couple of minutes as the tension builds here in the stadium. The crowds coming from the right of the stadium where the lead wall was, over to the left where the bouldering takes place. And there is our crowd, you can see the grandstand surrounding it and then packing into that open space, and that is boulder number 1. Coordination moves, triceps are in action. You have to push and pull your way up. and then a balancy position towards the top of the wall, making things pretty difficult for the men. That's the zone in the middle, that's the first scoring, and then the top, which you have to match with both hands in a controlled position in order to get that top awarded. It's going to be an exciting comp, 4 boulders, 20 men. And as you can hear in the background as the music starts to ramp up, we are seconds away as the DJ gets going. And joining me in the commentary box is Molly Thompson-Smith from Team GB. Molly, first of all, I can't believe you're here. You've just been climbing. You've got to be exhausted.
No, I just couldn't get enough. Had to come back and be involved again.
Awesome. Well, it's lovely to have you back. I'm so sorry you didn't make it through into tonight's final. There was a lot of people cheering for you at home. You can't be too disappointed though. You've got bouldering coming up tomorrow, right?
No boulder
you
for
didn't
me
make
tomorrow.
it.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
That's it. So it's the end of Munich for me, probably. But there's still so much going on, and honestly, climbing in front of that crowd in semis was one of my favorite comp memories already.
I feel like I put my foot in it there. I was
Don't worry.
expecting you to come back for
It's
the semis.
okay.
Well, look, your loss is our gain because we get your expertise, and we're looking at some of these boulders here. Now, immediately, something I've noticed here is that black line is very tight. It's a small wall, and the boulders are quite close together, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They've had to fit. I guess having only one wall for all the boulders, they're quite compact. Yeah, for qualification we had 2 boulder walls, so there was a little bit more room, but still squeezing in quite a lot of boulders on not that much space.
Absolutely. Well, that is men's 4. That will finish things off. And it's coordination, run and jump onto that one. Our commentary box is on the left underneath those lights, which seem a little bit unnecessary to be shining out. And Molly, how hot is it out there in the stadium?
It is very hot. I think most of the athletes are actually chilling in the athlete lounge, which feels like quite a privilege. That's new for us.
It is. I'm not allowed in there. I got refused the other day, I know. Turned away.
No. It's all right. You're only missing out on coffee and snacks.
That's what I need, I tell you. Well, that is our started list. And your teammate, Jim Pope, he's down as James, but he pretty much prefers Jim, I think.
Yeah, he goes by Jim.
He did well there today.
He's had a fantastic couple of days. He only entered European Cups in the bouldering this year and just came out and absolutely smashed it in qualification the other day, through to both semi-finals, which is super cool. As for Hamish as well.
Oh, yeah, and Hamish, I mean, what a lead season he's had. Made finals twice now,
Yes,
I think.
yeah, twice. Yeah, there's definitely such a bright future for us, and it's so exciting. I feel a bit old, which is ridiculous because I'm only 24, but it's so exciting to see Max and Hamish coming through, and Jim still, you know, keeping up with the kids.
It's funny because I've been watching you guys climb up. Jim certainly since he was 12.
Yeah.
And it's strange that you guys are now the veterans of the team.
Absolutely mental, I know.
Well, we're a couple of minutes away, we think. Everyone seems to be revving up down there. The camera guys are looking active. The crowd is ready. And Molly, look, we have an audience watching this who some of them know climbing and some of them don't. It's new to them. So we'll be going through all the rules along the way. And of course, you're such a good boulderer that you'll be able to explain things for us. And Luca Pottinger is out first of all. Into the auditorium. And he waits backstage. And
DJ doing his best to get the crowd going. I don't think he needs to do much work, to be honest.
No, they're all following him along. But what's that moment like when you're just by that curtain waiting to go out? What are you feeling in those seconds?
Pure excitement, nervousness, it kind of all bubbles. And then someone's like, okay, now you can go. And you like break concentration for a little second.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying the shots, watching you guys come through from the backstage area, which looks quite cool and quite chilled and relaxed.
It's amazing to have a cool zone in a bit, like, I don't even know if I can call it a building. It feels so much more than that. But yeah, it's quite new having the camera follow you the whole way out, but I think it's quite cool. You get to see a little bit more into the athlete, whether they're smiley or stone cold, a little bit more personality comes through.
Well, here is Luca Pottinger, and he is about to get underway. So the starting position is indicated by the blue lines on the wall. You've got to have a limb on each one of them, and you've got to be in a controlled position as well. And it's pressing tricep moves here in order to get stood up.
Yeah, this will be Luca's third day on as well, having done pretty well in lead yesterday, as well as making the semi-finals in Boulder today.
Now, things start off nice and chilled out here. There's only one athlete at a time on stage, but by the end of it, or by the middle of it, we'll have 4 taking all climbing at the same time, and then by the end of it, it calms down again and we come to our final athlete out there by themselves. And looking at the list of people who've qualified, Manu Cornu has qualified in first position, and it's like
impressive. He
yeah.
just had an injury, and this is his return, his comeback from injury. I think he even missed the last stages of the World Cup Tour for Boulder, and he seems stronger than ever, which is really cool.
Yeah, really. I mean, if we look at the top, we've got Manu Cornu, Jörn Kruder, Jakob Schuver. It's
I
like
know,
some
it's kind of like an
legends.
old school revival
I love
amongst
it.
so many young names, which is also very cool.
Yeah, it's a real mix. Mejdi Schalk, he's back in the running. Took some time away. Yannick Floe is looking so strong as well. So
A good qualification for Christoph too. The Germans will be well psyched for that.
yeah, Team Germany, Hannah Moyle getting through into the finals for the women's lead earlier. And we watch Luca there, just not quite getting around onto that crimp. 3 minutes on the clock, and the clock is far more important in Boulder than it is in lead. We don't see many timeouts in lead, but Boulder, it happens all the time.
Yeah, often I have one really good go, and then I look at the clock and there's not really enough time to have another good go. So it's all about problem solving as efficiently, as quickly as possible. And I guess the quicker you find out the right method, the less skin you lose, the less fatigued you are. So it really is a race against the clock.
And of course the scoreboard, because you get a minus 0.1 every attempt you have. It's a new system from, if you watch World Cups, we have a sort of a different scoring system, and this is more what will be used in the Olympics. It's decimal. And Luca takes a long moment to check out the moves here.
It can be really hard when you're trying the same move over and over again to do I change method? Do I stick with it? And especially for Luca, his preferred discipline is lead, I believe. So it'll be a question of how much skin am I willing to sacrifice for this boulder, because the competition is far from over for him.
Yeah, that's very true. He'll be competing tomorrow for the men's lead. Coordination move, this. So you have to get all of your limbs working at the same time in the right direction whilst going up. It's way harder than it sounds or looks.
Looks simple, definitely not.
Really not. If you're just joining us, welcome to the men's Boulder semi-final. I'm Matt Groom, and I'm joined by Molly Thompson-Smith in the commentary box, who will also, I think, be joining me for the lead women's as well.
Hopefully, I'd love to.
Yeah. It'll be later on this evening, 4 o'clock, I think. Yeah, 4 o'clock, Central European time.
Big day for the athletes, even bigger day for the coaches today.
Yes.
And for yourself.
Just chatting about climbing. Lack of food is tricky, but I'll work it out. I've got packed lunches on the way. So, Luca has yet to get a zone or a top. You can see the bars on the bottom left. That will fully fill up for a top. We'll go halfway for a zone. 25 points for a top, 6 points for a zone.
Oh, just missed that hold there. It's probably quite blind for Luca, with the hole being on the other side of the volume. And when everything's moving so quickly, it makes it even harder to be accurate.
Seeing so many of these athletes taped up at the moment. Almost every woman who came out had some kind of tape on someplace.
Definitely. I went through one of my fingertips yesterday in Boulder. I warmed up in completely taped fingertips.
The warm-up wall seems to be a bit lethal at the moment. Laura Rogero getting a finger injury during warm-up.
Really unfortunate, that.
She missed out climbing this morning.
Last go for Luca.
Yeah, 15 seconds, 14 seconds. That red bar fills up, indicating the time is almost done. And that will be it for him. So a slow start to this men's comp, but we don't want to see top straight away. And remember, bouldering is way different from lead, where it's a gradual burn up the route. This is all about short, intense moves. He says goodbye. Sam Avazu is up next. And Sam in Chamonix especially was so impressive on the leaderboard.
One of the young French stars coming through.
What is happening to Team France?
I don't know, but they're doing something right.
They really are, aren't they? Well, not out of nowhere. They've been building for a while, but they're really impressive this year.
Yeah, so much depth in the younger athletes, especially.
Manuel Healy doing well early and making it through into the finals. So Sam now has a look up. See if he can work this sequence out.
I think the French are particularly good at these coordination moves. They have a pretty good facility in Veron where they change boulders every day, I think, and work with coaches on this. So hopefully he can show us how it's done. Oh, that was a pretty good first go.
It was close, wasn't it? And coordination moves, it is about, it's usually you don't get it first go. You need to try it a few times and work out the body position.
Yeah, a lot of people have a tester go, we call it, where you kind of like, oh, that was close. Feel out the space, see how far you need to go, how much you need to give it. And then after that tester go, you've got a good idea of where to focus your energies on.
Let's see if Sam's unlocked the muscle memories for this. Had a few goes now. No scores at all in the first couple of athletes coming through.
Just missing that right foot. It looks quite high. Everyone's foot seems to hit just beneath the point of the volume, so hopefully he'll make a small adjustment and we'll see the foot land perfectly.
So Sam twitching on stage, looking excited to get going. 3 minutes 15 on the clock. Oh, that was closer every time.
It's always so good watching the athletes' faces when they fall off. You see the, oh, I've got it. I know how it works, or the, this isn't quite working how I'm expecting it to. So I always enjoy watching people, like, as soon as they have a go.
Sounds like you want to be a coach here, Bolly.
Maybe one day. Okay. Nice.
Bringing that left foot all the way around, touch off the wall to steady himself.
First zone.
Yeah, so 3 points for the zone, not 6. And then working his way up the corner of this boulder.
It must be a tricky top, only being 2 moves from the zone.
So he's got the crimp with the left hand. He's got to touch the volume with the right hand. Because although those holds are touching, you do need to touch the black volume. That's the one the top is indicated.
Yeah, 2 hands in control. It's not over till it's over when it comes to bouldering.
And how do you define control? Because my control is probably different.
Do you know what? When you're on the wall, you're like, I was there for about 15 seconds, and then you look at a video and you're there for like 2 or something. So it's really hard to make sure, especially in tricky positions like that where you have to keep so much tension. I think you just have to wait a little bit longer than you think is acceptable. I think the judge usually holds up a clipboard, but in a position like that, it's quite hard to turn around and have a look.
Yeah, of course. And you do see that sometimes. They'll turn and have a little look if they can. But yeah, you're right. I suppose the longer you stay, the better. You'll guarantee it.
Yeah. Don't want to have to climb a boulder again.
Yeah. Manu Cornu, who will be out last, is no stranger to falling off the final move when he's got it. So Sam has the zone, he knows the beater now, and I suppose it's a case of resting and preparing himself for the send go.
Definitely, he'll be taking his time now, probably going for, this is going to be a top go, so not really leaving much time on the clock.
You can see him running it down. That's the hard hold.
It's not great.
No, it's not, and it will be sweaty in the sun as well. Boulder wall is in the shade, which is different from the lead wall, which was just baking all day, all morning.
Oh, got it dialed now.
That flick kick is so cool, run back.
Okay. Is he going to change method or just squeeze harder?
Yeah, looks like he was going to get his shoulder involved in there, pushing against it. But what is he holding on to? Is there something? No, it's just a flat hold, so he's palming underneath.
I think this is what the reset is. Nice. You can even hear the scream.
So that is our first top, 24.5. So it's 25 for a top, minus his attempts, leaving us with 24.5. Yeah, he did so well to unlock that move, and once he got it, didn't let it go again.
I think it's also super impressive when once you stick a move like that requires so much coordination, to then be able to repeat it straight away. Like, that's a skill that I'm sure a lot of these athletes will practice at home. There's a rule when I train with my coach, once I do a coordination move once, I then have to do it 3 times in a row afterwards without falling.
Wow.
And here he is, Mr. James Pope.
There he is. I was filming with him up on Chamonix's highest 8A just after the Chamonix World Cup. And it was so good to watch because Jim, to me, is an outdoor climber who dabbles in indoors. And I know that's not the case, but that's in my head.
I mean, I think a lot of people would agree with that. He is such an all-rounded climber. He goes out and does very scary things on the grit. He's probably, he's a great trad climber. He boulders, he sport climbs, he dabbles in comps, and he puts up loads of first ascents in the UK. So he is a very special climber in the UK.
Yeah, he is a proper climber. Hopefully I won't get in trouble for that. So Jim is getting going. And now we've got two athletes at once. Luca is back in action on men's 2. And you can see how things go now as our split screen flicks in. So hopefully you won't miss any of the action.
Quite an impressive move on this men's boulder 2.
Yeah, men's boulder 2 is no feet, and it's the lack of feet that make it difficult for them, and a big iron cross in the middle somewhere. So you train with Jim. Does he enjoy these coordination moves?
Do you know what? He's secretly very good at them. He puts a lot of time into working on these moves, and he does a lot of route setting as well in Sheffield. And I think when he sets, he tries to set things like this for us to work on. We do a lot of our own setting in the UK, the team athletes. But yeah, I'd say maybe not his best skill, but he is pretty handy.
Yeah, and he came pretty close to that one. Luca, meanwhile, had the iron cross in facing the audience, and then look at that 2-finger pocket. And he's nearing the top now. He's into the zone with the right hand. That will be awarded. Crosses through, and this could be Luca's first top.
Squeezing hard on these volumes.
Keep an eye on Jim as well. Oh, Luca drops the top, and Jim just had to come back and down with the left.
That go will have taken quite a bit of energy from Luca, but luckily he's still got plenty of time left on the clock.
People are going to be watching that 2-finger pocket move and think that is impossible. How do you train for something like that? How do you get good at moves?
I think exposure is helpful, but also training it in a pretty controlled environment, so on a fingerboard or just doing some hangs on pockets. But they're very intense handholds. And I can imagine to non-climbers in particular, it's like, what is going on there?
Yeah, Sam getting his back 2 fingers in there. Dropped the last couple of sequences. And then Jim gets himself up to jump. This is a replay. And pinged off that crimp.
Luca taking a little breather, sat on the mats.
Yeah, timing is so important. I mean, it's important in lead, and we watch athletes resting on the wall, but the difference is these guys get a proper rest. They're not climbing, and timing that is important.
Yeah, it's 2 different mental focuses, I think. In lead, you've got to stay focused, really focused for 6 minutes. And then in Boulder, it's harder to stay focused because you have to stay focused for 45 minutes or the entire length of the round, especially when it's not going your way and you've kind of got to bring it back mentally.
So no score for Jim Pope at the moment. Neither for Luca, although he has got that 3 points for the zone. And it's indicated on the left of your screen.
Just lacking a little bit of squeeze and power.
Maybe burning out a little bit as you come up to the last minute.
Jim just checking out his skin, seeing what the damage is.
Yeah, we were chatting about skin earlier. We always chat about skin, but it is important.
It's such a massive part of climbing, and like I don't think there's any other sports where something like skin is so important. Maybe in gymnastics, but sometimes I can't train because my skin is so bad. Or I was contemplating warming up in gloves today to save some skin. I bought some grippy gloves.
I've never heard that before.
Really, Hamish does that quite a lot. It looks weird, but it must work.
Does it not make you sweat more?
These are like workman's extra grip gloves.
Okay. I feel there's a hole in the climbing market here for a product.
Maybe it's weird now, but just you wait. Next year, everyone will be wearing them. Okay, no zone for Jim, unfortunately.
Yeah, so popping off with that right hand as he kicks his leg through.
I guess he was a bit more front on than Sam was. Sam kind of tensed up as soon as he hit the hold and then relaxed so his back leg could flag through, and I think that's a really important skill in these coordination moves. It's being tight when you have to be tight, but then relaxing as well at the same time.
Yeah, keeping that flow going. Julien Clemence from Switzerland begins his competition. Sophia was my commentator during the women's lead. I know she'll be down at the front screaming. As Julien takes just a moment to read these. Remember, this is on site, so these athletes have not seen this climb.
Sam making moves, going a bit more dynamically and using momentum a bit more than Luca.
Oh, bringing that right foot up is so awkward. Campuses through eventually, no feet.
Big four.
I love it when this happens, so the athlete wrapping their leg over. That's happening more and more in comps.
Sam looks like a bit of a master of movement. He learns so quickly.
Oh, Tetra-style fall though, back down to the ground. Yeah, we know it is no feet through that middle section on men's 2, and yet he tried to bring the right foot up, thought better of it, dropped it down. It looked easier without.
Yeah, I think what was important here was that he tried something, realized it didn't work, and then committed to something else almost straight away, conserving energy and just full commitment is always the best way, especially with bouldering.
Yeah, just trying hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
That try hard factor. There's a packed crowd here in the stadium now. It's a bit slow this morning, a bit early, I think, for a few people. Now, as we come up to 12:15, it's nice to see everyone here having some lunch down in the stadium.
An earlier start than the qualification days. I think we started at midday and 1 o'clock.
That was a luxury, that, wasn't it?
I know, it felt so strange having breakfast at like 9 o'clock in the morning, but today felt like it was a rude awakening.
Yeah.
A 6:30, a 6 o'clock alarm. I was like, back to what comps usually are like.
I don't know how you guys do it. I don't want to try that hard in the morning, I really don't. So Sam Abazu is currently in the lead, 27.5. So he's the only one with the top. Luca after that with the zone. That's the score of 3. That minus 0.1 only really counting when you get the top.
Oh, very close from Julien. He is opting to already like pre-place his left hand on the sloper, which maybe is a better way. I guess it takes out one element of the coordination.
Yeah, maybe it leaves him in a slightly awkward position coming through by doing that. Let's see if it works. That's the pre-place Molly was saying.
I guess looks like he's trying to generate or having to generate a lot more from his legs and really get over that hand.
So interesting stuff as we are 2 minutes to go on this round before we get another rotation. So you see Sam on the right just swinging his arm, trying to get some of that pump out.
Yeah, really waiting out the clock. I think he's going for the send go.
Yeah, it was his tactic on Boulder 1.
That's true.
Hard to see what he's holding on to there. There is a hold behind that volume. And that was the figure 4 move where he wrapped his leg over. It's an ice climbing move originally. Allows you to get a bit of extra height. It is genuinely that loud in the stadium, by the way. If you're thinking it's our mics, it's absolutely pumping out the music. Sam still waiting on the right.
Less than a minute to go, and he's on the roll.
So he has to generate the swing here. There's no feet. Into this iron cross move, drops down way smoother from him.
Yeah, he knows the method now.
He's got to be careful with his left foot, though. There's black tape there indicating the edge of the wall. This is where the men's really steps up. His final sequence of slopers.
Interesting, he tried a different method. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and he's probably not got enough time to have another go. No, he's leaving that boulder.
So Sam's out, Julien's out. Let's see some replays of this. dropping down. How he's still on the wall, I don't know. And then into that figure four. Reaching up, just gives you a bit of height, takes some pressure off. And misses the sloper there.
Out next we have our Olympic champion, Alberto, who's returning to the competition scene after a bit of a break due to a finger injury.
Yeah, he's had a few niggles, hasn't he? And there he is on the right, coming out. Yeah, so our Olympic champion. We watch Janja, who's also an Olympic champion, climbing earlier, and that's our second one competing here today. Nice to see Team Spain being represented. They've got a lot of good speed climbers, and they'll be climbing on Monday. And then Jim is going to be going with a no feet move.
Yeah, just doing a little dance on the mats, figuring out which way he needs to face.
Right, well that's our split screen, so you should be able to see all of the action. We're not in control of that. Our directors are making those decisions. And we can see there's 3 climbers, and Alberto is on the top left and in the centre of the screen.
Jim looking pretty at home on the no-foot climbing.
Yeah, he's a muscly old climber, isn't he? He can power his way through.
Pretty athletic.
Look at that, into the 2-finger pocket. And he's got heel wrapped in underneath as well.
Let's see what he makes of the top.
Looking solid on the first slope, adjusts the left hand. Trying to get a knee into play,
Oh,
does.
very nice. He's such a technical climber, Jim. And very good on volume, so.
Oh, the heel and the knee. But he's got to be precise on this left toe.
Yeah, can't stop thinking now.
Come on. He's far to the right. He's got to come all the way left.
I reckon that was his costly skin go. He's already looking at his hands as he came down from the top.
Yeah, looks straight towards his hands. So we get a chance to see Boulder 3 as well, where Luca is in action.
Another power coordination move over here, having to time catching that left undercut with a foot plant at the same time, and in quite a small space actually.
Yeah, it is tight. I thought they were going to split it between both walls, but I guess they're setting up for the women's boulder at some point on the left.
Oh, that's true. And they're identical, those walls, aren't they? Or not quite? Oh, not quite. The middle bit looks the same.
Yeah, I saw Jakob Schubert complaining that there was too many slabs going on in it.
I mean, there's quite a lot of beef on the wall right now, but...
That's what I thought. It looks pretty overhanging to me in sections.
Alberto catches that coordination move and is into the zone.
Yeah, and onto the scoreboard for Alberto. He's top left of your screen. There he is, centre now as he comes into the blue volume. One move away. We know this is a pressy sequence. So left palm is, wow! Foot pop on a hand slip.
That's a boulder where you really can't stop squeezing until you're on the floor again.
Alberto did well during the Olympics using that 3-discipline combined system we had back then. Big toe catch in this climb.
Luca looking like he gave it everything then, including all of his skin.
So this is Alberto, locked in the right hand. He flicked that leg around as well. And Luca has gone, he's finished. So yeah, Skin maybe calling it a day really early, 1 minute 15.
Yeah, still over a minute on the clock. That's kind of not a brave move, but I think you can get sucked into feeling like you have to stay out on the stage and try until the very end. So probably very good tactics from Luca, knowing that, or believing that he might not get to the top, and so it's worth just conserving energy and skin for the last boulder and the lead round tomorrow.
And he's got one more boulder to go, yeah, as you said. So Jim looking like he's burning out a little bit on that move.
And also calling it.
Jim, he's on the scoreboard on 3. Alberto, the only athlete left out now.
Just struggling to do that move again.
Some pretty big names coming out soon. Adam Ondra, Alex Magos qualifying fairly low down the order, better in lead.
And he sticks it this time. Let's see if he can squeeze his way to the top.
Yeah, he hasn't got long on the clock either. 12 seconds. He's going to have to be quick, and it's not a good move to be quick on. Presses out with the palm, slaps into it. It's only going to be a zone for him. So Alberto leaves backstage, looking a bit annoyed. He needed a couple more seconds. I think he might have got that.
There we go, seeing that trailing leg going all the way around.
So interesting. In the last couple of years, we've really seen athletes kind of work on those style moves where you're using your body to balance itself.
Yeah, and that just takes a lot of time on task, basically. Repetition. And they're becoming more and more common and popular in comps, so it's definitely worth putting the time into it.
Sasha Lehmann is out from Switzerland.
2 Swiss athletes on the wall.
I think he's got his right arm presumably taped up for a cut there.
Yeah, no blood allowed when you're climbing.
Yeah, and especially in bouldering, that really becomes quite a factor.
Definitely becomes an issue. Taking time to basically bandage up your cuts and tape up skin that's bleeding. So it's good to come out basically sorted already.
Now this is the toe on men's 3, which is difficult to unlock.
It looks like you're going to have to release that toe hook and take all of your weight on that right hand side pull undercut. Again, another really physical move.
Yeah, a lot of tension required for that one. And Julian's doing well. He's also, well, he almost had a fig 4. I thought he had, but into the zone with the undercling with a pinch.
Looks like getting to the zone is reasonable on these boulders, and then it's not over after that. It's like another hard boulder on top.
I like that, reasonable.
Reasonable. Conceivable.
Yeah. Maybe not for mere mortals.
No, maybe not for me either.
Yeah. So, Sasha Lehmann, Julien Clements, and Sam Avezou. That's our 3. We'll be having 4 at some point. Oh, actually, we shouldn't be having 4. What happened to number 4? Maybe not.
I think Luca might be out next in about.
Yeah, I think we're 1 off having 4.
And that's when it gets really exciting because there's always someone on the wall.
So my eyes start going in a swivel, I become cross-eyed. Can't look everywhere at once. So Sasha Lehmann has a long think about this. He's probably more known for his lead climbing than his bouldering.
Yeah, great to see Sasha in both semi-finals as well. Quite a lot of men made both semi-finals, I think. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see who gets through to that combined final at the end of the week.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of unknown about this combined final, I think. For most, this is the first time with the new Olympic format, and yeah, doing all of these events back to back.
Yeah, and you're really getting, well, a few days off, I suppose, for most. It's the speed and then Tuesdays off, so they get 2 days. Grow some of that skin back. Sam Avezou is still in the lead, 30.5. So that's the top 2 zones minus his attempts.
Really close for Sasha. Just let go of the tension right at the very end.
2 Swiss athletes, 2 French athletes at the moment. There you go, there's the scoring. So top 25, zone 3 points. As it comes away. I love this first move, which we're watching Julien do. It looks like just such a fun move.
Yeah, super gymnastic. Really cool when you see elements of other sports cross into climbing. Oh.
Big fall down. Athletes are protected by those mats, but at 4.5 meters up, you don't want to be falling on your head. We've seen some nasty falls throughout the season.
Good try hard face there.
Yeah, he had it all the way until he didn't.
Yeah.
Right, so the minute buzzer goes. All 3 are still going on.
Sam taking quite big breaks between his attempts now.
Sasha at the moment getting further away. Did get that coordination move. close to anyway. So that rotation's just kicking him off at the last moment.
We lose now. This top section is really hard on this third boulder.
It did, and you watched him adjust his toe hook from like 2 different style of toe hooks, if that makes sense. Kind of flicked it into a side toe hook.
Different toe hook, yeah. Oh, Julian's high up on number 2. Taking some good falls.
Yeah, he has, giving it everything. He's not a regular in semi-finals on the World Cup circuit, so...
No, so a super good effort for him to be here in semis today.
How different is it without the rest of the world? Like, especially if I think Team Japan, Team USA.
Yeah, you think like, okay, like a lot of the good countries and athletes aren't here, and then you turn up and the field is still stacked. Yeah. It's crazy. But yeah, it's definitely, it feels different without those guys. And the level is obviously a little bit lower. But they're still such strong athletes in both. I think the thing is the athletes that are here are so consistently good all the time as well, in World Cups, European Championships.
Well, this is such a competitive event. I've had more athletes tell me that they want to win this than anything else. You know?
A championship just feels a bit different, doesn't it? And especially as climbing's first time in a multi-sport Euro Champs. Oh, Adam going for some different beater there.
He's staticking the dyno once more, is Adam Under. Oh, look at this.
Oh, it was close. I think if there's anyone who's going to do something like that, it's going to be Adam, almost to prove a point. Originally, maybe not a fan of the new school coordination style, but he had to get on board for the Olympics. And is actually pretty handy as well.
I watched Adam get stopped by security from entering the athletes area the other day. I had to be like, do you know who he is?
Didn't pull the do you know who I am?
Yeah, I did for him.
We'll see if he tries it the coordination method again, or whether he sticks with his kind of breaking the beater method. Quite bold, I think, to try that first try as well. Yeah. I would generally try it the way it was set or looked obvious from the route setters, and then try and break it. But yeah, I guess Adam has a very good idea of what he's capable of and maybe what not. But and he's gone in again.
Yeah, so look at him on the top left of your screen. He's got a heel, his whole foot now pressing down.
Just shows what amazing range of mobility he has in his hips. Like, that position looks comfy for him, but I guarantee that is not a comfortable position for your average person.
Oh, it's horrible. It looks scary as well. Oh, and then sort of popped right.
I think it's such an aggressive move to come out of such a deep sitting position, and then, you know, have your foot have to be active again straight away. So maybe the release is almost much harder.
And he's straight back on as we watch Luca Pottinger now creep his way over the slab. You have to fall into the corner. There is some crimps.
I wonder whether they've just put them on as not quite a red herring, but almost just something to focus on to really, whether they're actually holdable or not.
It's risky at the top apparently. So now we have all 4 boulders in action. Adam again with this method.
Sticking with it.
Looks better this time.
And more static.
Just one hand bump away.
And he's in.
So as he got that, he fell right and then kicked with the right foot.
Slowed it down a bit.
Dancing his feet up as he comes guppying with the right hand. Oh, and a foot pop. Now it's going to be tricky because it's funny because his method looks like it takes a lot from you. It's really full body and physical.
Definitely not as quick as the coordination method. So we'll see. I mean, he'll probably try it again because he knows it works.
Yeah, and he hasn't got long to really change his mind, a minute and a half.
But it is a slow method.
So watch his feet here as we see this replay. Now he just wasn't in the right position, I think.
Yeah, all tangled up. Here we have Luca trying really hard. Probably not to breathe himself off the wall.
So he creeps his way. You can't really see your feet. He's got his eyes locked on the next hold. Oh, and that's the foot pop.
A really tricky foot match. That volume looks really bad.
Low scoring round so far for the men. This is the thumb catch. watch a replay. That was where his left hand was on.
Pretty sure that was a foothold from one of the women's boulders yesterday, so that's just an idea of how bad that hold is.
So Adam once again rocks through.
See if he can make this method more efficient.
Bumps his hands. Once he gets it, he'll kick to the right. Does, swinging with his feet. You can see the wide on the top left of his screen. And now this is where he lost it before. Wasn't in the right position. He's got 20
his
seconds.
foot on the hold this time, so let's see.
Looking better. Jim Pope leaves the stage. Oh, Adam does. 25 points for him, minus his attempt.
He is psyched with that.
I love it when he does something like that. He's like a kid with a new toy.
So much energy.
Slaps into that. Well, I want to ask you, if anyone's been watching the women's semis this morning, were you one of the ones who were holding the foothold on the crux move?
I was, yeah.
Did you know it was a foot?
Well, I figured it wasn't an intended handhold, but it was so good that it was holdable. I rested on it, and it was actually how a couple women chose to do the next move.
Yeah, they got through it.
Yeah.
Because we were in the commentary box thinking, I wonder if they know. And then after the cleaning break, obviously it got cleaned off with chalk, and we saw athletes not doing it and then doing it more. It was interesting.
I think reading the route, I didn't imagine I would hold it, but then when you get there and you're kind of desperate, or you're so focused, you're like, where's the next hold? I need to grab it. Where's the next hold? One move at a time.
Okay, thanks for answering that.
That's okay.
I was
I think
desperate
that's pretty typical women, just grabbing any footholds that they possibly can, inching further and further up.
So Alex Magos enters the stage. His first boulder, we get to see him up.
He's already got his coordination skills warmed up after topping out on one of the routes yesterday. A humongous jump across the top of the wall, which was so spectacular. And he made it look really easy.
Yeah, it looked like a scary move that he launched right.
Yeah.
So at the moment, Sam Havasu is at the top, Ondra second after that top. Alex looking in good shape.
Yeah, straight from Seouz, where he's climbed his project. I watched him try it a bit, I think it's last year, so I'm sure he's probably got more focus on the comps now that that's out of the way. I find that when you climb outside alongside the comps, it's hard to kind of forget about your projects outside. You almost feel torn, like what's a waste of time, like should I be on the project? So I'm sure he's really psyched to be here and focus fully on it. And also opting for Adam's method as well.
Interesting. There's always been a bit of a rivalry between Alex and Adam. I wonder if they read this. They didn't read it, did they? Because it's on site. But yeah, very interesting. They're doing the same thing.
I guess someone else who probably isn't that psyched on the new school coordination style, so would try and avoid it wherever possible. And he's going again.
So two legends using the same method. Alex's project, by the way, is reckoned to be about 9B+, although he wouldn't commit to the grade, but we all know it's 9B+.
Basically, fairly easy.
Yeah.
Fairly easy for him.
So, that is Sam Havasu.
Teetering across the slab.
Yeah, he'd love to get another top here. It would leave him in a good position if he can get two.
Searching for anything to use to help swap that foot.
Funny, in a comp full of dynamic moves, he's completely still on the wall.
That was a really good hold there. And now he's set up for this next move.
That was well done by Sam. So now he needs to fall into the corner. So close.
And that foothold must be pretty bad because he opted to stand underneath it on the volume.
That was leaving the security of that left hand and kind of came back. He's blind. He's looking the other way when he does that. And then the fall. I needed to get that palm down a bit earlier, I think.
Yeah.
So Sam runs back on in real time.
But making good progress. Every go is getting better, which is exactly what you want.
He's great to watch, actually. I haven't seen him boulder in a while.
He's such a good learner, I think. And we have Alex trying something quite crazy as well.
You heard the crowd react there because Alex dropped underneath the hold. That's not going to work, but it is good to see.
And he's having fun.
Yeah.
Basically, I think he's just trying to break this boulder.
Him and Adam having a secret competition.
Yeah, how many boulders can you break?
Yeah. This is it. He dropped that. It looks quite good, but I don't think he's going to get in the right position to make that work.
He's back to the coordination method.
It was his birthday yesterday, wasn't
Yeah, it was. Nikolai's the day before, so it's a strong month to be born in. If it's your birthday, you win qualification day, apparently.
There we go. Start climbing immediately.
Sam going in for one last go. This is his last boulder.
Still going, 20 seconds.
He's still going. We're going to see some impressive speed climbing on the slab.
Yeah, and that doesn't tend to usually work.
Oh.
Although.
I like the thinking.
Yeah, he might as well with 10 seconds to go. Well, he's done. Julien Clémence is done. Sasha Lehmann is done, and everyone is finished as they leave the stage for the next rotation.
Sasha looking a little bit defeated. Let's see how he uses this next 5 minutes of rest.
This was, I think, Sam's closest attempt. Yeah. Oh.
Whoa, just losing the hand.
Image of him is sliding face first into that corner. Horrible. So Adam's back and Paul Gempt is on stage.
Our next French youngster who had a really good start to the boulder season in Meiringen.
Yeah, he's come through from the youth scene. He was dominant. Which method will he choose now? It's almost like that static way is the way to do it, suddenly.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll become more and more common as we go through the round, or whether it'll be the faces we kind of predict to avoid doing the coordination. Oh, a different method. He opts to kind of do a bit of a pogo or ninja kick. So kind of wanging the right foot around.
Wanging is fine, don't worry. Yeah, kicking to the right. So Alberto comes down as Adam gets all tangled up.
Jim on the slab. He's a bit of a technical master on the slab. I'm pretty sure he did a slab to get into the semi-final and a groove. So, you know, the grit training has been paying off.
I was about to say, I've watched so many videos of him on disgusting run-out slabs with no gear.
I know. He is definitely at home on the gritstone.
Gritstone, if you don't know what we're talking about, is a rock that's very prevalent in Sheffield and Manchester, that kind of area in the north of England, and it's a climbing hub. Still where Team GB train, right? Up
Yeah,
there?
most of us are based in Sheffield, Sheffield Leeds area. So fairly close together. But the grit is wonderful for teaching you how to move, technique, subtlety, and Jim has basically grown up climbing on the grit, which is why he is so good at moving around things.
So Alberto gets a heel. We haven't seen too much of Boulder 3.
No, it looks like everyone's finding it relatively steady up to this section, and then I've not seen anyone make any progress really. Oh, crash down for Alberto.
Yeah, that heel is so awkward. It's hard to move in that position. Easier to work with the toe. There is Jim in the middle of your screen, starting his slab moves.
And the Cobra slippers, not a shoe that we see that often in comps, but he swears by them, so yeah.
Bit old school. So, Paul Gempt, Adam Ondra, Alberto Inez Lopez and Jim Pope as Jim bobbles off. Adam is looked angrily down at the camera, but I think he was really staring at the brush. Frustrated on this move. And Paul Gempt still launching.
Oh, really close to go there.
Paul has the reach for it if he went static.
He's got really long arms. He might enjoy Adam's method actually.
Adam into the pocket now. Haven't seen anyone top out Boulder 2 as Adam gets the zone.
See if he can work his way around all of these volumes. And he also finds a knee bar. A little bit taller than Jim, so he's got a bit more space. This looks really tricky.
That right leg is causing him problems. Doesn't know where to put it.
Whoa. really tight heel. That hip mobility we see again.
If he can find a right toe, he does.
Really good. That smile.
He
And
was
that
so annoyed until that last go.
Crazy. The roller coaster of emotions all in about a minute's time.
Well, that jumps him up to the top of the leaderboard. 49.4 his score.
Oh, we've almost missed Paul. He's battling it out for the top. So much going on.
Yeah, check out Paul. So here he goes.
He's taking his time.
That's not going to count, Paul. He's got to touch both hands on the black. Oh, this.
And they've given it to him. I mean, that's really clever climbing.
Yeah.
Really clever.
Because he's touching the black, even though he's got half his hand on the blue.
Yeah, as long as you've got 2 points on that final tagged hold, then that's a top. I wonder if anyone else will spot that.
There it is. So he brings the right hand in. That's a match and in control, and that's enough.
And that feels like an extra win doing something like that, because you feel like you've almost cheated it.
And this is the top of Adam.
Outsmarted the Boulder.
Yeah, which is tricky to do. It's amazing how much subtlety there is in kind of like 6 moves, isn't there?
Yeah, not many holds on the wall, a whole lot going on.
Yeah.
Jim, last go, and just coming out.
Yeah, tried to save it by putting the toe underneath.
And that is the end of Jim's Boulder semi-final round.
Yeah, and although we're looking for the top 6 and technically Jim is in, we've got a lot of names to come. I'm not sure he's going to stay there.
His focus will definitely be on the lead wall already for tomorrow.
How was the selection process for you guys? Because there aren't a lot of places available for this.
No, it was quite tricky not finding out basically how many spots we had until I think only a couple of weeks ago. So we only found out whether we were coming or not. I think it was about 10 days before we came out. So it was a pretty tight turnaround, taking into account World Cups, European Cups, basically all the international data that we had.
Yeah, and the season hasn't finished, of course. We're off to Slovenia, Edinburgh, Jakarta, Japan.
Yeah, the season is still very much alive.
So, Andrzej Pahak is out from Slovenia. A lot of Slovenians in this semi-final. Jerne Kruder, can't wait to watch him climb later on.
Yeah, I was really interested. It seemed like Jerne had struggled a little bit this year in the bouldering, and then he smashed qualification.
Yeah, he seems to just be like alpine big walling at the moment, so.
I know, just doing his thing.
So Andrzej is on the left. Alex Megos, Sasha Lehmann, and Julien Clements are athletes in action. Julien doing good on that slab, making progress. Alex loving that kind of a move.
Oh yeah. Is he going to fig 4? Yeah.
Oh, he's almost double fig 4.
Oh, so the fig 4 is not as easy as it looks.
No, it gets you all wrapped up, and also the fall's a bit nasty as well.
That's true. I guess the more tired you are on this right hand, the less you can kind of pull in and lock in and give you the height you need to get to that pocket.
Clouds of chalk puffing up as he lands on it. Sasha frustrated at the moment, not on the scoreboard at all.
Julien opting for a more dynamic method on the slab. He was pretty much trying to run through it.
I want someone to unlock that. I read it as a run, to be honest. But I think it's meant to be done more statically. Alex again, crossing through. Now, I think he's going to change his method here. He does. Much
Super
easier.
solid that way for him. Maybe just too much limb.
Crosses through to the sloper.
Pretty low on that left hand. Let's see if he finds the knee bar. Oh, it's inching there with some more space. Oh, and it just found itself.
It did, but it looks awkward for him. He hasn't got that sort of length in the legs, maybe.
Definitely.
Sasha Lehmann comes down. Julien brushes the very edge of the slab. Look, it's creeping into that knee bar position.
Not much better than when a knee bar finds itself.
You've done Mecca, haven't you?
Yeah. That is a very sketchy knee bar.
It is a sketchy knee bar, yeah. Sorry, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's a famous limestone climb that Molly's done in the Peak District.
Knee barring is definitely a technique, though, a technique to be learned. And wow, I remember when Adam used knee pads in a competition.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially with the women's comps, how often the women find heels and knees in strange positions.
Yeah, they're like an extra set of hands for some people.
Yeah, you can debate the rights and wrongs of knee pads all you want. But
Yeah, let's not get into that.
so Alex again with this powerful move.
Ange sticking the coordination move, keeping his left hand on as well.
And careful with his left foot, avoiding that black line. 1 minute 14 on the clock.
Straight in the
Easy
knee bar this time. I bet it's a pretty marginal knee bar though.
Doesn't look good, does
No.
it? And almost, I wonder how much it actually helps. Oh, Angie doing a similar method with the trying to keep the hand on the blue and the black.
Almost getting his side wedged in against that blue volume.
This is the knee bar we were chatting about, so. Yeah, because once he's got it in, you then got to move out of it, and it's awkward, and he's quite low on it as well.
Yeah. Oh, and Sasha sticks this looking very stretched.
Yeah, powerful from him. He's a powerful climber, though. Ange gets the jump across into the zone.
Let's see what he tries this time. And Alex back on the wall already. Those last 30-second desperation attempts.
Pressing under, slapping and missing. And everyone but Julien leaves the stage at once. And I think that'll be the end of his semi-finals as well. The zone for him. And he's underneath that red line on the left, which indicates the final.
We're about halfway through now, right?
Yeah, look, halfway through.
Philip out next, our 11th athlete, who's also having a really good year. Made finals in Briançon and is in both lead and Boulder semis. So definitely a new one to watch.
There's a lot of big hitters in this men's semi-final. Crowd getting behind it. The crowd has been great.
Yeah,
all throughout.
super big turnout for semi-finals, which is always really cool. I mean, watching finals is amazing. There's so much more talent and athlete in semis. So it's cool when the crowd comes out for that too.
Yeah, and again, all the athletes getting badgered for selfies, autographs. It must feel pretty good.
It's quite overwhelming being here, actually, like in an amazing way. Like the city set up for this event, having your accreditation, walking around in team kit, seeing other sports. We had dinner at the same place as the Swiss triathlon team the other day. And so it's just like a whole new experience, but it's really exciting.
Yeah, almost immediately when you land in Munich at the moment, there's signs for the European champs, there's mascots wandering around. Great atmosphere. So Adam is enjoying things as he looks back at the clock. And Philip Schenk is on men's one. Alberto sitting in 4th position with 3 zones but no tops. Cleaning up that hole. There are brushes between the rounds, but it looks like it's athlete's job during the competition to do it.
Sometimes it's quite a nice little psychological reset to brush your in holds.
Interesting, because most people say the opposite.
Really?
Yeah, most
so
people
I'm
hate
someone who likes to do it. It's like a confirmation of the sequence, or right, I'm going to hit the hold there where I've brushed it. So for me, I like it, but I know some people who think that everything should be brush forward.
Yeah, it's really interesting you say that.
It's kind of like chalking up on a lead route. I'm pretty sure I do way too many unnecessary chalk ups, but it's almost like just a psychological tick almost.
Yeah, you're ready now.
Yeah, can't move on before I've chalked up. And it kind of slows me down a little bit sometimes when I need to stop.
So this is why I love having an athlete in the commentary box, because you just find these things out.
You're almost counting like, okay, I've done 5 chalk ups on each hand, it's time to move out of the rest now. And honestly, time goes so much quicker on the wall.
Yeah, I always say to people they should go to your local bouldering wall, pick a boulder that's at your limit and then try to climb it in 4 minutes, and it's hard.
You look up and the time is gone.
Yeah. Alberto on his final climb. Can he get a zone? That'd be 4 out of 4 for him. Not on that attempt. Adam not really making progress on men's 3 either. Ball upside down as he swings over into this iron cross position, then
Adam
rotates.
holding footholds.
Yeah, he's like, where's he finding them feet? Not really there.
When you're as strong as he is, anything is a handhold.
Right, so a minute 20 to go in this round. It's funny, when we usually sort of look down the list, we start thinking, well, there's athletes coming who are going to send these boulders or flash these boulders. For this men's, I mean, we're seeing strong people out there on stage not climbing these boulders. It's a tough round.
Yeah, it was an interesting qualification, like Adam being fairly early out for Adam, I would say. Same with Alex. So it's, yeah, I don't think you could really say, like, oh, the boulders, like, they'll get tops later on because the strength of the field is already here, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of who's going to blink first. It's going to be tight. Remember, just 6 athletes get to go through. And you can see there's a red line on the screen on that scoreboard, and that indicates it. So Jim is right in the danger zone at the moment.
A really hard round of boulders for the guys. Yet to see tops on 3 and 4, but we've still got 9 to go, so hopefully someone will give us a top there.
Yeah, I'm looking at Yannick Floe's name because he's so powerful.
Yeah, I'd put Yannick in a good position for number 3 and number 2, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think he'll be buzzing at the fact that he doesn't have to put his feet on the second boulder.
Yeah, well, Jakob as well. I mean, he asked for it.
Oh, that's true.
Only one slab really on this. Okay, so all are done. Alberto staying on to the last seconds. And there is the crowd. Some in the grandstand at the back, which is pretty much full now. And this is only semi-finals. Finals is going to be packed later on. All right, Hamish is back on. So if you get Jim, who is kind of slightly smaller, more like our ball of muscle, and then you get Hamish, who is very tall.
Very long.
Different styles
Very
for them.
lean.
Yeah, very lean.
Yeah, and Hamish is a climber who most definitely takes advantage of his length. I remember in Moscow at the World Championships in semi-finals, he just spanned between 2 holds. I don't know how it was possible, but I also think it's a massive skill to know your length and know what size you have. So, I mean, as a short climber, it's like, oh, it's frustrating, but I also respect the skill.
Yes. Exactly. And like height never is a kind of a factor. It just depends how you use it. All right, so Hamish gets underway on the top left. That is Sasha Lehmann dancing his feet over.
Just figuring out where he needs to, where the balance points are, but looking fairly comfy already.
Yeah, he looks good. I mean, you can see how much black rubber's on that first volume as well. Oh, it's a balancing thing, isn't it? You can sometimes find that balancing point that feels great, or if you're a little bit off,
yeah,
you're gone.
So subtle.
So Hamish coming round on the right. And Alex, powerful through the bottom.
German crowd getting psyched.
Yeah, the German crowd are behind. It's great. Every time a German athlete comes near the stage, everyone goes crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hannah Moll made it through into the women's final later on.
And she'll be competing in Boulder semi-final as well tomorrow. So it's a big 4 days for athletes like Hannah. But I bet it's even more special it being at home.
Well, GB will get a World Cup in Edinburgh.
I know, very exciting. Though Edinburgh doesn't really feel like home, being 5 hours away. But I love that arena, and the fans there are amazing. The event sold out in 6 minutes.
Did it?
Yeah, the first set of tickets. It was crazy.
That'll be in September for that one. So Alex comes into the zone.
Oh, going big and wide.
Yeah, now he's got a match though, it's awkward.
Realizing that that might not be the way.
No. Bump with that right hand, and you got to bring it in. There was the bump. Try to get the heel under, but it's a difficult match, that. So Hamish is yet to get the zone. I haven't seen too much of him on that yet.
No, still figuring out that first coordination move.
Anže has got the zone on his boulder.
I think he did a very excited run to the brush, so I think this is Hamish. I think he's going to crack that coordination move next go.
Yeah, he gave that giveaway move, didn't he?
Yeah, it makes sense now.
So in training, Molly will be doing this twice more now at this point.
Yeah.
So Alex, let's see how he does this. Keep an eye. And watch Hamish as well, because he's into the zone. You were right. Unlocked it.
Let's see if he can spot the hand on the blue beater.
There he is on the main screen. He tries to find the handhold.
Really awkwardly angled and directed volume there. Not comfy as a shoulder and a little bit aggressive as an undergut, but he's squeezing.
Oh, you just see his abs sort of working underneath that t-shirt, keeping him in. Had to squeeze all of your core. Sasha's on the slab. He's only got 38 seconds. So it looks like Boulder 1 is the most toppable, and yet only 3 have done it.
Yeah. It's going to be a really low tops round.
Is that better or worse in your opinion? Do you like to see lots of tops or not? I know, it's a weird question.
No, it's fine. I'm going to give you the rubbish answer of yes and no.
Yeah.
Like, we want the perfect, not too many tops, but still not desperate.
Yeah.
But Hamish has got 7 seconds to figure this out, and no.
I think for me in the commentary box, I do like to see, it's exciting to see tops, but I can understand the frustration as an athlete because you work really hard, you train, and if it's too easy, it must be irritating.
Well, it just becomes a different game almost, especially with the roots, I think. It's more a case of holding your mental state together, kind of execution. I think what competitors love is that question around whether things are possible or not, and then it becomes completely different when it's like, no, I have to do this.
Yeah. Well, Mejdi Schalk is on stage, and his dad has to be the proudest dad in the stadium, and he gets so psyched when his son is climbing.
We love a proud dad. They're so great. There's so much passion there. But yeah, Mejdi is one of my favourite athletes to watch.
Yeah, and he could make finals here. He's certainly a favourite to do it. He's got this style that's very dynamic.
Yeah, a very recognisable style.
Very like Max, your teammate as well, similar.
Yeah, they actually trained together for a couple of weeks this summer. They're quite similar, I think. And it's really cute watching them have their little bromance.
Right, where is Adam? There he is. Yeah, he's on the slab.
And Paul using his length well.
Yeah, getting closer than most. Philip Schenk on men's 2. No zone for him yet. That was Paul. Look, right hand on the black.
Really awkwardly positioned right foot there. I think you'd be, I'm not really enjoying that heel hook. It looks quite aggressively angled. But I think if people had their right foot further out, you'd kind of be in a bit more of a rectangular space. But because that foot's almost under and to the left of you, it's really hard to move. Basically, once you're stretched out. And Mejdi onto the zone already. Let's see what he comes up with here.
Yeah, he's looking good at the moment.
Is he gonna do? Oh,
he's got a finger on. He
yes. Oh,
that's
yeah.
even more cheaty than before. That's brilliant.
Look,
oh no, he wasn't awarded. Come on.
He's been given it, but he's making sure, which is really clever. Such a smart, intelligent climber, and he's so young still.
Yeah. To spot that is clever. Yeah, you can do that because you can see the top with the blue line is that black volume. It doesn't matter what you've got on it, as long as there's something on it. Somewhere his dad is going bonkers.
Yeah. And a great start for him.
So Philip Schenk, Paul Jenft and Adam Ondra are left on the stage. Let's watch that replay again. Look at that, fingertips are enough. Adam going more and more horizontal.
Shapes.
Yeah. His hand standing on the wall there. So Philip again is into this sequence. He's got further than this. Wraps the hand around maximum amount of skin possible.
Yeah, just loses the foot.
So 7 athletes to go in terms of coming out for the first time. So much going on in bouldering. It's that lead feels quite sedate after.
I know.
Before this, anyway.
My heart's definitely going. All these sketchy top hold matches.
Yeah, I just end up sweating so much from my fingers. It's outrageous. I lose so much water.
Let's see what Adam thinks of this slab.
Slowly does it.
Oh, saves it.
Yeah, almost overbalanced. That's what he's aiming for. That's the intermediate.
Doesn't look good.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's a red herring. It's just to distract a little. And you have to fall into the corner more.
Some fancy footwork from Adam there. And he's really taking his time and thinking about this.
He's going to have to go quickly.
Whoa, that was some crazy beater there.
But Adam has done well. This could be enough for a finals place. 49.4 his score. 3 athletes on 6 with the same score, but due to count back, that's how they're separated. So Philip matching that zone.
Let's see if he finds the rebound.
Oh, he wants it, doesn't he?
So powerful, that top section.
So keep an eye on Paul Jenft. He's sitting in 3rd at the moment. Everyone comes out at the same time.
And everyone's calling it.
That's it. Well,
and that's the end of Adam's Boulder round. I think he'll still be pretty pleased with that.
yeah, he'll know it's low scoring, so he comes off and he'll go straight to the crowd probably to watch. Mejdi Shout looks promising because he...
Off to a really good start.
Adam tried everything to get through that slab, so many different methods.
And out next, someone who's going to get the crowd going for sure. Probably the favourite of the event.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And yeah, you could probably hear that.
He could be a favourite for the combined as well, if he can keep his skin together.
He has been so impressive this year across both disciplines. I'm not sure if he's missed many finals.
No, he hasn't. And I know he told me that he wasn't in endurance shape and then proceeded to make most finals.
That is so Yannick.
I was like, oh, maybe by the end.
I can actually imagine him having done like 2 endurance sessions before the start of the season and being like, well, I'm stronger than everyone else anyways. But yeah, a very impressive season for him. And I hope he has a good time this weekend.
Yeah, me too. He deserves it. He's worked so hard for this. Hopefully he hasn't sort of overcooked it in the World Cup season. He's got something left to give.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of the season to go as well.
So Hamish gets all tangled up. We're still on. I thought he was off. Oh, wild move from Hamish. Has a look round the corner, drops in.
And Alex hopefully can unlock this slab for us. He is a bit of a slab master.
He is, isn't he? And I never think of him as a slab master.
I know, because he's also so strong. But
look how calm he looks. Just stood up.
Just chilling.
Yeah. So keeping his nose pressed against the wall. Tried to work out the foot, didn't quite happen.
A little head shake, not the way.
Hamish, for once, can't length out that move.
Yeah. Hamish also doing spinning circles on the mat. Route reading must look so strange to people who don't
Trust me, it is, yeah. I'll have to explain it to people who don't know what you're doing
like,
as well.
what on earth are they doing? Dancing around with their hands. much cleaner start for Hamish this time.
Yeah, looking better now. But if you're just joining us, we're at the European Champs for the men's semi-final, and I have Molly Thompson-Smith in the commentary box. From Team GB, literally came straight from the semi-finals up to join me. I didn't even have to bribe her, she wanted to do it, which is, I thought you were going to have a proper rest.
No. No, it's great to be involved.
So everyone's still in action. There is Alex. Oh, kicking out with the feet, rocking over slowly. Hamish swings.
Looking super gymnastic in that space, but is trying to control it.
Yeah, he wants to put a foot up, but it's awkward, especially with his height.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for him. Oh, nice. Hard for him to match without, dragging his feet along the floor, basically. Is he going to go for...
Oh, he's going feet first. Yeah, I think he just needs to forget the feet here. Every time he tries to put his feet in, it doesn't work.
Looking pretty tired, so he's going to take another set.
He's got time, minute 48 on the clock. And Alex taking a running start to this.
Yeah, I think we've kind of dismissed how still tricky this getting onto the slab is. We've just seen people, running up to it, making it look easy. But that volume's not going to be good.
No, I haven't really watched the beginning of men's 4. Men's 3 is still a bit of an enigma here. Very few tops and a couple of zones along the way.
Yeah, people look fine until they're not.
Yeah. This zone is okay, and then what? Anze gets left hand over, but won't stick for him this time. Alex again running up. I'm watching the beginning of men's 1 now, and it's hard.
Yeah. Really need your hips in and to stand up through the legs, I think. Sometimes with slabs and run-on starts, you kind of have to forget about the hands and just aim to... So when I'm training, I'll just aim to kind of touch a bit of the wall, or just aim to stand up as high as possible, and then you can touch. Because that start hold is not good. It's definitely a touch start hold rather than actually holding anything.
Yeah, and Alex is back and forth on it, and he knows that's not really the hard bit in quotation marks.
Still got a long way to walk.
Yeah, Alex is done. Hamish is done. I think we're finished. So, interestingly, after we hyped him, Yannick Floe didn't get a zone on Boulder 1, so he's got a bit of work to do.
But I'd like to think Yannick will come into his own on the second and third boulder, hopefully.
Very true, yeah, the physical ones. So our crowd protected themselves. The clouds have come in now a bit, offering them some shade.
Yeah, it's a lot less sunny than it was this morning, which would be really nice for the athletes.
So Christoph Schweiger comes on.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise qualifier, this one. Like, very capable, but I'm not sure how many times he's demonstrated so far. So it's really cool that he's qualified, and particularly so high.
Yeah, maybe that home crowd giving him a bit of a boost during the qualies.
Yeah.
He's covered in those stickers that a few athletes have, which is some kind of a titanium metal patch of some sort.
Yeah, they're interesting.
Yeah.
I've never seen them before until I think Yannick started wearing them. Or
yeah, and more are aware, especially in Team Germany. Hannah had them on as well.
Oh, really? Maybe I need to buy some.
This is the thing. I now want to try it, even though I think it might be rubbish. But, I'm just like,
I guess if there's psychological benefits, then it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, I think he's from Munich, definitely trains in Munich, and it must have been really cool training here, seeing everything, the stadium being put together. So I'm sure that the hype has been going for a while, and it's almost like a finally it's here thing for him.
Get going. It's interesting, on the beach volleyball stadium behind us, there are people watching, even from them. They're down onto the climbing. Everyone's watching climbing, but remember, this is a multi-sport event. So if you're interested in the other sports on offer, then go to the European Championships website and they're all up there. So Mejdi Schauk is back on men's 2, and you'd think he'd like this kind of a climb.
Yeah, I think so, but it looks like he's getting a little tangled and confused with the start position.
Ball's empties on a slab. Who else is there? Philip Schenk. He's trying to work out men's 3. He's got the zone. Oh, no, he hasn't got the zone yet.
Okay, Mejdi.
Well, Mejdi, he brought his legs up in order for that starting position.
And then he used the momentum of his swing to get the distance for this. Okay, and now I think we're into Mejdi territory.
Yeah, boost up to a finger pocket, although he's going to maybe have to drop that leg.
Yeah, the leg looks like more of an obstruction
Yeah.
than help, but...
Got in the way.
And Philip doing pretty well, looking very comfy into that. And he's moved the foot out. Looks like he could chalk up.
Yeah, it's unleashing that toe, though.
Now let's see how much power he's got in his right bicep. He's going to have to really lock that in and squeeze. That thumb is working so hard.
This is great. We could see our first top here. I think we are. So, yes.
Come on, Philip. A tricky match.
Oh, no, don't drop it now. Come on, matches it. Holds it.
Nice. And finally, a top on men 3. He is psyched.
That is really going to help his score. Jumps up to 3rd position.
Wow, it just shows like what a top can do in a round that's this hard. And it looks so steady. The move out into the right-hand undercut. I almost didn't even notice that he was there.
Yeah.
He looked so fine.
Well, that's the method then. And you're right, it's all about that right bicep. Look, his feet kicking in the air.
A little happy dance. Strong up. That is not a good finishing hold.
No, it's not. Happy dance, I love that. That is his happy dance.
And a scream to the wall.
Yeah.
So much emotion.
Good work from him. So, we see a top.
And he's back in the mix.
So that means only the slab hasn't been finished.
I'm confident someone will get it done.
Eternal
They have
optimist.
to.
It would be nice to see them all.
If you wish it.
That is not true.
No,
I've wished
maybe
many
not.
things.
Have we got any outstanding slab climbers in here?
I mean, Jakob can do everything in his day.
That's true.
Manu, I don't know if I remember Manu climbing the slab.
And Chris is into the zone. The crowd are psyched.
Yeah, so better than Yannick Floe on that one.
Let's see how he attempts this last move. I think he's got the power to squeeze really hard. And it looks so good, so steady, and he is psyched.
Oh, 2 are done, 2 are left.
Great start for Chris.
The Team Germany commentators on our left are enjoying things as well. Yeah, that was his move. Wild to get to that hold.
Wow.
Scrabbled with the feet.
Maybe those stickers really do something.
There we go, you see. I need some. And
Mejdi back on.
yeah, let's hope that leg doesn't get in the way, but he's doing the same thing.
Okay, so he's brought it down and struggling.
I think he just dropped it straight away, but
Yeah,
he's shaking
he's
that
looking
right
like
hand.
maybe,
Maybe a finger. I think he had a bit of a tweak.
maybe a wrist on all the rotation.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hopefully he's okay and he can show us how the slab is done. Oh, he's got 3 next, actually.
Well, there he is, Jakob Schubert.
Jakob, the man who is always on form, regardless of discipline.
Yeah, Olympic bronze medalist.
Event. There's one thing, Jakob will be in good shape.
So Jakob looking up at the wall. And we'll try to figure this out. Hamish is on men's 3, which we now know is doable.
Yeah. What's Jakob going to try?
He's going for the big jump, isn't he?
Ooh. Kind of a combination of the 2 methods.
Yeah, true. He's trying to get stood up on it.
I'm not sure that's the way, but I've been surprised before. And Yannick looking very casual.
Yeah, you called it, and he's cruising through that. Look at that contact strength.
Who needs feet? Turn the whole boulder into a canvas.
Yeah.
And go straight up with the high heel, which looks like a good way to get up to that ultimate fold.
But he needs this, because he dropped that slab, which is doable.
Unfortunately for Yannick, he's going to have to do the hard boulders.
Yeah, true. He's down in 12th at the moment.
But that was a really good first go. And he's got plenty of time to have a rest and another good go.
So that was Yannick's attempt, and in the background there is Jakob jumping across and Hamish doing well, right. That second yellow volume ball, whatever you want to call it, is kind of a bit tricky because you can get trapped into going up to it and then you can't unlock the left heel.
And then the match looks pretty hard.
Yeah, there we go.
Looks like your weight is quite far away from, your center of mass is quite far away from the wall, and those slopers, you want to hang underneath them or basically have them locked with your bicep, like at 90 degrees, basically. Anjay looking very confused. Like, what do you want from me, route setters? I don't understand. I think we've all been there.
Yeah, I always love watching Stashigeo getting angry at the wall.
Yeah.
Personal affront taken to it.
Yeah, why would you do this to me?
Yeah, exactly. Do you know who I am? Right, so Jakob hasn't got his own on this yet. He's figuring it out.
But he's had some really close goes, so hopefully he can get it done next go. Yannick too strong, just pulling himself back.
Yeah, we're going backwards at the moment. Hasn't got through to where he got before. Oh,
and Jakob sticks it. Nice.
Slow motion as he brought his legs through. Palming down with the right hand as he gets his feet up into that guppy position. And he's a wily competitor here. He's going to have spotted this. And look. Maybe he hasn't spotted it.
I don't know if he has. Searching for a bit that feels good on that volume.
Yeah, he's doing the traditional approach.
Taking his time though, you definitely want to figure it out whilst you're up there. And not risk having to do the hard coordination and move again.
Yeah, you won't want to drop it, especially with only a minute 20 to go.
He's been locked in for quite a while, so this will be a draining attempt.
Yeah, trying to get his chest on the wall, anything he can. Chris, there he is.
Crowd trying to help him out.
So Hamish is resting, as is Yannick Floe. Anjay is rushing, and Jakob falls. 50 seconds, he's not going to be able to rest, and as you said, that would have taken a lot out of him in that position.
Definitely. Yannick struggling to get back up to the top of this boulder. He knows he needs this.
He really does, and 37 seconds to go is not a lot of time. He's way down in 13th at the moment. That's better from, no, it comes again. Coach is shouting there as we can see Jakob in the background. Go on, Hamish. So he's into this match.
Oh.
Just gets you going the wrong way.
It doesn't quite work.
No tops as this round leaves. I'm about to say Yannick Kruder onto the stage. That's our stadium as we pan back, packed now. Every seat in the grandstand's pretty much gone. There is Yannick Kruder coming on. Won the overall a few years ago, in Munich in fact. He just tries to figure this sequence out.
Let's see if Philip can provide us with the other top that we're missing.
Yannick making sure everything is brushed to his liking. Keep an eye on the slab at the end of your screen. It's Philip who got Boulder 3, the only one to have done so far.
Actually making quick work of this third boulder.
Oh, that's
and
powerful.
He's in. Let's see if he can transition from the heel.
Oh. Yeah, he was in a weird body position, kind of a bit too sideways on it. Now he's holding his pec, his bicep, his pec muscle.
Oh no, don't fall apart, Mesh.
Where he's going. He slaps into this. This was all pretty steady for him so far. And the karate kick up. And this is a replay we're watching here.
So the heel's really good, but the problem is it's too good. It keeps you locked in, but then taking it out is the hard part.
Yeah, the second there was a little bit of a release, he was gone immediately.
Yeah.
Schenk runs up and gets into the slab. Remember, it's not easy. Remember that times Alex ran at that move.
Oh. Chris opted to go straight into the fig four with his hand still on the start.
Right, let's see what he can do. This is the move. I think it's a fall.
Yeah, a nice tip over.
Tip, that's good. I love the terminology we make up in this commentary
I
box.
know, it's so random.
The thing is, one day this will be the rule. You know, people will hear us and they'll go, "That's the way to say it."
Oh yeah,
be
of
written
course.
down.
Creating the climbing dictionary.
Exactly. So look at that finger on the slab. He's using the very edge of it to steady himself.
Okay, Medji back on number 3. Let's see if he can figure out a way of releasing that heel hook.
That's Medji looking disappointed. Right, let's watch this again. So he's getting that heel really locked in. I was trying to remember how Philip did it.
Yeah, I think we missed it. Like someone else was topping something, but Medji changed his method that time. Tried to take the heel out before he moved into the black hold, but just 2 toes on that undercut, not enough to hold you in by the looks of things.
Yeah, this is this delicate maneuver. Kicks out with the right.
Everything's squeezing so hard.
He's looking good. Oh, he nearly dropped the toe, but brought it back in.
And tip.
Yeah, the tip.
That was one of the best goes we've seen, I reckon.
Yeah, it was close. I mean, I wonder what the top's like.
So interesting how that foothold is basically more unhelpful than it is helpful for most of these athletes.
Yeah, it's true. Right, final minute. Yerne's got the zone.
Chris, maybe wrong-handed. Let's see if he can... Oh.
Yeah, he's in trouble there.
I wasn't sure I wanted to see that pocket match. And is Yerne going to show his kind of climbing experience and intelligence by being able to cheat this top? Or is he just going to muscle it out?
I mean, I'm erring on the side of the muscle.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there.
Let's see though. It's funny because he obviously doesn't know that that's a way forward. We do, and it's so frustrating sometimes. Oh, he's in though. Yes.
Another very passionate, emotive climber.
I love to see it, I really do.
It's so not like me, but I absolutely love watching it. Like, I'm pretty sure I've never power screamed in my life.
You should. I want to see
maybe
it.
I think I might have squeaked a couple times, but I love watching climbers like Yerne, like Medji, like Stasha.
Yeah.
They're just so amazing to watch because you really look at that.
It's that's genuinely what he's feeling. He's not putting it on.
Yeah. There's no hiding there,
No.
and I think that's really cool.
Cool scenes there as Yerne gets underway. As we flip again, Mikel Mawem will be on.
Good to see him back. Will we be seeing Basser in the speed?
Still injured, hasn't he got that
Still injured.
bicep,
Oh.
I think.
Yeah, that was pretty heartbreaking to watch at the Olympics.
Horrendous, yeah. A year ago, last week I think it was.
Yeah, almost to the day.
Yeah. Yeah, his brother getting a bicep injury in the Olympics, which ended his Olympics. It was horrible to watch.
Yeah, even though he qualified for finals.
Yeah. It was a full rupture, I think.
It was not pretty.
No, required surgery, so he's still out, I think. Well, Jakob wanted overhang. Overhangs? Yes, overhangs.
He wanted Burl and steep, and it looks like he's got it. The root setters went, okay.
Yes, here you go.
Here, have this.
He's straight into the fig four.
What's Yannick going to make of this?
Oh, look how easy he makes that though. And Yannick, yeah.
Oh.
Jakob's on his flash attempt here. Oh, he's been called down by a judge.
Was that a foot over the tape?
I think it was, yeah. And I thought that was going to be more of an issue. That's the first time I've seen it happen.
It's the problem when the boulders are so close together, I guess.
He was way over.
Because it won't have helped him.
No.
Having his foot over the tape.
No.
And that's what, yeah.
Yeah, I think there might be a few words said, but it was pretty clear where he touched it.
He can see the tape, rules are rules.
Yeah.
Is what it is. Hopefully won't happen again.
Yes, debate that in the comments as you will.
Enough here. Okay, Yannick back on. And Hamish taking his time on the slab.
Yeah, Hamish in 14th needs a top here.
Definitely not going to be happy with this round so far, so hopefully he can redeem himself on the slab. But Yannick showing,
Yannick desperately needs this. He's intent.
looking so frustrated. Has probably done almost the most climbing out of anyone and is not being rewarded for it currently, unfortunately. So come on, Yannick, get it done.
Yeah, that was a big chance he took there, kicking into the wall, just smearing, nothing for the feet. And this is Jakob coming down. Mikkel, no zone yet for him. We're in the last couple of athletes here, Nikolai Uznik and Manu Kornu, the last two out as we come up to 1:30 Central European time, and this is the men's semi-final, and I've got Molly Thompson-Smith in the commentary box with me, who is brilliant at it.
It's so much fun being here.
It's good. I honestly think we get the best view.
Yeah, we do. We get to sit down.
We get to sit down, which is lovely. We're not in the sun. People will bring us snacks if we want. It's perfect. What more do you want? Well, Adam Onder is still topping the leaderboard at 49.4.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I didn't really expect him to still be sitting that pretty at the top.
Remember, top just 6, 8 for the lead, but 6 for the boulder. We've got a minute and a half to go. Hamish gets stood up once again. Easy work with that first move.
Yeah, really giving it some as he runs onto the wall, though.
Do you tend to change your shoes between slabs and boulders, or is this not slabby enough to justify that?
I have a pair of shoes I prefer to climb on volumes in, like kind of teetering across them, and also one that has a better edge, the edging. But otherwise, I think like people have their shoes that almost do everything for them. But yeah, we've not really seen many shoe changes.
No, some athletes can swap, and you can swap, and you're allowed to do that. So once again, Yannick is doing this move this time.
Makes it work, but now,
But the top is not easy. One hand on it, needs to match.
See if he goes for the guppy.
Trying to get his body weight underneath, and then
just straight. Oh.
If he'd pulled that off, it would have been incredible.
Yeah, went for the straight squeeze, and I think he's calling it.
Yeah, he is. So Yannick is outside of the top 6. This was it again, yeah. I mean, to pull himself around into that position on that left-hand sloper.
Yeah, Philip did really well to kind of spot the guppy straight away there.
And Hamish is still going, kicking off that time, and I think he's done.
Yeah.
So Hamish won't make it through. Jim came really close.
He did. Both of them will be trying their best to kind of put this round behind them already, because there's really no time to dwell in this week of competition. They're already back in ISO at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Is there a GB Airbnb somewhere?
We're in a hotel not too far away.
So Yerne comes back on, and there is Nikolai Uznik. Such a powerful climber. He's going to get his comp underway. We're starting to draw to an end now of our semi-final. Still quite a long way to go.
Crowd still looking extremely entertained and still growing.
Yeah, more and more people are piling in. This is a ticketed event as well, so everyone's bought a ticket here.
Yeah, it is.
So Nikolai has his first attempt at this. Yannick Krud is in 6th.
Already after the first boulder. It's crazy how important that first top was.
Yeah.
This is a really hard set.
Well, look at that top 6. Only Philip Schenk hasn't topped Boulder 1. Oh, pinching that first hold from Mejdi.
Chris making good work and losing. A good, promising first go though.
No one even getting a zone on the final one.
Yeah, this slab is proving really tricky. Maybe maybe it won't get topped. I'm still optimistic. Mejdi's going to pull something out of the bag.
Not on that go though, as he overbalances backwards. Christoph is brushing the toe hook. So there's the score on the bottom right. That's how things work. You're only getting that minus attempt if you get the top. Yannick Krud having a long time to look at this. Mejdi runs in straight up on the slab, and Nikolai is still figuring out this first move. Looks around the corner at it, bumps out, holds it for a sec, comes down. And he's got half his time gone already.
Austria coach is wincing.
Yeah, they have a brilliant facility in Innsbruck to train on. You were there, weren't you, quite recently?
Yeah, I spent 3 days training there before coming out here, and it was so valuable. We just don't quite have the facilities, especially for lead in the UK, so being able to climb on hard routes that are set in the right style, and on holds I'd literally never seen before, that pop up in comps.
So you at the Foundry though as well.
Yeah.
From like old school venue to new school venue.
Yeah, make it do.
Right, keep an eye on Mejdi on that slab. He's better this time, controls the pop, but then springs out.
Interesting method from Nikolai here. Let's see if he can squeeze. And there's nothing good up there, I'm afraid,
Oh,
Nikolai.
no, that big handprint's been left from past climbers, but it doesn't work.
But a little bit of a fist bump, so maybe he's confident that, that it'll go next go.
That was him getting stood up, legs shaking on that first hold, that first zone hold. And yeah, nothing there for his left hand.
I guess a bit of a break for the boulderers since their last event. Innsbruck about a month and a bit ago.
Yeah, it was
so
a
they've
while.
had some time to rest and then kind of resharpen before this event.
Although so many of them are doing the lead as well.
That's
that
true.
It's difficult to specialise.
Yeah, our next Olympic qualification starts next year already. So people getting all the experience they possibly can in their weaker discipline.
Yeah, it's crazy to think all that begins again soon.
I know. Tokyo, it feels like Tokyo's only just finished.
And I presume you'll be gunning for that as well.
Gonna go for it, yeah. Always.
So Yerne underneath avoids the black tape. Slaps around, so much power on the undercling. Christoph as well comes down.
Nikolai in for a very quick last go. 15 seconds on the clock. Does he have the time? Going for the same method.
He's more static on it.
And he's kind of gone for a hybrid.
A hybrid.
And
With 2 seconds to go.
2 seconds. Oh, everyone almost dreams of this kind of buzzer beater top. And what a way to start your semi-final experience at the European Championship.
Yeah, it's got to give you so much confidence. You know you can just like battle through at this stage. Look, one finger being enough for the match.
Yeah, and the psych is high. Straight down onto his knees.
It didn't look very graceful in the slow motion, that. Manu Kodu, there he is, he's back, sporting an exciting hairstyle.
Always with Manu.
Always does. The first time I ever saw him, he had like leopard print going
I
on.
remember that. I feel like that might have been Munich as well.
Might have been, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun seeing all the crazy hairstyles, but people are getting really excited with hair dye at the moment.
No, we were chatting during the semi-finals for the lead about the German team.
Oh,
Everyone's
all
got
the
something.
girls have got pink, right?
Yeah.
A little pink. And then Max Milne changes his hair for pretty much every single competition. I'm not sure how he's got any hair left.
Yeah.
But
Well, he's hidden it under a big sort of hat at the moment. I want to see it.
he's rocking the bucket.
Yeah, rocking the bucket. That's so good. Right. Jakob Schubert is on Boulder 3. He needs a high score here. He's in 9th at the moment.
Oh, and stretching out. Makes the toe flip work.
And Manu is using the Adam Ondra method, which we haven't seen since him, really.
I'm really surprised that Manu's not gone for the coordination. Can Jakob hold this cut, though? Come on, Jakob. Squeeze.
Oh, close. So he's talking to the brusher there, telling them where they want it brushed. This was the move. Watch the kick.
Just sank a little bit too low.
Tell you what, Philip Schenk's top of that is so
Super impressive. I know, like some of the strongest in the world.
Yeah.
In Europe, and yeah.
He out-bicepped Jakob Schubert. That's what's happening.
And Yannick. And Ondra.
That's a flex, isn't it?
It is a flex. He could at least be psyched with that. But it's looking good so far for him.
Yeah, I think he might be in. So Mikel Mauem hasn't got that sequence yet. That was the spin and the catch.
So accurate, that move as well. Not only do you have to be super strong and lock off on a tired arm, but you've got to go accurately to the next hold. Evil root setters.
Yeah. So Yannick, can he still even get in? I don't know if he can. He's on 6 points. If he can get to 20, then no, I think he's still going to be under it. 25. Yeah, if he can get a top here, he might have a shout.
Change of shoes for Yannick on the slab. He's clearly got a slab pair and a power pair.
And we have got a judge on stage. You can see.
I wonder what's going on Boulder 3.
Yeah, that is our chief judge as well. So he was just having a look.
Maybe some sort of technical incident?
Yeah, like
a
blood,
loose hold or blood? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there was quite a bit of blood already at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, especially the finals later on.
Yeah, even the warm-up walls, the holds are so grippy.
Where is the warm-up wall? Is it in that building?
No, it's a couple minutes in another building behind. So there's a little bit of a walk.
So Jakob now, this is the muscly move. Oh, that's better. He might
balancing
be able to...
it out. Oh, super controlled.
That is well done by Jakob for bumping that right hand
He's
up.
working so hard.
Watch that left foot as he drills it in, but he needs to match. Jakob Schubert, this will get him into a finals
and
position.
He's found the guppy. I think he wants to get a high right heel.
Yeah.
Just squeeze. Oh. It wasn't even like, I'm so impressed with Philip.
Yeah. He didn't have feet on at that point.
I know. Taking the cut, it looked like almost some holds or moves, like when you take your feet off, it kind of makes it feel all right. But clearly,
yeah, it's not
that's not
the
case.
Because you can see his thinking, because if he gets that left foot off, he'll have all of his weight underneath
it, yeah. And you always want your weight underneath a sloper.
I'm not sure Jakob's going to get that, 44 seconds. No, he hasn't, he's left.
He's talking to the official.
So that'll be interesting. We don't... Oh, yeah, you're right. He's still on stage.
Maybe it's blood?
Yeah, look, he's taping up his knee.
I reckon it's blood. Yeah, you're not allowed to compete with blood if you're bleeding at all.
His coach is up on stage. That's unusual as
yeah.
well. I'm not sure he's allowed to be up on stage. And look, he's been told to go. He can't be up there. I think Jakob, well, he's only got 15 seconds anyway.
Yeah, well, after all that faff, he's definitely not got time to get on the wall. I'll be crashing down. Manu going for a very optimistic go.
Yeah,
knows how important even just the zone is.
Right, so controversy, blood controversy in that round. Manu Cornu leaves the stage, and now that is it in terms of athletes who we'll see.
Yeah, so now that's it for Boulder 1, isn't it?
That's it for Boulder 1. So Boulder 1's done.
Boulder.
and things will start to wind down the other way. We started off slow and we finished slow in Boulder. Well, not slow, but focused, perhaps. Nikolai Uznik has a look.
Probably quite psyched to see no feet. Another really strong athlete.
Yeah, the no feet I didn't actually spot when I looked at the boulders. To be fair, I was in the crowd looking at him, but it really is a thucky start to that boulder.
Yeah, for sure.
So not three Austrian athletes, one Austrian athlete. Sorry, I'm confused. I'm seeing things.
It's been a long day of climbing already.
I know, right? We've got 2 finals to go. So 4 p.m. is the women's lead final, and then 5:30 is the men's boulder final.
So crazy. Semis for lead already feels like a different day.
Yeah. And you're going to be joining me, aren't you, for the women's
I will
lead?
Indeed, if you'll have me back.
Definitely have you back, of course.
Great.
So that'll be 4 p.m. So we've got a couple of hours, well, an hour and a bit before that. So Jerne Kruder's on 27.4, and he's outside of the top 6.
He's got 2 boulders to bring it back.
Great to see him in a final, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Oh, Nikolai reaching up, getting the 2 fingers locked in. Crosses through to the zone.
Just going to power it. Not quite.
So he's giving detailed instructions there where he wants it brushed. I love the brushes.
They're very cool. They've
Yeah.
been like painted or designed. They're very nice brushes.
I think I should make it into an athlete's bag for the way home. I'm not condoning stealing. I'm just saying if it happens
Well,
to be there, you know.
you know, who'd blame them?
I've only got hand luggage. I can't do it. So Christoph rocks over.
Going for a very low approach on this slab.
Yeah, that left arm, is that just for balance, that position?
Yeah. Sometimes when you have to go sideways onto a slab, you almost like, you don't know what to do with your arm. It's in the way. You just want your side as close to the slab as possible. So putting it up above your head gets out of the way a little bit. But yeah, not the nicest little slip there from Chris. And sometimes it's quite hard to get back on the slab when you've had a slip like that. And you're almost like thinking so much about don't slip, don't want to do that slip again, that you're almost wishing it to happen.
And his head came quite close to the slab when he fell.
Yeah.
So Jerne in the classic climber's pose, sitting on his heels, he looks up at the wall. And yeah, Boulder 1 is blanked out because we've run out of athletes. That's why that's finished on the top left of your screen. And Nikolai Uznik is in a very good position for the finals at the moment. Only on Boulder 2 and already in the top 6.
Yeah, hopefully only going to go up as well. And he's able to rep this out, which is good.
Yeah, into that undercling. I think Adam Ondra will be very surprised to see himself in that position.
I think so too. I think he maybe knew it was enough, but he's kind of dominating. But Nikolai's, Adam's heel was really good beater for that top move. But I think that's like a very Adam position to get into. He's very froggy with his legs.
He is, yeah. And anyone who's watched Silence knows how flexible he is.
Yeah.
All right, so everyone takes a pause as the brushes are in action. Christoph, hands behind his back, just trying to work this out, having a look at the holds. I don't often see a slab completely shut everyone down like this.
No, there's usually someone who'll get up the slab.
Yeah.
But it must be a really hard slab.
Right, so he creeps his way to start with, and this is where the handholds start to run out. Still keeping low and then went quickly through.
Jerne looking a bit perplexed, a bit tired. No, he's had enough.
He's looking puffed out, isn't he? Where is he at the moment? He's still third position.
Wow, it's a good round for Jerne so far.
Yeah.
And Nikolai just not quite got the beans, and that is it for Boulder 2 for him.
And Christoph as well calls it 11 seconds.
Not going to be enough for Christoph, but a really good showing.
Is that the end of Team Germany's chances? Or is Yannick? Yeah, Yannick's done.
Yannick's done, Chris is done. So unfortunately, no German athletes will be representing in finals tonight for Boulder.
Right, so the counter counts down. Manu is back. And Jakob,
is back, hopefully not bleeding anywhere.
I'm trying to see where he's taped up. I can't see anything. Maybe he's just super good.
Fingers?
Yeah, maybe. He had a huge roll of tape out.
Yeah.
Jakob could unlock this.
Let's hope so.
I've seen him do special stuff on slabs. And he needs it. Where is he? 9th at the moment, so yeah, getting this would get him up.
A good start. Oh, sorry, Jakob.
Commentator cursing him there.
Wow, Manu flying through the start of men's 2.
Yeah, and into the pocket as well. Now Jakob trying to crimp that sloper.
Yeah, trying to get everything he possibly can out of that.
There is some blood there. Maybe that's what he was taking.
Yeah, maybe. What a strange place to bleed from.
Yeah. Inside your finger. Right, crowd get behind him as he teeters out. I don't know if he missed the right foot. Was always aiming for the toe hook.
Wow, explosive fall from Manu.
I think he knows how many highlight reels he appears in.
Yeah,
and he sort of plays it.
He's doing it for the ground, isn't he?
Yeah. Look at that. He's spinning backwards. Yeah, and our cameraman does capture it in slow motion, almost. Right, so Jakob has to think about the slab, this run start. It's so awkward, there's nothing to the feet. Oh, there is.
There's a foothold to the
screw,
right,
yeah.
but it's clearly not very good.
No, I'm trying to find a thumb on that screw on.
Mika quietly making his way up men's 3. Come on. Oh, quick hands.
Right, Jakob Schubert creeps to the right.
Established on this slab now.
Trying to press as much rubber into that as he can.
Yeah. Doesn't like it.
No, he doesn't. The second he'd lost that left hand, it was gone.
So our early starters actually had quite a good time. Well, Sam in particular, still up in second.
Sam is suddenly sort of becoming the possible favourite for the win here this evening, depending on how much he can get back. He was looking really good, technical climbing throughout.
Definitely a good shot for the combined as well.
True, yeah. Right, so that's what Jakob's trying to hold on to, getting thumbs involved, matches it eventually. He's trying to crimp between where the wall meets the hold. There is a little edge there. All blind, remember.
Over.
Oh, pops it once, and that was it. The second he missed that finger. There's his Austrian coaches down at the front.
Yeah, pretty strong Austrian coaching team. Ex-World Cup athletes.
It's got to be so good knowing you've got that kind of experience in your corner.
For sure. It's, I think, definitely an advantage in warm-up having an ex-World Cup climber make you blocks to warm up, point circuits for you. It's pretty cool that they're sticking around, getting involved in the coaching.
Well, when you've won the Olympics, that's your future, right?
The natural progression.
Yes. I mean, you are already sort of looking after some of those boys out there, so.
They've done a good job by themselves this trip, actually. Okay. I will give them some credit this time. Actually, it was Max who was the one looking after me after my semi-final round. Big hugs.
Yeah, lots of support from everyone. Jakob Schubert wants this so much. And he's close if he can get this slab. He's only got 30 seconds to do it. Has to be a top.
Well, and I think he's kind of understanding now, but he knows he's not really got enough time, and he gave it everything. He looks tired, bless him.
So Jakob goes. His sister Hannah Schubert will be commentating for the Boulder final tonight with me. And I'm actually, like, she gets so nervous when her brother climbs.
So she'll be sad, but also almost relieved that she doesn't have to feel so nervous.
Exactly, yeah. She doesn't stop moving whenever he's climbing. She's just twitching. Right, brief break while we wait for the next rotation. 4 seconds to go. And the wind now coming through the stadium a bit, creating good conditions. Jene and Nikolai come out. There's 2 left.
Yeah, and he got some extra weapons in the form of climbing shoes under his arm.
Yeah, you can bring extra stuff onto the stage. Sometimes you'll see bags being brought out.
I can't remember where it was, but I'm pretty sure Adam brought like a suitcase out one year or something.
Yeah, Natalia Grossman always seems to have a big bag, which she never seems to go into.
No, it's just there just in case.
Yeah, which intrigues the heck out of me. I really want to know what's inside.
I've got a little skin special bag that's got like a little snack bar in case I get hungry.
Really? On stage?
And then a file, some tape, plasters.
Okay.
It's just, you got to be prepared for anything. If you start bleeding like we saw with Jakob, you have to fix it on the mats.
Do they check what you bring on?
No, they don't check what you bring on. But they'll stand there until you stop bleeding, basically, or until you're not showing any blood. So.
A bit morbid, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to come prepared.
Yeah. Yeah, because the time doesn't stop when the athletes are patching themselves up.
No. I've actually trained quick taping because my skin is so bad. It never survives a boulder round, so I need to be able to tape up my fingertips in about 20 seconds.
That's like a Formula 1 pit stop.
Yeah,
go, go.
basically. More time on the boulder.
Yeah. So Nikolai unleashes those lats as he pulls himself up into the zone.
Hopefully he likes this boulder as well.
Yeah, he's in 3rd. Comes
really
out.
good round for Nikolai. Couldn't quite find the position.
No, but he's getting there. That was the right way of thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and he's struggling to get on the start of this slab. Jakob actually found a pretty good method in the end by jumping the left foot onto that foothold and kind of flagging his right foot underneath. You don't have to stand on the volume to have it counted as a control point. Even just kind of touching it with the top of your foot is good enough. So that was definitely a good way to start that boulder.
Yeah, and he's getting frustrated with this. Better that time. Oh, again he pops off.
It's such a little vicious cycle. You try it more and your goes get a little bit more hectic, and then it's harder to do the move, and so let's hope that he can chill out a little bit, reframe, refocus, and start properly.
At least he knows that attempts aren't particularly important in this because, you know, well, I actually won't know it because he won't know no one's really topped it out.
Yeah, it's so hard to kind of, well, there's no perspective in a boulder round. You know, you can really beat yourself up on the mats, like thinking that everyone's flashed it, done it, and in reality, no one's got zone. So it's really important to kind of just, you know, take every go as it comes and not get too caught up in what you think other people have done.
Just to explain that for people who don't know, the athletes don't know their own scores. There's no scoreboard available for them either out the front or the back, and it's meant to be kind of a secret, isn't it? So you're going blind into it. Sometimes you can tell, especially during a lead comp, if you hear the crowd when someone tops out.
Yeah, and you can always look for the swinging quick draw.
Yeah.
That tells you where the person before you has probably gotten to.
Boulder is so complicated, it's hard to work out the maths of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Minute and a half. Both, Jene's currently in the final, Nikolai
Almost
isn't.
lost Nikolai. He's stood pretty far back from the boulder. I almost didn't see him there.
It's true, right on the edge.
But Jene already in a good position.
Yeah, fingers on again. Looks steady there with that right foot, but bringing that left foot into play is what's hard. And he's taking up a lot of room on that hold as well with the right foot.
Yeah, he's been a bit greedy with that foot.
A minute.
And it's always hard to swap feet on a volume like that because dropping your heels is kind of like king rule on a volume and on slabs, but then when your foot's beneath, you kind of need to raise that right foot to be able to bring it up to the same level and swap feet. But that's really hard. As you can see, his left foot's just under.
Stood there for a
Tricky
long
foot
time.
swap. Yeah.
It looks like he's not doing anything, but every muscle will be sort of like tensing and
Oh yeah.
experimenting.
He'll have tired ankles as well.
Yeah, true. I never thought of that.
Nikolai asks the crowd for some support. Final go.
Yeah, and he needs this really because this is the last opportunity because that slab is so hard.
And he knows he can do this as well. Come on, Nikolai.
Spins down. 10 seconds won't be enough. So he's going to struggle to make finals now. And Yerne's got 4 seconds. He's done.
Relatively relaxed Yerne there. I think maybe just tired.
He does look tired, but he's doing so well.
Yeah, he's had a good round. He's in 4th place, and I reckon that's probably enough.
As the Austrian coach there, lots for him to do.
Manu's going to really have to pull something out the bag, because otherwise I think our final might be pretty set already.
Yeah, it could be. So what can Manu Cornu do? Mikel Mauam. Mikel, I think, is way outside.
Yeah, I think this is just, you know, go and have fun on your final boulder, enjoy the atmosphere and the experience.
I still want to see someone do this slab.
Oh yeah, me too.
Well, that zone hasn't been touched yet. Or maybe flicked by a little bit, but look, he's crimping the top.
Getting everything out of it that he possibly can. Thumb in the screw holes. And yeah, both Manu and Mikel struggling for points at the moment.
Yeah, so Manu can still do it. He tops this out and he does something special on the slab.
Going well so far. And he makes the transition.
This is good from him. Now it's, how strong is that bicep? He's still got the left toe
Really
locked
hard
in.
release from here. Especially, oh, this could be good.
You can
Quite
see
a
what
lot
he's
of
thinking.
hesitation.
I thought he was going to go dynamically and kind of swing that right foot over, but didn't.
He looks pretty positive though. Quite happy.
Yeah, he got that close with, no, it's sort of 3.5 minutes to go.
There's plenty of time to rest and go again.
Yeah. This was it. See, I thought he was going to kick. That black line there is really close. I don't think I've seen the start of men's 3 either.
I think it's the one with the foot plant
Okay.
into the undercut. But we only really start paying attention when they get to that black undercut.
See if we can spot it this time. So Manu Cornu is in 12th. Mikel Mauam is in 17th.
This is Manu's only discipline, I think, of the championship, so he can give it his absolute all without really holding back for any other rounds.
Mikel struggling with the start. Mikel again up. Better this time, holds it for a second, then quickly brings the finger in to match to those 2 blue lines indicating the starting position. And let's watch the start of this. I want to see this. So he's got an underswing on the right.
And
Oh, it's not too hard, is it?
something that would probably go on route setting fails on Instagram. An interesting pocket concoction.
Yes.
But looking good.
Oh, that left hand never looks solid.
Such a strange guppy
It
position.
really is, yeah. A guppy is that hand position, by the way. God, how do you describe a
I
guppy?
guess it's like a wrap.
Yeah,
So you wrap the side of your hand.
yes.
You're going
cupping
for
it
like,
almost.
yeah, cupping. You're going for kind of surface area.
Yes.
Surface area, skin and friction.
Wish there was a camera in the commentary box. Both me and Molly were just doing this weird hand
Crazy
shape.
hands, yeah.
Minute and a half for Mikel Mauam and Manu Cornu. Manu applying some liquid chalk there. Careful with his feet as he comes out with the right.
Grimacing, just looking down, checking that foot's still there. Still on the volume.
Oh, risky foot swap on the slab. Makes it work.
He's now kind of set up well for this next.
I don't know how you do that, you know, because that foot swap looks awful. Most people fall off when they do that.
It looks like it would be better off without that yellow foothold as well.
Yeah.
Then people would be able to have their foot a little bit higher, which would make the press much more comfortable. Okay, what's Manu going to try? The slow release, and he makes it work.
Oh, yes, Manu corner. So that left hand slapping on the black slope, but
He is fighting. Let's see if he can.
again he comes closer. Right, gets
Super
the left.
impressive from Manu.
This could be something special for Manu corners. Might get him up there. Oh no! He tried to bring the foot up underneath
and he
the
knows
black.
that was it. That was what he needed.
That was his chance there.
He gave it everything. He looked pumped almost.
Yeah. All right, he is done. The crowd know they almost saw something incredible there. Watch his right foot. He tried to bring it up in a desperate attempt here. Into a heel. No go for Manu, and that's the end of his finals attempt.
That
So-
right hand not looking as massive from that angle.
No, it's not great. It looks like a jug from
Yeah.
what we've been seeing. Great match from him though. So Nikolai, last athlete. I'm sorry, he's left alone on stage. A running start, so we really get to see in detail now this slab.
All eyes on Nikolai.
Gives the holder brush. So many people have been touching this. No one touching the top, the zone and the top. Haven't been got to yet.
And this is kind of just a formality, really. He's already in finals, right?
Yeah, I think so. Have a look at the score in a sec. He won't know that though.
No, definitely not. So he'll probably be trying it as if he really needs this boulder.
When you're in a semi-final like this, because, I mean, look, you get to see the other boulders as they go. So do you get an idea that it hasn't been topped a lot, or are you just ignoring everyone
I think
else?
some people really kind of milk watching other people on stage, which is technically not allowed.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you're stood on the mats far back from the boulder, it's almost inevitable that you'll watch other people climbing. So you can kind of have a good idea, but that can be a blessing and a curse, I guess. If someone's having an absolute blinder of a round and you're finding things a bit more tricky, then it's easy to kind of feel a bit bad about your performance and kind of go into a negative I don't know.
Spiral.
Yeah, exactly. But if you see that other people are struggling, it kind of makes you feel a bit better.
Yeah, or you think maybe the other way of looking at it is that it...
It's really hard.
exactly, makes you
Yeah.
feel negative towards it.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you come from ISO to the call zone, what everyone's faces look like.
Oh, yeah.
When I came through yesterday in Boulder semis, there were almost tears in eyes, and everyone, headphones on, stony faces. I was like, oh dear, what has this round got in store for me today?
Yeah, there was a lot of upset athletes.
Yeah. And it was a hard round for the girls yesterday, so.
And is that frustration, is that just because you feel like you haven't performed, or is it just the general sort of like irritation of not getting through?
I think, well, yeah. For me, there were like missed opportunities, which is always frustrating. And I guess the thing with climbing is that we'll never climb these boulders or routes ever again.
Yeah, true.
Unless you literally replicate them. But I mean, we don't have the wall or the holds, so.
No.
I'm not sure how many other sports are like that, really.
That's
Most
such a
sports
good
are
point, yeah.
execution or like matches, games. But with climbing, it's like, yeah, you're literal one shot and you'll never see that again.
And especially I would imagine that if you think a set of boulders or a climb is within your style, and then
Precisely,
you mess it up.
yeah. There's always like the ones that got away, basically, and it's hard not to kind of kick yourself and you to let go, basically,
Yeah.
because you will never climb that again. So there really is no point thinking about it.
That's a great way of explaining. I mean, yeah, we've all been in a climbers been in a climbing wall when you have your project and it sort of gets reset and taken away, and you think that's it.
Yeah, that's it. I'll never try that again. I know. And you end up like dreaming about these climbs and thinking about them, and yeah, it's kind of hard to let go.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, Nikolai balancing his way out. Look how close that top 6 is. Apart from Ondra, his way out in front. Everyone else grouped around the 30.
And Philip really pulled it out of the bag with that top on men's 3.
Yeah, look at it.
He wasn't really kind of in the mix at all.
No.
And then out of nowhere, he's now stolen that last spot in finals.
Yeah, Nikolai is safe. I just want to see someone do this thing.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure the route setters do as well.
Yeah.
I wonder whether they'll be kind of editing, tweaking their final boulders
It's
after
funny
watching this.
because sometimes they're just like, why didn't they do it like this? You know,
Yeah,
it's like you
I
could do that in
know.
trainers.
Well, when you set something, or if you see something, it's so obvious to you.
Yeah.
But then you have to take into account like the situation, environment, time pressure.
Yeah. And they've obviously come up with the concepts. They get the movement.
Yeah,
whereas these
for
guys
sure.
don't.
This is where I think sometimes maybe being a route setter as an athlete could be an advantage. Obviously the physical labour aspect of the job is definitely a disadvantage, but just having the skills and the idea of how movement works and what's actually possible to set is pretty helpful, because a lot of the time people try things, you're like, what on earth are you doing?
Yeah.
But in their head it makes sense.
Yeah.
So
Maybe you can be more forgiving for the route setters as well when things
Yeah.
don't go right.
I know.
Sometimes.
It's a really thankless, hard job. Yeah, they get a lot of trouble when it doesn't go right and not really much praise when it does go
true.
right. It's the athlete that gets all the praise when it goes right, and it's the route setters that get all the blame when it doesn't. So thank you, route setters. Your job is very hard.
Yeah, it's a job I will not be doing. Well, this is our final athlete on the final boulder, Manu Cornu versus the slab. He is out of the finals, but we just want to see it happen. Standing on the mat in order to make sure his shoes are clean. Straight away that start, harder than it looks. And I think we all forget, because we've been seeing so many boulders, we don't look at the beginning necessarily, but it's tricky, this.
Yeah, definitely trickier than we gave it credit for initially.
Yeah.
I feel like the first half of the field kind of didn't struggle too much getting onto the boulder, but it's definitely trickier than expected. And he's on.
Women's bouldering tomorrow. It'll be his teammate Oriane Berton did well, she's through. Manu, fingertips on the edge of that boulder as he presses upwards.
Finding all the gaps. Oh,
Those black marks on
and it's working.
It is working. Look at this from Manu Cornu.
The crowd loving it. And he's going to opt to use the foot. Come on, Manu.
That left hand. He walks out. That is great effort from Manu there. Yeah, the black line you can see on the boulders, that's for the route setters. As Chloe Collier shouts encouragement. Yeah, it's for the route setters. They know where to put the boulders on the wall. You'll see lots of lines and markings throughout. That's what they are. God, that was that right foot. It's horrible there. Pops out and watch that left firing off.
I didn't even realise you could
No.
crimp that blue hold at the top of it. It's looking possible. Maybe my optimism will pay off.
Yeah, true. You claimed it.
Right at the start. Come on, Manu.
Blows in his fingers. Oh. That expression we've seen so often on this final slab.
He just wants to get back to that tip over move that we've seen everyone struggling on. He knows it's possible.
Yeah, you can see it. It's right there, just sort of teasing him. Last minutes now of our men's semi-final. It's Manu better now, gets stood up, and let's see this outrageous finger move again. Down he comes towards it. The foot match, beautifully done.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, Manu!
Yes! He sticks it! The crowd are psyched, and are we going to see a top?
Oh, at least we've got a zone. Right, that is the top, and it could be all about that move.
Oh, looks like a tricky match. He's really got to stand through that left foot.
Oh! That's not going to be controlled enough for our judges. He knows it, didn't even look at them.
Still got time. There's still hope. That was such a good effort.
Well, Manu Cornu, finally we see progress on this. That was the catch, brought the right foot up.
And you know when there's basically no gap between the zone and the top hold, that's going to be really tricky in itself, that second section.
He was very close to finishing this. That right hand bobbled off. Oh. Watch that right. The minute buzzer sounds.
And he's back on.
Manu cruised this bottom part.
Yeah, getting more efficient now.
Final minute. Fingers on the edge. At least he's got that marking to know what to game for.
Yeah.
Oh, his right foot isn't quite on. Now it is.
Oh.
A bit rushed maybe from him. 34
go
seconds.
Again. Yeah. Final Boulder, final attempt, European Championships. Let's go, Manu.
Crowd hype him up, clapping. This time he gets stood up. Watch the clock though, 18 seconds. Fingers in so quick and smooth through this.
Yeah, it's crazy how much people struggle with moves, and then when the time comes, the time pressure comes, they do it way quicker. But unfortunately, that is it for Manu. And that is it for that boulder.
Yeah, and the competition, so we are done. We'll get a confirmation of the top 6 in a minute. Chloe Collier, sad for him. As the last clock ticks down. And Adam, I think, will be called onto the stage to be interviewed. In fact, yeah, he's down on the bottom right.
He's already there. He's ready.
He's wearing a gilet. The man must be boiling.
I think you're the only one who talked to, and you stay there, and we have a beautiful, she's just stay here with us. So, how was it out there? You enjoyed it very much?
So our crowd cheering on as Adam is interviewed. I'll keep quiet here in case you can hear him.
I think I liked this battle setting because it was very diverse. It was both really technical and physical. Just every single ball was maybe too hard.
Sie waren sehr technisch, sie waren sehr kräftelos, sie waren vielleicht alle ein bisschen zu hart. Bevor es Boulder, aber only I think one people getting into the zone, no one made it. That was a real tough one. Like I said, it's a such a strong selection.
I don't know. I think Manu definitely deserved the finals for what he showed in the last Boulder because it was
Hinter der Bühne, da haben wir das Schreien gehört, aber wir haben die Zeit gesehen, hat es genossen. Anna, you won a lot of things in your life. You never won the European Championship in bouldering. Will this be your American tonight?
Okay, so I don't think you guys can hear the Adam Under interview, so we'll just call it a day here this afternoon. Our top 6 have made it through, and we will return at 4 p.m. for the women's lead final. Can't wait for that. Go and have a break, refresh. Thank you to Molly Thompson-Smith for joining me in the commentary box, and we'll see you later on this afternoon,
See you
4 p.m.
soon.
All right, Molly. See you later, everyone.
Kletterszene. Adam Monta nimmt Anlauf in Richtung
Nochmal einen richtig guten letzten Versuch zu machen. Die Zone hat er schnell entschlüsselt. Auf Boulder Nummer 3.
Slowenisch gelernt.
Apropos Slowenisch, Bruder.
Nach draußen.
Nächster Anlauf-Ausschnitt. Die eine Hand ist dran, der andere Finger auf. Das reicht! Top für Nikolai Musik.
irgendwie runterkommen.
Produktionsmanager und vom Stage Director eben im richtigen Moment dann auch zum richtigen Ausgang geführt werden. Die Boulder, die gehen nach rechts auf die eine Seite, die Lead-Kletterer gehen nach links auf die andere Seite. Das hier ist der Call Lead. Das ist ganz wichtig. Die Lead-Kletterer, die gehen alle vorher hier rein, die werden eben berufen von da oben, dann gehen sie hier rein. Dann bekommen sie hier ihre Klettergurte und ihre Sicherer, werden verbunden, hängen dann bereits am Seil. Dass wenn sie raustreten, alles fertig ist, dass sie sofort anfangen können. Die werden nicht draußen auf der Bühne gesichert, sondern hier drin, wenn sie fertig sind. Werden sie gerufen, wenn sie dran sind, Absprache mit TV, und dann geht es hier hoch, einen Moment warten und dann in den Tunnel. Und damit uns die Athleten nicht verloren gehen nach dem Wettkampf, haben Sie hier natürlich auch eine Ausstellung, Ethnic Lounge, ganz wichtig, da gehen wir gleich hin, da können Sie sich ausruhen, Media Mix Zone, da muss jeder gehen, und das ist ein ganz wichtiger Ort, das ist die Mix Zone, die Media Mix Zone. Hier mischen sich die Journalisten auf der einen Seite mit den Athleten auf der anderen, die müssen alle hier durchkommen, da gibt es dann die Werbewände, die Sponsoren, und dann spielen hier die Kamerateams aus der ganzen Welt, und das hier ist die Athletes Lounge, das ist für die Athleten, nur für die Athleten. Das stören wir nicht, denn da drin sind die Athleten nach ihrem Wettkampf vor allen Dingen, dann ruhen sie sich noch ein bisschen aus, dann warten sie wissen noch nicht, was noch passiert. Es gibt dort jede Menge Black Rolls, da können sie ihren Körper dann auch bearbeiten, wenn sie noch nicht genug gearbeitet haben. Es gibt was zu essen, es gibt Liegestühle, das ist ein ganz wichtiger Ort. Ja, das war unser kleiner Rundgang mal aus Sicht der Athleten, aber die allerwichtigsten bei diesen European Championships sind ja vor allen Dingen auch die vielen Zuschauer, die hierher kommen. Wir besorgen, dass das Ganze hier ein Spektakel wird. Die sind hier am Königsplatz. Hier heißt es dann umdrehen, zuschauen, applaudieren, feiern und sich selber feiern. Und dann, glaube ich, gibt es nichts Besseres, was man tun kann in den nächsten Tagen. So, dann schauen wir mal, wie ist der Königsplatz? Applaudiert er, ist der bereit? Jetzt hier! Das ist dann gleich losgeht. Sie machen eine Inspektion, schauen sich dann alles genau an. Während der Inspektion werden wir uns mal mit unserer Expertin zusammenschalten, der Boulder-Weltmeisterin Juliane Wurm. Die haben wir schon ein paar Mal hier auf der Bühne gesehen, gehen auch in den nächsten Tagen häufiger. Wir sehen sie aber auch manchmal für die Kamera, die sitzt nämlich da oben. Julius, steh mal auf und winkt mal, da sieht man den. Das ist Juliane Wurm, Weltmeisterin Boulder München 2014. Olympiatag. Und da ist sie hat eine Kamera und wir freuen uns jetzt. Jetzt dauert es nämlich nicht mehr lange. Dann kommen hier diese Finalisten. 8 sitzen an der Zahl, 8 bei den Frauen, im Lied 6 bei den Männern, nachher die Boulder, dann hier an der Wand. Das ist alles abgehängt, damit man jetzt schon aussehen kann, wo geht es denn hin? Das soll ja keiner wissen. Das sind ja Callrooming sogenannten, die Boulderer. Die dürfen noch nichts wissen. So, München, jetzt aber. Wir haben noch so 30 Sekunden. Friday ist unterwegs. Macht Platz, damit alle reinkommen. Die Hütte ist restlos voll. Wir warten, dass es jetzt gleich losgeht. Jeden Moment die Startliste hängt da gerade mal eben an unserer Videowand. Eliska Adamowska, die ist die erste, die kommt. Ein schöner Shot vor Königsplatz. So, und jetzt frage ich, are you ready, Munich? Und hier sind unsere Finalistinnen. Hier sind die Finalistinnen im Lead 2022 European Championships. Jetzt kommt sie, angeführt von Janja Gabriel. Stand knapp 6 Minuten Zeit. Hat jede, die da klettert. In diesen 6 Minuten hast du genau einen Versuch klettert von Boulder. Und der ist Null. Was ist sonst? Der Rest genau ein Versuch, 6 Minuten Zeit. Und es geht darum, von da unten nach ganz oben.
Genau, ja. Also man steigt einfach unten ein.
It is finals time in Munich. We're at the European Championships 2022, and it's time for the women to take on that enormous 15-metre lead wall. My name is Matt Groom, and I'm joined once again by Molly Thompson-Smith in the commentary box. Molly, we watched a brilliant bouldering semi-finals, and now we're back on the lead wall.
I know, and it looks incredible. I mean, I'm loving being here, but I am absolutely gutted I can't pull onto that wall, because I think that might be the most spectacular looking route I've ever seen.
Absolutely. Well, it winds from right all the way to left, finishing in the centre. It's a long route, and it's got some pretty spectacular sections along the way. And that is the building that is behind it. And it's this weird sort of cross between sort of historical buildings and modern walls, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's just the perfect setting for climbing. This new sport kind of making its way into Olympic territory, old school, amazing competitions that have been going on for ages, and it is just such an incredible location to climb in.
Absolutely. Well, that's the temperature at the moment, 24 degrees, 36% humidity. It's not as hot as it has been, although the sun has come out in the last sort of 10 minutes and is heating up the stadium a little bit. And the athletes have already been introduced to our crowd, and there's 8 women, and that is the route. And Molly, starting right, going left, this is going to be a bit of an endurance fest, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the qualification routes were long, but I think this is really taking long to a new extreme. I wonder how many moves are on that route.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but there's going to be a lot. And we're right now watching the athletes come out, and they were out previously, although they are still actually climbing on the wall, this weird kind of time warp we're in right now. But Molly, some big names in there, and of course Janja Garnbret qualifying safely through.
Oh yeah, she showed how dominant she was in that semi-final round. She was, 10 holds clear of everyone else, and looked like she was once again having a great time, which is what we want to see.
Exactly, and when she came down, she was breathing heavily, and she said on an interview that it was good to finally have a hard route.
Yeah.
Which says something.
I know. I do feel for Janja. Like, we get challenged all the time, and there she is having to basically just execute on things she knows she's capable of. So it was really cool that she got pumped, and I think Janja having fun is just the best bit of climbing we could possibly see. I
completely agree. Well, on screen, Yevgenia Kazbekova, perhaps a surprise into this finals, but so good to see her climbing from Team Ukraine. Alexandra Totskova gave us many heart attacks along the way.
Yeah, she pulled it out of the bag.
She got almost tangled up in a quick draw on the way through. And do go back and watch that semi-final. Hannah Moyle, the only German athlete in the final, and on a good run of form at the moment.
Absolutely.
That's our mascot dancing away there on the front of the stage as well. He must be hot. Jessie Biltz, she's back in the finals. Good to see her from Team Austria. She'll be giving it her all, of course. Had a few unlucky moments this year.
But generally a pretty consistently good year.
Absolutely, yeah. She's right on the top spot. Mia Cramble, nice to see her back in the finals, the Olympian. And she'll be out with her teammate Janja Garnbret, also in white there. Manon Healy, wow, she was good. Second place finish.
She is in fantastic shape this year, and it's really cool to see. She's been around for a while, but she seems to have come into some new shape this year and is, smashing it.
Absolutely. And then finally, Janja Garnbret, we all expected her to be here. She did have a bit of a slip midway up the route.
She did, yeah.
Lost a heel.
I know, but she was super composed afterwards. And maybe it was a little bit of a wake-up call, like, oh, this route is a bit challenging. And then she climbed excellently all the way to pretty much the last move.
Absolutely. Well, this is one of a stranger part of our sports. The athletes get 6 minutes to observe the route. And Molly, I know we talk about this a lot, but what kind of things are they saying to each other out there on the stage right now?
So I think most people read through it, we call it reading when you look through the route, and they'll read through the route by themselves at first just to get a general idea of the direction, the kind of moves, and then you're really looking at the sequence, the method to get from bottom to top. You're looking for where you clip the quick draws, if there are any sections that are trickier, and often if there's like a general theme, so when you go back into warm-up, if you've got some time, you can kind of wake those skills up.
But these guys are competing against each other, and yet they're sharing the methods, which is a bit of an odd concept.
One of the beautiful things about climbing is that we kind of use each other to all try our best and do our best during competition. A lot of the time, people will see things you didn't see or confirm what you think is the right method, and that confidence is really important when you're going on routes that are so challenging for you. You really need to give it everything and commit, otherwise it's going to be even harder.
Absolutely. Well, the wall, as you saw on that graphic, is 15 meters tall, but much, much longer due to the way it winds. I mean, what, are we going to guess, what, 20? 20
yeah,
meters?
I think so at least. It traverses quite a bit from right to left, doesn't it, in the middle?
Yeah, it's a long route through that big triangular volume in the middle, which kicks it out further than the 35 degrees we saw on screen. The athlete's allowed to use binoculars. I think Manon Healy might have them there. Oh no, she's just cupping her eyes.
Yeah, binoculars, I've seen notepads, pens, all kinds.
So we are counting down now, less than 2 minutes to go for the lead observation time. And the crowds have been filling in all afternoon, and they're packing it now. And I think that's a hot seat area down on the front where the athletes will get to wait and watch.
Oh, nice. It's always fun watching people afterwards. I think what's fun about climbing is when you get down, you immediately want to know why you fell, or like what other people have done that you haven't, and so you're automatically just thinking about how you could be better and what someone else is doing that you didn't. So I'm sure the finalists will enjoy being able to watch comfortably.
Absolutely. Well, you can hear the noise in the background, getting hyped up in the stadium. Now, if you're new to comp climbing, the aim of the game is to go from the bottom to the top, and the top is marked by that star on the final hold. You have to clip all the quick draws on the way up with your rope, and that's for safety reasons. If the athlete falls off, well, they're sent back down to the earth. We don't want them to go too quickly. And the belayer at the bottom catches the climber. We'll go through all the details as we get along, but that's the basics for you. The higher the athlete climbs, the higher their score, and the top of the wall being their aim. And there are some tricky sections along the way, including a jump round about quick draw 2 and 3.
The thing is, with jumps on routes, they're never that hard, but they do put you on edge, and that's exactly why the route setters put them in. Especially only, I think it's the second draw that this jump is on, so it's a pretty rude welcome into the route for the athletes. But they all should be capable of it, really.
Yeah, the route setters probably wouldn't set too hard a jump that low to the ground as well.
No, a bit risky that.
A bit risky, so it might be more of a sort of a pop into a hole. Right, so that's the athlete done. They now leave the stage, and you can see Janja looking over her shoulder as she gets the last glimpse in.
Yeah, eking out every bit of time on stage and looking at the route, trying to get as much information as possible.
It's literally my favourite moment, watching the judges trying to get
Just
you guys out.
Yeah, like sheep, herding sheep.
Exactly that, yeah. I didn't want to say it, but you've said it, so that's fair enough.
Oh, we all feel it.
Well, that is the crowd getting ready, and it's a pretty educated crowd in terms of climbing, but there are some people wandering in. And anyway, this is our top 8, Liska Adamovska, Yevgenia Kazbekova, Alexandra Totkova, Anna Moyle, Jessica Piltz, Mia Krampel, Manon Healy, and Janja Garnbret make up our top 8. So looking at that list, Molly, we've got to say Janja is the favourite, sure.
For sure, you can't really argue with that.
But in terms of the rest of the podium,
do you know what? I think Manon has a really good chance. She's been so consistent this year and just climbs so well. And I think she'll really enjoy this style of route as well.
Absolutely. So it's anyone's game. Jessie Piltz as well. She's won gold medals in the past. Alexandra Totkova looks in good form earlier on.
She does, and she can clearly fight after watching her semi-final route. And that is so important when you try these routes. They are not easy. And if you lose a tiny bit of hope or give up just a little bit, that's it, you're out of the game.
That's the stakes on offer. And we build up, and that is backstage in the athlete waiting area. And Liska Adamovska is out now. She strides towards the curtain.
That is a walk of confidence, I like it. She is running
out.
to get out. That's the excitement we're here for.
Well, this is it. The athletes get one chance on this route. It's all or nothing here as Eliska comes out. And I don't know if it's as loud as it is in my headphones, but
yeah.
Wow.
I know. The atmosphere is electric, and I'm sure Eliska would have absolutely loved walking out just then. There's not much of a better feeling than walking out to a crowd about to pull onto a final route.
Well, here we go. The music finally drops down, allowing the athletes to concentrate just a little bit. And this is the little pop, I think, this first move we chatted about.
Yeah, Ella was just setting up, but... And easy does it.
Not too bad at all. Just to unsettle, perhaps, a little
Yeah,
bit.
just a little bit of hesitation, but now she'll be relaxing. The root setters even gave the women a little, what we call jib. So that's when you add a smaller hold onto a bigger hold. And usually they're kind and they let us know where it is with a little white, we call tick mark. So that little line by her foot.
At least get underway safely through that first section. And you can see the score ticking away on the left. She's on hold 11, so she gets 11 on her score, and she gets a plus 0.1 if she uses the hold. But we'll go through more of that as we come to it. And that is a quick draw, as they must clip on the way up. And it is easy sometimes to go past those quick draws.
Definitely, and you have to clip them in sequence. So sometimes you can skip a quick draw and that's when people are called down. So it's really important to make sure you have an idea generally of when you're going to clip. Because you can climb past it and then be like, oh no, how am I going to get back down to there?
So they just get resting on the wall, looking at the traverse that's coming up. Because now she starts the journey from right to left, from big black volume to black volume. And a fairly good undercling, that.
Yeah, I think they've added a small hold in there as well, just hidden.
And you can see the dual texture surface shining in the sun. They don't want to be standing on that, it's slippery.
No, definitely not.
Oh, here we go, the precision required on these pockets.
What a view.
Yeah, that's the stadium. Beach volleyball behind us, climbing here. And Liska is into those pockets and having to be careful with that right foot placement.
Yeah, loads of core tension required in this section. Resting is not actually that restful.
No, it isn't. So that is the traverse, those black triangular style volumes, creating a runway for the athlete out towards the left. Clips low.
That dish is definitely not as good as I thought it was. It looks pretty slopey.
Yeah, she's breathing heavily now. There is a clock, 3 minutes 28 left out of 6 minutes allotted to the athletes, and she's about halfway.
Yeah, I reckon this is probably the last rest point for a little while, and you're going to have to absolutely plough through this middle section. Steepest bit of the wall.
Liska had actually a better Boulder season than she did lead this year. A silver medal in Brixen for the IFSC. Last competition, she was 28th for the lead in Briançon.
She'll be really happy to be back in finals after a bit of a shaky end to the Summer Lead World Cup tour. Someone else who's also aiming for Paris, so we'll see her in tomorrow's Boulder semi-final as well. So brutal 4 days for Ella.
Yeah, she's got to finish up and go and rest and do it all again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I think.
What a rest there.
12. Oh yeah, so knee bar in, so the athlete's using her knee to take a bit of weight off the hands. And she's got to keep an eye on the clock here, 2 minutes 20.
Yeah, she's been here around a minute, and that's quite a long time for not much progress upwards. But hopefully she's been recovering rather than tiring herself out.
The athletes would have spotted the length of this wall, though no time could be more of an issue perhaps in this.
We had some timeouts in qualification as well. It is quite a long wall, and they've set really long routes, so hopefully Ella will get a move on and we'll see some more climbing before she times out.
Yeah, we're coming up to the 2 minute mark now. 32, she's looking solid, no real moments so far. Bumps the right hand out and over, and again shaking out and resting.
The crowd knows exactly when to cheer and hype her up.
Yeah, it's hard to over-egg the atmosphere here. It's really exciting.
It is.
It's quite nice to have a 4 p.m. finals as well.
It's
sunshine.
so early.
Yeah, I know. Usually it's darkness by this point. Oh, cutting loose.
Big cut from Ella. See if she can hold it.
Yeah, needs to get the feet on, and she's climbed slightly past the quick draw. Oh, and drops off.
Big fall.
Well, that is the first athlete out.
Quite a start.
That is a good start, yeah. I mean, it's so difficult to know, isn't it? The amount of times I thought, oh, it's easier, it's too hard, and you just don't know.
Sure. She looks pretty happy. Soaking it all in, I bet. Maybe a little overwhelming. There's a lot of people here today.
There really are. So, that's the score set. That's our high point. We should be in provisional first position at the moment.
Into the comfy chairs.
They look great. Right, so this was a rest, shaking out, trying to get some of that pump gone.
Just rereading the route as well.
Yeah, those 3 fingers dropping down. A lot of athletes drop the little finger out, finding it more comfortable. Matching that pocket.
Matching her hand.
Oh, and then heel hooking her hand.
I don't know how all 4 points are in one shot.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I've never seen that.
Oh, that looks like a really tricky move.
It does, and I wonder where you clip on that.
Yeah, and the clip is quite far to the right, and the holds don't look great up there, so maybe that will be a tricky clip that might complicate things for some athletes.
Yeah, because it looks like it's a left hand up. Interesting. All right, well, that is the Team Slovenian coaches, who are, of course, used to having their athletes up in the finals, and they've got
She
2.
was barely on that hold. 3 fingers, back 3. I think she gave it a pretty good go. I'm not sure how much she had left.
I think she wasn't disappointed when she came down. She knew that was it. No mistakes from her.
No mistakes.
Right, so we move on to athlete number 2. Yevgenia Kazbekova from Ukraine comes out. And I know the amount of support that she has here in the audience. I can't remember when she last climbed in a final. It was a while back.
It's been a while, yeah. But yeah, the crowd are completely behind her, and she looks like she's having the best time already.
Yeah, at this point, if you haven't made finals for a while, it's just a fun time, isn't it? Just
Yeah, you go out and enjoy the last round.
Yeah, she's had a sort of up and down season. She was at the World Games finals. That was her last big final.
Well, she definitely timed it right.
Yeah, a lot of the athletes seeing this as a highlight of the season, so trying to peak with their training and in this moment. Remember, 8 women are climbing here tonight, and then after this final we have the men's Boulder final. Should be another good one for us.
Wow, what a day of climbing, huh?
Pretty good, isn't it?
Jam-packed.
Not a bad way to spend a day. It's gone quick as well.
I know, I bet these women are still feeling warm from their semi-final route.
So Yevgenia through the first jump.
Yeah, no hesitation there.
Yeah, a bit settled in now.
Boulder skills coming in handy. I think the crossover is getting bigger or closer, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right. And combined at the end of the week, I think we're going to see longer boulder problems and potentially shorter routes as well. So it's going to be interesting.
Definitely.
Only 8 athletes make it through to that combined. And some of these in the final, I mean, there's a couple who you're pretty guaranteed to make it, Janja being one of them.
Yeah, for sure. Janja also has a pretty good chance. She'll be climbing tomorrow as well.
Yeah, she can keep that skin together. And I think she will probably have half an eye on that combined, having got through to the finals today.
Definitely, it puts her in a really good position. But I'm sure her mind is far away from bouldering right now as she heads into the steep section on our final route.
Yeah, so undercling rest position here. It's a very good rest, actually. She'll get stood up there. Although that angle is a bit misleading. That's better. It does push you back quite a lot. She's trying to get a knee.
It looks like it's working a little bit. It's probably not providing the rest that she would hope for. Although now it looks like she's relaxed a bit.
Yeah, the athlete's not allowed to use knee pads. It's just skin. And sometimes you see an athlete putting trousers on because of that.
Yeah, true.
Well, I never know which is more grippy. Oh, Yevgenia drops the move up.
And I
Bangs
think
into the wall.
Ella made that move look a lot smoother than it actually is. It's quite a way. It's really committing because you're coming from the not steep part to the steep, and it's a blind move to a pocket. So
Yeah.
I think maybe we didn't really give Ella enough credit for that move.
Absolutely, she can pull stuff out of the bag, can Ella? I mean, really good at that. And yeah, you're right, it's blind, it's kind of back and over your head, you've got to be precise with it.
And it's really hard to keep the tension and keep that left hand on the wall, and as soon as that left hand pops, well, like we saw with Janja, you're off.
Yeah, well, let's watch some of her highlights. So, this is the first jump. Not too difficult, although that makes it look miles away.
Yeah, done really well, hips into the wall.
So, jump to get herself started. Made it look easy, immediately moving on. And this was the pockets.
Yeah, just lost that left hand, and then the right hand goes. Tried to save it with a match, but
It's that left hand coming out, I think.
Yeah, I think had she been a bit higher in her shoulders, she'd have been able to pull a bit more, but being so low and almost disengaged in the shoulders meant that there was no tension to hold that swing.
Bringing her hands.
Yeah, I mean, she almost did the no-handed match
Yeah.
thing.
Ninja style on the wall. Very cool to see. So she swings down, shaking out that hand. There's 2 athletes done.
This is another lovely moment in climbing. So much friendship amongst all the competitors. And it's just nice to see it even in such environments like this.
Yeah, I didn't know if the Olympics and everything was going to change that a little bit, you know, if that it was going to become a bit nastier, but it doesn't seem to have.
I'm not sure it will really ever change. We're such a special sport, and I guess most people are just excited for others.
Okay, so Alexandra Totskova comes out and wow, her semi-finals.
She looks like she means business.
I love watching her because she always looks like she's about to fall off. There's always drama.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's a style that maybe if you were a coach, you'd try to talk her away from it, but as a spectator...
For sure, super exciting. And as a competitor, you're like, she's off. No, she's not. What?
Yeah, how is she still on? Yeah.
I was watching in the athlete lounge and I heard a was from all the Austrian athletes when she looked like she'd fallen, but she was still on the wall and she went 2 more moves.
Yeah.
So, and that's what you need to be successful in World Cups, that kind of fight, that energy that people just don't understand.
Exactly. She's still young, 17, I think, so...
Yeah, super young. I'm pretty sure last year was her first full year on the senior circuit and she was in finals. I remember watching her in Chamonix and I think she even had a medal last year, so...
Yeah, she's just 17.
She's quite a short athlete, so that jump definitely looked a little further for her, but she still got it done. She's pretty powerful. The classic Alex thing to do.
Yeah, I said congratulations to her as I walked through. Just sort of said, like, you give me a heart attack every time. And she just nodded at me, just like, yeah, it happens.
Poor coach.
Oh, crazy. Okay, so hold on to your hats as she swings out. A few moves away from the first rest on this women's route.
Okay, getting into the meat of the climbing now. More holds.
Yeah, but the overhang already starts. And we were chatting about how short the head wall is on this wall.
Yeah, it's not long. No quick draw basically up there.
That's true, yeah, no quick draws. And also
you're committed.
Yeah, you are. And also because this is traversing, it's all roof, this problem.
Yeah, there's so much steep in this. It would be super exhausting for the athletes, especially third day on for most. Second session of the day, you know, easy time for them, huh?
Yeah. Okay, so into this undercling. Will she find this knee bar?
Making kind of quick work of this as well.
Yeah, cruising. Hasn't either seen it or doesn't want to use the knee bar. Did look awkward when Yenya did it. Evgenia, sorry, did it. Right, so this is the move, this blind jump. Oh. Okay, she is in the pocket. It's held by that graphic, but...
And a bit of a flex.
Yeah, one-handed resting, 2 fingers in the pockets.
Despite being a bit shorter than the other athletes, she really pulled in with that right arm, and you could see that she basically had 2 right angles, 90-degree lock-offs, and that's why she was able to hold that swing.
So
in fact, it wasn't much of a swing for her because she was so controlled.
Yeah, she just dangled, really. Shook off. Hopefully the photographer got a shot of that because it was awesome. All reaches down low to clip that. Climbing quickly, 3:20 on the clock. Kicks out with the left hand, grimacing as she brings her hands through into the undercling. That doesn't really mean anything with her. She's always grimacing.
That's true.
Bumps the left. She reminds me of you, Molly, the way she climbs sometimes.
Pretty athletic.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite risky almost, and all in the biceps.
Summed it up perfectly.
Yeah. And actually chilling in this steep bit. I didn't think you'd want to rest here, but...
Yeah, she's shaking out. So resting now. Rest done. She continues. Out towards the left. And remember this tricky clip sequence. We don't really know how it goes yet. Biting the rope in order to drag up. Awkward looking clip there.
Yeah, Alex doesn't usually have more than 2 points of contact on the wall, so I'm sure she's really enjoying this steep section.
Right, so breathing hard. She's in second place at the moment. 31 is her score.
The time is ticking though, and she's still got quite a way to go.
Yeah, true. 2 minutes left, and she's climbing quicker now. Boosting her way through each move. All right, and things are about to get even more overhanging as she comes out again, cutting
Another
loose.
cut loose. Such a strong climber.
Love to see how she trains.
And let's see how she attempts this section.
So that's the quick
There's
draw.
hidden holds on there.
Yeah, I can't even see it.
Black on black.
Yeah, and then makes the clip look okay. Watch the clock, 1:13. Pausing once again.
Resting her way up this steep section.
Into the pinches now.
Not
Forearm
far off the
screaming.
head wall, but
Yeah, just close. There's still more traversing. Oh, falls.
she looks frustrated.
But that is preliminary first position, 40. So, good performance from her. Just seems to be a burner of a route. Like, no real hard sections particularly. A couple of bits which might get you.
There's also the question of time with routes like this. Like when the holds are good enough to rest, it's quite easy to get sucked into just hanging around. And then you end up with less than a minute to climb the head wall. And that's when you need to have the most focus, the most concentration. And so, yeah, it'll be interesting to see who kind of tactically climbs quickly, maybe, or who really milks all the rests and has to rush towards the end.
Yeah, and she did start to have to climb quickly. That's where she
That
fell.
heel just popped. Not quite enough tension through the heel and frustrated slap.
Yeah, watch this left heel. So she rocks up on it. Puts it through, and you can see it rolling out. Oh, up she goes. She was always going back as she came up there. All right, so 3 done. Hannah Moyle is up next. This is the women's final, and I've got Molly Thompson-Smith in the commentary box with me as we come to the finals part of our day. It's been packed so far. Women's semi-final early on, then men's Boulder semi-final. The athletes got a few hours off. I saw a few power naps on Instagrams.
Eking out every bit of recovery.
Now they'll be psyched and ready. There we go, we pan down. Hannah Moyle walks out.
Definitely the crowd favourite. And probably one of the happiest climbers on the circuit. Always has a smile on her face. Someone who can somehow really enjoy the climbing even while she's doing it. You'll see so many photos of her resting and just absolutely beaming. And as someone who tries so hard on routes, I cannot imagine being that relaxed.
Yeah, Hannah's found a good vein of form this year.
Yeah, two silvers, or 1 silver and a bronze in the bouldering World Cup this year.
Yeah.
And has she made league finals? I know she's been 9th before.
She has made finals, yeah. I'll have a look at when that was. She's underway anyway into the first part and this jump coming up. So, Brianson wasn't the best. Yeah, she's made 2 finals. Sorry, 1 final this year. So Innsbruck was her first final. Oh, sorry, no finals this year for lead.
Been really close though.
Yeah, right on the
9th
cusp.
and a 10th, so she's clearly at the top on the world scene. So let's see what she can do at this European Championships.
Yeah, and since her Boulder success was really where she unleashed herself. I got some medals for the first time, and since then hasn't really looked back.
No, it's amazing how once you get one good result, the good form just kind of seems to run off of that. The confidence grows, and it almost feels easier.
And Hannah will be being spurred on by this crowd. Everyone here seems to be behind her right now.
For for sure. I know she'll be resting and looking out, just taking in the crowd, the atmosphere, and really being so present.
So she's into the undercling rest. Again, doesn't use the knee bar. It looks so awkward. And Hannah is quite tall as well. It looks fiddly, that knee bar. She has got toes.
Oh, and she keeps tension through that toe hook and even rests there.
But she's got to unlock it now, and this could be a big swing from Hannah Moyle. Oh no, static out.
So controlled.
That's so much power, isn't there?
Yeah.
Good strength from her. Double heel. What is that? Double heels in.
Super flexible climber as well. Amazing mobility. I've seen her in the splits on the wall so often. Hannah gets into spaces that shouldn't be possible.
So the quick draw is going to be beneath her. She makes that clip out. It's been extended to avoid the rope drag because of how traversy this route is.
Very kind of the route that is to do that.
Yeah, lovely, isn't it?
And she's climbing quickly. Really good pacing throughout this, not wasting any time whatsoever, and looking pretty fresh.
Yeah, about 30 seconds ahead of the others at the moment. Not which speed is a factor, but we know how long this route is, and that's why we keep talking about it. Keep an eye on the scores as well. She's in bronze medal position at the moment. As our camera pans down, such a good angle to show the overhang on this. I don't know how you train for a route, this kind of traverse over. I mean, you can't get this in a commercial gym. It would take up too much space.
No, probably climbing outside is
yeah.
most applicable.
So they're good holds, slopers, especially that right with the jib on it.
And this is the big move up, the big launch. And Hannah just locks it off again. Climbing super static, conserving so much power.
2 heels in as well. Those black holds, the little ones, they have to cover bolts to stop the athlete standing on them and getting a penalty.
Looking like she's getting a bit pumped now. The elbow is up and she is fighting. Head back, fingers are dropping.
Remember, she's got a clip as well. And there's the, yeah, it came. Such a big fall, the camera lost her for a second as she came down. So Hannah Moyle is in third.
And the German crowd is pretty proud of that performance, I'd say.
Yeah, they should be. Hannah gets through. Crowd celebrate with her. A moment in bronze.
Looking like a good route so far.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. I'd like to see the top of it. But
I'm sure Janja will treat us to that.
I think she might, yeah. Have to see what Janja's endurance is like at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. She hasn't done much bouldering recently, so she's clearly in very good lead shape. I mean, when is Janja ever not in good lead shape?
No. So this is the focus Hannah had as she made the low clip. And clipping, if you're new to climbing, there's different methods for doing it, some more effective than others, and it's something you do have to learn and practice, especially when you start out.
For sure, and actually clipping these extended quick draws is quite a skill in itself. They swing around quite a lot, and I think the best method is to just grab it with your hand and then force the rope into it.
Yeah, and there's something we should say, which is you can grab it and sort of get it swinging, but you're not allowed to hold on to it. You can't pull on that quick draw.
Correct, yeah.
We have seen some disqualifications when an athlete sort of has a finger and it slips and they weight it momentarily, and that can be the end. And that was the pop. Hannah actually kind of fired off it. Is it the right or left? Let's see. As he goes up. Watch this left hand. That's going to explode in a second. It will. Slow motion.
Super slow-mo.
Yeah, super slow-mo.
She's going up.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, sometimes that can happen when you are feeling a bit fatigued.
Yeah. I think taking the cut loose as well definitely made it harder. But things like that happen more frequently when you're tired and pumped. And I think Hannah was definitely coming towards the end of her.
Well, there you go. That says it all, really, doesn't it?
That face says, I am done.
Yeah. Big hugs all around, including for the mascot is getting involved.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, it's sort of the ego on that mascot. Unbelievable.
He was putting onto the boulders the other day.
Was he?
I think so.
Be challenging you soon. Right, Jessie Pilz is out, and as we said, she's had a few unlucky moments this year in the World Cup.
Slips.
Yeah, and so close to finals a couple of times, and made finals and slipped early.
She was so close. Oh, well, and she topped out on the final route in Chamonix and was given 4th place, which is, I mean, that sucks.
Yeah, it really does.
So she's had, but she also had a gold medal at the World Games, so it's been a year of ups and downs for Jessie, I'd say.
Yeah, she would love to sort of get a gold medal right in the middle of her season, set herself up for the rest of it. For a long time, it was always Jessie versus Janja.
It was indeed. And I think Jessie's coming back into that. She's on her way back. I've seen her training in Innsbruck, and it's crazy what she's training on.
Yeah, I get the feeling she's one of those athletes who's quite affected by having to train for speed. So these things take her a while to bounce back from that.
Yeah, I think she's really enjoying just training lead and boulder, as most athletes are. I doubt there's really many who still train speed. Not that we don't love it still, love to watch it, but it just takes so much energy and time from your lead and boulder training. I think everyone's pretty excited to be back to normal almost.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Yeah, the combined now is lead and boulder. Speed is a separate medal for the Olympics, and that's why we're following that in the combined competitions as well.
We'll see our speed competition on Monday?
Yeah, Monday. And the athletes have started to arrive. So Jessie easy through the first section. Time is occasionally a problem for her. She's good at timing it, but she does have a tendency to be a bit slower sometimes.
That's the problem when you've got so much endurance. Yeah, Jessie's had a few timeouts. I think she also timed out in qualification this competition too. So I don't know if it's on her mind.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, time hasn't been a factor so far. It's just the amount of forearm burn going on. Oh, powerful from Jessie.
Yeah, easy does it for Jessie. Another super strong athlete, really strong boulder as well.
It's funny, I thought Hannah Moyle's method was thuggy, and yet that was even more so.
Thuggy but elegant.
Thuggy but elegant, yeah. Elegant.
Elegant, I love it.
Yeah. So 4th for Jessie at the moment, aiming for that 40.1. Alexander Totskova set earlier. Very hard to see the intricacies of this route because it's black on black for a lot of it.
I know, hard to see the details.
Yeah. And mixed in there are some jibs.
Most of the time I just assume there's a jib on volumes like this. Hope for there to be a jib there.
It's all good till there isn't. Then you're in trouble.
It's true.
All right, so Jessie's on that blue volume, which must kick out the wall more than the 35 degrees it's said to be. Got a knee in there. Not a full knee bar, more of a scrub.
Also resting right in the steep. Maybe these holds on to that. Not for those girls anyways.
No, but as you said, you can get trapped into it, and that clock is ticking down. Jessie hooking her feet. Downturn soft shoes, allowing her to do that. Gets a heel hook in, clips high. And now there won't be much time to rest from now onwards.
Yeah, we're approaching our big lock-off move right before it starts to get interesting and we get into the medals so far.
Right, so Jessie matching the sloper, resting. Everyone's eyes in the stadium are craned upwards towards her. Here she goes, launches up with the right hand.
Light work for Jessie.
Yeah, changes the heel into toes. Has to be careful with the dual text down there. There are some slippy bits.
Having to work a little bit now, but still in control.
Yeah, now this is the sequence that got a few.
This is where we lost Hannah almost.
Jessie's looking good.
She is looking good and gets the clip.
Yeah, easy, and she's got 2 minutes, so plenty of time.
One more clip and then it's climbing straight to the top.
What a fall that's going to be if they go off the top right.
And we have a new high point already.
Jessie into the lead, 41.
Looking like she still has more to give, so come on, Jessie.
Oh, look at the flexibility.
Makes this last clip, and now is all guns blazing to the top.
Yeah, that is it. Now she can just relax and climb through this last section.
That volume looks really bad. Oh, maybe that's a coordination move.
Could be. And if that is the case, that's a big ask after all that endurance.
It really is. To have the tension after however many quick draws, however many moves.
So that's the Austrian coaches.
Looking really happy with that performance.
Well, she could be really climbing herself into a medal position. We've got 3 athletes to go.
That was a pretty good performance.
I think it was too. All right. Well, that's it for Jessie. That was the launch out, locking it off. Hours of one armor training there coming in.
Really cool to be able to see the women flex their strength on moves like this. I know that all the women absolutely love doing things like this. We all campus, we all train our one armors, and so to be able to flex it on moves like this is super cool, and I'm sure they all really enjoyed it.
How many can you do in a row?
How many? Oh, I've not tested in a while. I'll just say 3.
3. That is really good. Go do a one arm if you can at home. It's one of those things, isn't it? It's not like an essential skill for climbing. It does help lock offs and stuff.
Like there's elements to it that are definitely applicable to climbing, but I mean, you don't need to be able to do it to be a world champion. So
no. Just looks good at parties.
Just looks very good at parties. Looks good on the Instagram.
So this was Jessie on the pinches near the top. That's the angle, and it's a good angle to see that. Slapping left and then...
She still gave it a pretty good go. Being pumped will mean that your center is further away from the wall, and on moves like this, you really need to be able to flick your hips in, just so you get enough in towards the wall so you can really catch that hold, the final hold of that move. And Jessie just didn't quite have enough to stay in. Yeah, you can see her trunk is pretty far away from the wall as she's catching that hold, and it's so much harder to catch a hold with your arm disengaged than when it's engaged.
So Jessie's comp is done. She's now sitting down at the front in those comfy chairs, and next up is Mia Kramble.
The first of our Slovenians.
Here she goes. I can't imagine the heartbeat now as you approach that curtain, knowing the crowd is out there. She won't have seen the crowd. She's been in isolation, so she doesn't get a chance to look at the route. This is the first time, really, apart from when she came out for the observation, that she gets to greet them and see them. I love how no one is sitting on the comfy chairs.
No.
I think it's in the sun.
I think they might be in the sun, yeah. And this hot week has been all about dodging sun. It is very warm and pretty exposed in the venue, so it's been quite hard for athletes to stay cool, hydrate, manage all of that. It's just another thing that you don't really think about in training, I guess, that adds to the intensity of events like this.
Yeah, my eyes got sunburnt on the first day. I was so bloodshot. Right, Mia Kramble clips in the first drop.
And she's off.
So first jump, nice and easy, just sets up, launches up to it.
Pulls way over. Nice little confidence boost that.
Yeah, she's underway, using those good holds, down low. Just try not to waste energy at this point.
No. She's moving quickly and confidently.
Yeah, you don't want to over grip at this point. But look at that, again, that resting position with the high left.
Yeah, climbing really is a sport that encompasses so many skills: flexibility, technique, strength, power. Like, the list of things to train is endless.
And of course, it doesn't matter if you're just flexible, you've got to be strong in a flexible position.
Exactly. It's it's great having, you know, the ability to get into positions, but you've got to move out of it, otherwise it's pretty much pointless.
Yeah, it's a good shot to see what she's holding on to. There are hidden holds under there. As we expect, easy through, but this is the first risky section for Mia Kramble. She has to be precise, stretches up with the toe hook in, releases it, easy work for her.
Super cool, really nicely
is one of those moves that makes you want to go and try it, isn't it? I'd love to give that a go.
This looks amazing, this route.
We'll get you on, Molly. It's all right. We'll sneak you in.
Nice.
You're part of the staff now.
I'm already warm, it's fine.
Now, this is the part where you're just moving between rests, really. Crosses through.
We'll see if she also opts to rest here or not.
Making sure the toes are locked in underneath.
Sometimes it can be a bit fiddly when you need to toe hook or heel hook the holds that your hands are on. So it requires a little bit of shuffling.
Yeah.
But it looks like Mia's managed to move everything out of the way in time.
Yeah, she's all good. And she gets that sort of semi-knee bar scrub for a second and moved off it. And that is where she's aiming for. She doesn't know this. The athletes aren't aware of the scores, although there is a massive screen that does say she's in 5th place, but I doubt she's paying much attention to it.
No, I doubt it.
Oh, working to get the toes locked in. She comes closer to the business end. This is really just a bit of a burner of a route, getting the athletes pumped before the hard part. Grade-wise, between about 8B plus to 8C plus-ish.
Yeah, people love a grade, don't they?
They do love a grade.
But it's so hard to grade a route like this. Imagine walking into your gym and seeing this.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd walk the other way. But it's about that grade-ish,
Yeah.
to give you any understanding anyway. So really hard stuff. And on site, of course. So bumps up with the left hand. Crossing through into this black on black section you can't see, but it is there. Oh, the cut loose. Mia Krampel up into 4th.
See if she can get this flip in.
She's
You're
going
gonna
quite
need to
far.
get it in soon.
Oh, okay, so this could be tricky because you can't really match that hold. She's just going through it, I think.
I think she's about to commit to just getting the next score. Oh, she's gonna get it in.
Oh, she does.
Good effort from Mia.
That's well done from her.
Maybe not the best position to clip, but
Stop the monster fall anyway. She comes down.
and she knows. Oh,
Misses the stage.
elegantly finished though.
And a bow to finish things off. Good
And she
stuff.
knows that clip kind of messed her up a little bit. Maybe clipping it a bit early, she would have had the power.
Yeah, and she is.
But she's still ranked pretty high.
Yeah, she is silver, 40.1 her score.
Beating Alex on countback to our semi-final round.
So guaranteed a medal.
Guaranteed a medal. Oh, not quite. Guaranteed a 4th.
That'll be the 4th.
We still have Manuel and Yanya. But anything can happen.
Right, so Mia coming out. That was the move. Spinning above the crowd, locking it in.
Yeah, the route setters have been really enjoying this feet off route climbing. Had quite a lot of that in qualification as well.
Almost cleaned the hole for herself there, it looked like on that slow-mo. Well, 2 to go. Manuel Healy and Yanya Gambret will be out next. That was the heel she fought, sorry, the toe she fought to get in. You can see why, almost hooked her own feet. Sorry, own fingers.
Yeah, really precise, and that's always hard because you can't actually see because it's behind the volume.
Pretty impressive when you consider that until very recently, Slovenia did not have a big gym to train on. They just had spray walls.
I know.
Domen Skofitz, a Slovenia athlete, has built a monster gym in Slovenia, which
Yeah.
has helped things, but
And they have a brand new wall in Koper, which is where we'll see the IFSC go to just next month, which I've heard a lot of good things about. The athletes have been raving about it, so I'm super excited. That is on the 3rd and 4th of September, I believe.
yes, it is, yeah.
So we're really, there's so much of the season to go.
I know, there's a lot of climbing to come.
It's kind of this monster event in the middle of an already pretty busy year.
I know, and it snuck up on us. This has been in my calendar for a long time, and suddenly it was here.
I know, it's definitely the most anticipated event of the year.
Yeah, next year is the World Champs. That will be sort of that year's highlight, and then after that, and well, it's the Olympic qualification during that year as well.
I know, it starts all over again already.
So the athletes move to the comfy chairs now as the sun drops behind them. The audience still cooking though out there.
Yeah, crowds are gathering. I'm sure it'll be even busier for men's boulder final coming up shortly.
So Manon Healy is out. She has a little run down the steps as Abila tries to keep up. Out onto the stage for Manon Healy, and she will drop those glasses. It's kind of her thing is to wear them out to see the route, and then she takes them off for the climbing.
I've never seen her, it's not often that I see her come out, and so I didn't know that she took them off, wore them and then took them off.
Well, we were worried a couple of weeks ago because we thought surely they're going to fall off midway through this thing.
I remember seeing Alex Magos wear sunglasses on a World Cup qualification route. I think it was in Villar, and it just blew my mind. I found it so distracting, and yeah, the glasses are off.
There we go, yeah, drop down. Yeah, it's very Magos, that one.
That is very Magos.
So Magos. So she's underway, down low. Clock starts ticking, 6 minutes. No one getting close to the top yet.
Manon maybe the oldest in this final.
And she came
Still
back from
in her
injury.
20s, I think.
Yeah, late 20s, I
Which
think.
just shows how competitive and young the women's field is. I think we've got quite a lot of the older legends in the men's side of things, but in the women it's getting younger and younger.
Yeah, it is. You're a veteran, Molly, already.
I know, at the ripe old age of 24.
Yeah, Manon is 28, and she came back from injury.
And she's come back in incredible form, which is, it's always so, like, it's nice to see people come back after a bit of time off, but when they come back from injury and they're super strong, it's so cool and so motivating.
So the music becomes pretty dramatic as Manon gets going.
Yeah. DJ's about to hype everyone up.
Manon quite a slow down low though. Minute 10 gone already. She'll want to get through. She would have spotted these lower cruxes.
I'm sure she'll relax soon once she gets into this middle section.
Yeah, she's looking a bit tense around the shoulders, not quite flowing yet.
I think there's quite a lot of pressure qualifying so high for a final like this as well, and I'm sure she knows she's capable of a medal. She's climbed to a medal position in the semis, and so that brings a whole new element to climbing.
Yeah, she's made a lot of finals this year already in 2022. Fifth highest result this year on the lead.
Takes a bit of a risky cut, but is back on track now.
So has that heel kind of pushed into the pocket. Drops the left leg down.
Bit of rope shuffling.
Yeah.
Organisation. Part of a super strong French team.
Yeah, that French team, huge depth in it.
So much depth, yeah. Both disciplines, genders. They seem to just have athletes smashing it everywhere.
Well, her teammate Sam Avazou will climb in the Boulder final tonight.
With Mejdi.
With Mejdi, yeah, true. There's 3 French athletes through this evening.
Oriane will be representing tomorrow.
Yeah, we get to do it all again tomorrow. I keep forgetting this. It repeats itself. So Manon reaches down low for that extended quick draw.
Now, I saw her shoes in warm-up, and I hadn't seen them before. And I was surprised that they're basically slippers with no rubber on the top. I think
no
you can
toe
kind of
hooks in
see
there.
them. So I'm super impressed at how solid she looks in a toe hook.
Huh.
She's very strong shins.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, because usually the athletes have a lot of rubber over the top of the foot for the toe hooks.
Generally, I'd say the more rubber, the better.
Yeah, I love it. I call it watchability. I just crack it in. I don't want to faff around with it.
I want as much coverage as possible.
Exactly.
So it's an interesting shoe choice, but clearly works for her.
Try to get a look at it, because it's, snatching there.
Very snatchy. Let's hope she can
Awkward sequence, a lot of little movements to it.
It seems like, I think Ella just had a really smooth climb, because since everyone else has looked quite snatchy in that section.
Yeah, you're right. Look at the top of the shoes. Very little rubber on it.
But I think she's typically French and is absolutely insane with a heel hook. So if you can tow it, you can heel it, probably.
Right, well, that's what she's aiming for. 40.1 is a silver. Bronze 40.1 as well. Shaken out as she enters the crux part of this route. Jessie Pilks is the high point at the moment. Jessie's guaranteed a medal.
An early clip from Ronald.
Which might be smart, to be honest. I think it's better than going past it.
Yeah, and a campus match.
Oh, just fingertips on there.
I was going to say, I'm not sure whether that's confident climbing or desperation climbing.
Manon Healy's endurance was incredible earlier, and it's still
She
good.
sat right on that heel.
It's about as close as it comes.
Will it be enough to catch Jessie? Unfortunately not. But a really good fight from Manon.
Yeah, so silver for her. Jessie is
Looking
smiling.
pretty happy with herself.
Well, she's now guaranteed silver. Great fight from Manon Healy. So she unties her knot, and I think we're about to see quite a reaction from the crowd with the next athlete. But first of all, we'll see some highlights from Manon. Glasses off.
It's go time.
It's go time, yeah.
And a good job from the route set so far. It's been an exciting watch, and it seems to have split pretty well. I think we have one tie, which is okay.
Yeah, we'll give them that one.
We'll allow that.
Yeah. This was the cut loose you were chatting about. Oh yeah, legs swinging almost backwards, having to adjust within the pockets.
Wow, how many fingers has she stacked in that?
Yeah, many. She's just, yeah, that, I can't remember what finger that is. The one closest to the thumb. What's that called? Index. There we go. Yeah, that was stacked on top.
As many in there as possible.
Bit of a scrape on the leg, battered and bruised. These athletes have been doing a lot of climbing recently.
Manon maybe with a slight advantage, having not done the boulder round here.
Yeah,
Chosen
true.
to fully focus on lead, which I think most athletes haven't, so.
Yeah, a lot going for the combined, or at least
Maybe
thinking about it.
the only athlete in our final who has focused solely on lead.
And I think you can see that with how that endurance she had, especially during the semi-finals, just kept on going.
Yeah.
And it has paid off. So, good work from Manon Healy. That big fall coming out. It reminds me of your fall a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago. You know when you pulled up the rope?
Oh my gosh, Moscow European Championships in 2020. I was clipping the top quick draw. I thought I was in. I'd finished the route, and then I fell, and I took probably the biggest fall of my life.
It was huge.
It was so big. It was almost funny. I think the belay was a bit surprised, as was everyone else.
Yeah, you had the slack pulled out on the run out. It was, yeah, big
Which
moment.
is quite funny, because I do get a little bit scared climbing outside above a quick draw,
Yeah, me
but
too.
I'll take a massive fall like that in a comp, and it's absolutely no problem whatsoever.
I guess at least as you were pulling up the rope, you're not expecting to fall
That's
at that
true.
moment.
That is true. Bold.
Yeah, go and check out that
confidence.
moment, because it's awesome from Molly. Huge whipper. So Manon goes and joins the rest down at the front, and we have one final athlete, and it is Janja Gambra who will come out, the Olympic gold medalist.
So many medals to her name. It's untrue.
Yeah, I think it's 52.
Yeah. 52. It's almost got to the point where it's so many that it doesn't even matter.
I know. I've honestly
More than everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, you interviewed her in Innsbruck, and it's hard to know what to say to her, really, because
I know. She must be, yeah. It's like, here we are again.
Yeah.
But I think she'll be psyched because no one's topped the route. And that is always something that Janja's excited about. It means it's going to be challenging for her too.
The only thing to bear in mind is she really had to fight during that semi-final. She got further than everyone else without almost needing to, because everyone else fell a lot lower.
Yeah.
I hope she's got something left.
Yeah.
And she is human as well. I think we hype her so much, we expect her just to win, but
For sure.
things can happen here.
I know. She still has to qualify through every round just like everyone else.
So Janja begins her European Championship final. It'll be interesting to see where she decides to rest, because she's so good at timing these things.
And how much she decides to rest as well. Whether she's like, this is too easy, I don't need to rest here, or whether she goes cautious, which sometimes she does in a final. I think when the final's not desperate, we see Janja climb maybe a little bit hesitantly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Until she gets to the top, where she usually does a move and she's like, okay, no one else did that move.
Yeah.
And then we see a smile and she relaxes.
Yeah, Innsbruck was an example of that.
Precisely. And I wonder when she'll decide that everyone else fell off.
Well, she'll know they're out there for a while. No one really falling particularly early. Genia perhaps, was the lowest on 12, on 18. And once again, it is Janja versus Jessie.
Yeah.
So Janja looking good at the moment. I think that was more a sweat wipe than a wave to the crowd, but it worked for both. So she's underneath now, leaning back with those straight arms. Slightly fumbled the clip, but got it in the second time.
Crowd patiently waiting for her to get to the exciting bit.
Yeah, I know.
Are we going to see something crazy?
No real hesitation from her.
Yeah, just a 90-degree lock off and rotation on one arm. No sweat.
So 2 figures in that pocket.
Looking pretty focused, not into the fun zone yet.
Yeah, steady climbing from Janja. She moves gradually up the leaderboard. She'll have to be really precise with these next movements. There's a lot of fiddly sequences to come. Quick draw's well set up for her.
Looking absolutely chilled here in this fiddly section with all the toe hooks.
Yeah, you can see just screwing the foot in order to guarantee the purchase. Now she chooses to rest. First real big rest she's had. Moving right and left and back again. Reversing sequences. It's really hard not to get carried away with this. It's like the atmosphere in the stadium with the music, the crowd.
I know, I've got my head's bobbing.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to tap my foot.
Yeah, exactly. If you're watching at home, I hope you're enjoying this as much as we are here in the stadium as Janja makes another clip, continues onwards. Another pocket in.
Really nice climbing from Janja so far. Super smooth.
Yeah, great work from her, making sure of those pockets, and now it begins, the really physical part. Where is she going to clip?
That's true. She's climbing up past Manel's clipping position.
Makes the bump, nice.
Looking so much stronger on these moves than all the other women.
Look at the time as well, 2 minutes 15.
Yeah, she's going to the top.
That is an awkward rest.
And a crazy lock off from Janja as a rest.
And then look at that, he'll then just immediately relaxes straight away.
Still pulling on one arm, so she must be pretty fresh.
Right, but she is having to work now, starting to bump. Jessie looks up. She is our current gold medalist, remember. And that is her high point on the screen, 45.1.
And there's a bend in the arm, so...
Yeah, it's starting to go here for Janja. Can she push through this last sequence?
Ooh. Okay, and then seemingly is going to static this move. Wow, and I think she tried hard there.
Yeah, she did, and she is into the #1 position.
Some crazy knee flexibility there.
Oh, Janja snatches and gets it out to the tick point.
This is so exciting.
This is brilliant to see, right? Janja Garnbret has won. She doesn't know it yet. Up she goes again with the left hand. There's the top, beckoning. Big full potential here, and there's a jump over to the left. She sets herself up, swings, and does spin to the ground head first.
And that was close.
That was.
I thought she had it.
And quite a spectacular fall as well. I hope she's okay.
She had a hand on her heart then.
Yeah, and the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say about this woman? Continuously and ever impressive from Janja Garber as another gold medal is added to her collection.
Yet to lose this year.
Oh, the clean sweep continues for Janja. And she is the European champion for 2022 lead. And she has the potential to make it a double tomorrow as well.
The double would be incredible.
Had a slight limp on that left leg.
Yeah, I hope that rope didn't get her too badly.
Yeah, she's already taped up and strapped up on it. Well, we'll see some replays of that in a sec. She takes the shoes off. She will be getting that gold medal right in the middle. Let's see this again. So, before she started the preparation, nice and relaxed and loose. Look how calm that face is.
She never looks like she's trying.
Problem is, she's probably not.
True.
But there, just
so blasé.
we overhyped this. We were trying to get some drama in it, and look how calm she looks. But she did have to fight during the top.
She definitely did.
That was the pinch that Manon really dropped, struggling on. Slapping out to the right. Pinch power as she comes through, swinging the legs over.
And I think we can say a big well done to the route setters for that route.
Yeah, that was good. Well done, guys and girls. Look at this. So that was the fall. Dropping out of the camera shot, head first towards the ground.
Covers her mouth. Like, what just happened?
I mean, she fully committed to it.
Yeah.
It's just short, though. Swinging around, and this was the fall.
Wow.
Ooh. Tries to grab the rope, misses it, realises she's head first.
She's literally doing gymnastic somersaults.
Oh, yeah. Well done, Janja. Yeah, that was our reaction too, Jessie.
Everyone goes quiet. So nice to see the girls cheering for Janja.
It is, isn't it? I mean, when you're competing against her, I mean, what's good is you know that if you competed against Janja, you competed against the best who's ever been.
Oh, yeah. She is one of a kind, once in a generation, really. And just like a privilege to be around. Such a nice human being as well.
Yeah, she is. It's annoying how lovely she is to her. She's got to have a flaw somewhere, but...
She's so lovely. I was upset earlier. She came and just gave me a hug, and that was all I needed. And I'm, just so thrilled for her, as will everyone else be, I'm sure.
Well, that is our top three. Janja Garber, Jessie Biltz and Manon Healy walk away with gold, silver and bronze here in Munich.
Three happy-looking ladies who all climbed superbly.
Well, that is it. The end of our women's finals. We get confirmation of the results. A couple of draws there due to count back. That's how they were separated. Mia Krampel, good fight from her for fourth place. Alexandra Totkova. And then as we go down, Aliska Adamovska. Hannah Moyle, the home favourite. Yevgenia coming up in last of the 18. A slip down low for her. Shame.
Best thing is we'll get to see, I think, 6 of these ladies tomorrow morning as well in semi-finals for Boulder. Really quick turnaround. I'm sure they'll be straight back to their hotels.
Exactly, having a little sleep early on. Well, that's it for now. We will be back soon for the men's Boulder final. Molly, thank you so much for joining me for 2 commentating positions.
Do you know what? It's made my day. It's been so much fun. Thank you so much for listening to me, everyone, and thanks for chatting to me.
Always welcome. Right, we'll be back 5:30, a bit before that, for the men's Boulder final. We'll see you soon.
Janja Gambret, congratulations, Olympic champion, world champion, and now you are European champion. How does this feel?
It feels amazing, even though like some may think it's just European Championship, but for me it was not. It was probably one of the hardest to win, but I'm really happy.
When you were on top there, you slipped, you fall with the head first. You looked a little shocked in the first moment when you came down.
Yeah, I was. I thought I was going to die.
Was it really scary for you this moment?
A little, yeah, but it's fine.
Your hand is okay because we saw there's a little blood on the hand. You still feel good, no problem?
Yeah, no problem. Tomorrow is bouldering, so I have to be ready.
Tomorrow is bouldering, I have to be ready. That means you already have the next title in view?
We'll see.
Thank you very much, Janja Gambret. Congratulations, European champion 2022. Sounds great.
Es gab Fragebögen unter den Athletinnen und da gab es auch die Spalte, was ist das Ziel für die European Championships? Bei ihr stand ein Smiley. Das war alles. Das war ihre Ansage und das ist das Ergebnis dahinter. Janja Gambret gewinnt also als große Favoritin diesen EM-Titel im Lied. Danach Jessica Pinks, die auch wirklich von Anfang an durchgezogen hat, durchs Halbfinale, dann noch die Lee auf Platz 3, das sind die Medaillenrennen und jetzt wollen wir die Deutsche, die es bis ins Finale gebracht hat, die eine grandiose Saison klettert und das Grinsen hat sie bis ins Finale gebracht. Das ist die Ende.
einzusteigen, wo man dann frustriert weitergeht, oder ist es schön, erstmal, sagen wir mal, was so zum Einstieg präsentiert wird, wenn es voll fahren hat?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Munich. This is the European Championships 2022, and it is time for the men's Boulder final. My name is Magrum, and I am privileged and lucky to be joined by Hannah Schubert in the commentary box, because Hannah, usually we're getting athletes to do this. You have come to watch the competition and ended up in the commentary box. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the nice introduction. But yeah, I mean, it's not far away from Innsbruck where I live, so I mean, you might as well come. Like, if it's such a big event just around the corner of your house, basically, you have to come and watch it, especially because you know so many people who are competing.
Absolutely. Well, look, you've only just arrived, is that right?
Nah, I arrived before semi-final of bouldering today, at around 11, 12.
Well, welcome to this event, because it is spectacular, this multi-sport event. And look, elephant in the room, first of all, usually when you're doing this with me, you were getting very nervous about your brother.
Yeah.
Didn't make it through.
Yeah, it was really close, unfortunately. Like, everyone who watched the semi probably knows, but it was a tough semi-final. Oh wow, not so many tops. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow in lead we're gonna see him crush there. But yeah, at least another Austrian in finals. So
Exactly, yeah. So Nikolai Uznik doing really well earlier on this morning for the men's boulder. And that is the men's boulder. Down there, between the lead and the speed wall, and the athletes are just taking a moment to look at the routes and climbs available to them. And as you said, a really tough semi-final round.
yeah, it was really tough. Like, you could see everyone struggle, and usually, like, at the beginning of a semifinal, you never know, are the boulders hard, or is it because there's like only the first competitors who qualified in semis, like in the last few places? But there were not more tops coming out towards the end. Like, it was not changing, and one boulder was not topped at all, and yeah, two others only have seen one top, so not so many tops. But it was still an exciting round to watch. Like,
absolutely, yeah, it was.
It's just tough.
And we've got a couple of legends in here, including Jerne Kruder, who is back in a final, and it's pretty good to see him.
Yeah, it's really good to see him. I think it's a really good setup of finalists, to be honest.
I agree with you. I mean, we've got some new school legends like Mejdi Shout, for example. Adam Ondra's in the mix, did really well. And then someone like Jerne Kruder, who's just sort of old school crusher back in it, and it's great to see him.
Yeah, because I think like age average wise, it's a pretty young final, except Jerne and Adam. Even though Adam is still younger than Jerne. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there is Jerne Kruder. One of my most favourite climbers to watch, I've got to be honest. I'm not biased, but it is fun to see him back on the big stage once again.
And he looks like he's really excited to be here too.
He is. I mean, I don't know if you saw him. I mean, you did. You watched the comp earlier on, right? His reaction to climbing boulder number 1 was really cool.
Yeah.
He was giving it absolutely everything. So,
obviously really excited to see Nikolai in this final too. Like, he had such a good season so far, but like still in so many comps, I felt like he could have given a little bit more and couldn't really show what he's capable of. So yeah, really happy for him too.
So Team Austria being represented. Sadly, no one from Team Germany in. We had hyped up.
Christoph Schweiger got really close.
He got so close.
He was one of them who had one top and 2 zones, so that was a score that was enough for finals, but attempt-wise, he was a bit behind, so he was 8th. Yeah, so really close to the top 6.
Right, well, this is the boulder competition. It's 4.5 meters tall, that wall, and the aim is to get to the top. That is the highest scoring opportunity, where you get 25 points, and then the zone along the way where you get 6. That is the scoring opportunities. Minus 0.1 for every attempt on the way to that top if you get it. So flashes and climbing boulders quickly. Climbing a boulder first time is called a flash. That is the best score you can get, because you don't get any minus from your score. And that is M4 the athletes are currently look at. They've been checking out the boulders for a while now. And that last boulder is a coordination camper style boulder. Triple no-foot coordination, apparently. Not quite sure what that means, but jumping around, basically.
Jumping around, yeah. The professionals are going to show us how it's supposed to look like, I guess.
So the athletes leave the stage. They've had 2 minutes per boulder. to check it all out and to see what's going on. And Jene Kruder is last through those curtains back into the cooler section behind the bouldering wall there. Some beautiful buildings here in Munich, which have been used by us all. And the crowd is now dropped into shade, which is good. Our commentary box is actually now in full sun, so we're starting to struggle here.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just like when I was just like watching lead finals, women lead finals in the crowd, it was always burning from one side. You're like turning around, like trying not to get a sunburn. Everyone around us were like
a rotisserie
hoping
chicken
for the
there.
shade. But it looks like it's getting more shady now, so it's gonna be fine.
It is, and that boulder wall has been protected all morning by the shade. Now, Adam Ondra, we kind of expected him to be in the lead final, perhaps, but bouldering, he hasn't done much of that recently in terms of comp-style stuff. So it's good to see him, and he qualified in first position.
Yeah, exactly. He was the only one to top 2 boulders. So really, really curious to see what he still has left for this final to show us.
Each athlete. This is the first time we've really got a look at this backstage area. So it looks like every athlete has a chair. They've got everything set up around them. That isn't the warm-up area. The warm-up area is about sort of a 5-minute walk away.
It looks so cool where they're sitting, though. Do you call it pavillon?
Yeah, well, columns in English.
We
but
call
yeah.
it pavillon in pavillon in German, so I have no idea what it's called in English. It's so nice. It looks like so special. It's such a special venue.
Yeah.
Yeah, never seen something like this before.
Yeah, we've been following the athletes from backstage into the arena, and it's really cool to follow them through the shadows and out into the cheering crowd. And this is fascinating watching. We don't often get this view of the backstage isolation area. Adam Ondra chalking up, getting himself ready. Sam Avezou on the left, looking a little bit nervous. There is Mejdi Schalk also pacing back and forth, discussing some more beta with Sam Avezou, his teammate. Now is Jene Kruder, who's done this all before. He's won the overall in the past, and he's got an ice pack there. That's a great idea. He can bring that up to us. I want a bit of that
I think
action.
he needs it more than us.
Yeah, exactly.
To be honest.
Well, maybe. I mean, we were working hard up here. He's just got to go climbing.
I'm not saying we're not, but guess he needs it too.
I think he does. He's
All
cooling
for the
himself down.
athletes.
Right.
I hope he's not using it because he has like some pain or injury or anything.
No, I think it's just cooling himself
Okay,
down.
that is okay. That is okay.
Presuming anyway. Right, well, the MC is out on stage hyping up our crowd, and we're a couple of minutes away now.
I love the Munich crowd. If you ever have been at a World Cup in Munich too, at the Olympic Stadium, like the crowd is so psyched. Like obviously, if there's a German in finals or in semifinals or whatever, obviously they really cheer for them. But also, it's a really friendly crowd. They cheer for everyone. They're like kind of easy to hype up because they're like play along. But also the commentators and the people on the stage are good in hyping them up. So it's like it's a good combination.
Yeah, I agree, and the atmosphere has been brilliant. For the last 4 days, in fact, we've been here. Remember, there was 2 days of qualifying, which we did live stream, but we didn't chat over that, so it would have been a long day if we'd done that as well. Yeah. You can go back and watch that.
It's already a really long day today, 4 rounds in 1 day. So if you've watched everything, good job to you guys at home.
Yes, well done. Good avoidance of work. In fact, what day is it? It's Saturday? It's Saturday. Okay, fine. So most people shouldn't be at
Sunday,
work.
like, yeah, it's good timing.
Yeah, good weekend anyway. Right, so the crowd are starting to clap, getting everyone ready. And there is our first athlete, Philip Schenk, who pulled out some magic on boulder number 3. Only athlete to top it out, I think, if I can remember back there.
No, it's true. There were a few who fell at the top, like for example, Yannick Floyer and Jakob Schubert, they fell matching the top hold. But Philip Schenk made it work, and that secured him a place in finals, and yeah, he climbed really well. He also recently took part at the Rockmaster Festival, which is like kind of a masters event, and he got the second place in bouldering there too. So seems like he's in good shape.
He is in good shape, and he begins his walk out towards the front. He'll be able to hear the crowd building as he gets ready. We can just see his legs, in fact, from our commentary box, but there he is backstage. And finally, he gets going on boulder number 1. And boulder number 1 has an acrobatic start, toe hooks, body tension, and big dynamic moves into shouldery sequences. And we could see the athletes going horizontal in a flag position on this one.
Okay, we like to see that.
I get a great little breakdown of all the boulders that get sent to us, and some of the language used is brilliant in this.
Yeah, like then we see a human flag.
So, he's underway. Each blue tape mark you can see indicates a limb, and that's where the athlete must start their climb.
Okay. Looking around, trying to figure out what to do. Going left, going right.
Yeah, he's very stable with that right toe. He's got to unlock it at some point.
Yeah, but I think he's not sure where he's gonna go. Oh, like shouldering in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where the human flag comes into play.
That is the human flag move, I think.
Well, it looks tough for your shoulders there.
So
I feel like we've seen quite a few really shoulder intense move this season already in the World Cups already too.
Yeah, we do always seem to talk about shouldery moves. So.
But I think not a lot of people got injured this season so far, like at least not shoulder injuries, so.
They're doing something right in the training, perhaps.
Maybe that's why they keep doing it.
So Philip Schenk, as the clock flicks up on screen, he's got 2.5 minutes left. And he got 4 minutes to try to climb the boulder.
Yeah, I think that's like 1 minute less that you have in finals makes a big difference. Like obviously you have observations, so you have seen the boulder before. But I'm always surprised like how quickly a run of a climber is finished in finals, because they have like 2 tries and then it's basically like 30 seconds left or something. Like even on a slab or like a boulder, like if they fell at the last move or something, then they don't have enough time. And that 4 minutes, such a short time if you're trying a boulder, believe me. Like might sound a lot of time for a lot of people, but not when you're out on the mats.
No, it goes fast. So this is his first couple of attempts. Coming out, thumb pressing in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he had 2 tries, and now he doesn't have a lot of time left, so.
No, he doesn't. He's mainly been, obviously, lead climbing due to that lead season. He was 12th in Brixton.
Yeah, he was struggling with a finger injury in the past. I think it was, like, I don't know if it was, like, last year or, like, more than 1 year ago, but, yeah. So, like, in the last few seasons, I feel like he couldn't train as much and couldn't do as many comps as possible as he wanted, and it took some time to, like, get the full strength back in his finger and like be safe with it. So I'm really glad that he's back to it now.
So Philip Schenk pulls on, jumps up and just pops off with his hand there. Using these really beautiful brushes. It's odd that I'm complimenting a brush, but they're gorgeous, some of them, painted and just...
Yeah.
I quite like one, to be honest.
Yeah, they explained that there was like a competition kind of going on. People could apply and like hand in designs and stuff. So I think they made kind of a comp out of it, how to create the brushes.
So Philip Schenk gets underway again, less than up to 30 seconds. Now as he comes up, eyeing up this next. That's that human flag move.
Yeah, that looks so close, but it looked like his left hand popped up a little bit, like couldn't hold the tension in both hands. I feel like he had the right hold in his hands pretty well already, but then his left hand kind of slipped off.
Yeah, it's a big move. He's getting closer to it, but he's running out of time.
Yeah, he would have needed 5 minutes there. That's the thing. Yeah. 4 minutes is not enough.
It's 5 minutes in semis, 4 in finals. So if you're joining us, welcome to the men's final. My name is Matt Groom with Hannah Schubert, Austrian athlete and expert commentator here as we watch all of the action from this evening. Earlier on we had the women's final, and I was with Molly Thompson-Smith in the commentary box. And now one of the
Who's actually a professional and a native speaker, which I'm not, so I'm just trying to give my best.
Hannah, you're doing a great job, thank you. Right.
I love the venue, I love that view.
It is beautiful as a venue. So we're waiting now, just pausing for the next athletes coming out. I think we've got a bit of a black screen there. It's Mejdi Schalk. I can just make him out in the gloom of the backstage area.
Yeah, but he's not out on stage yet, so I don't know what we're...
I think he's waiting in that back curtained area. There he goes, he moves into the light.
apologizing. It's really hard to see our screen too because it's so much sun. So hopefully you see it better than us.
Now, Mejdi Schauk is interesting. He took a bit of a break from the IFSC competition season to come back strong, and he's looking good at the moment.
Yeah, and I feel like he would like a move like that. Dynamic, powerful.
And I said it earlier, he has the most enthusiastic dad in the crowd for sure.
Come on. Ooh. That was really close. Almost sticking it with like 2 or 3 fingers on the hold.
There's a lot going on here in a move like this. It's quite technical as well as physical.
Yeah. So you have to get the hold at the right moment. You have to like squeeze really hard. Then you have to press with the left hand, but don't cut loose of the left hand. Have to hold the body tension. So yeah, there's a lot going on for sure.
There is, and you need to dial it in quickly as well. You need to work out the sequence, get it in the muscle memory. So Mejdi Schauk from Team France, one of 2 French teammates in this men's final. Getting the toe hook looked in, and then he
I think he
transfers
can
it.
make this move work. I'm pretty sure. He looks so close already.
Oh, that's as close as you get.
Holding the backswing, I think, in moves like that is always so hard. You feel like you have it, but then like you're like all the dynamics, like all the swing from your feet come, and then you have to hold that and stop that and get back your feet on. Oh, we have a look at this hold.
Yeah, it's a good example in the slow motion, and that was the ping at the end. Held it, almost held it, and that is.
I think the hold actually looks better than it probably is.
So
it's not as positive as it looks like.
He's been given, so it was 3 points for his own, not 6. I made a mistake there. 6 for the combined. So 3 points for his own. He has been given it, which is interesting.
Oh, that's really interesting. Because is it the hold up there? Yeah, it's the hold up there, right? Like
Yeah.
the hold where he tried to hold the swing. I wouldn't have given it to him, but that's kind of worth a discussion, but he was a really generous judge there. I mean, it was not stable, to be honest. I think we agree all on that.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Things can be reviewed, but that's what he must have been given the point for.
Yeah, but it was not long and stable enough.
Interesting. Anyway, that was from flying around. You can see the rotation he gets and the effort he's having to put in. Almost held it, palming down on the wall.
Seeing that fight face.
So Mejdi's coming up to the minute mark here. You can see how the scoring works on the left. So that bar is halfway filled for a zone, and you get 3 points. It'll be fully filled for a top, and you have to control the top, so match it with both hands. Mejdi getting hyped up.
Yeah, the crowd is giving him some encouragement.
He is one of those athletes who will give absolutely everything on a move like this. He likes these kind of dynamic boulders.
Ooh.
Chalking up, trying to get some of that sweat away from the hands as he jumps on once more.
No,
Ooh, drops
what
the
is he
beginning.
doing? Is he getting nervous now?
Yeah, he
Making
might
mistakes. Okay, come on.
He's got one real chance at this. Oh, he's going to have to run.
Actually, that second try was the best.
10 seconds. He has been awarded the zone. I reckon he doesn't think he has.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there will be an appeal too. I mean,
Yeah.
just assuming from other people. Especially if it will make a difference. Probably it will make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, if the semi-finals has got anything to go on, these are hard boulders.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he would keep that zone because, yeah, because that's what the move is all about, to like really stick it, and then it actually makes a difference if you do the move, put your foot up, and then you have the zone, or if you're really close to sticking it, like him. I mean, he got really close, and I mean, that's really good effort. Like, he was closer than Philip, for example, but that's bouldering. Like, there's just the zone and the top, and there's nothing in between.
Well, explain to us why he wouldn't have got that zone, because it's not a controlled. He's not controlling it, is he? He's just swinging onto it.
Yeah.
So the judges are looking for control on that zone, using it, not just grabbing and snatching for it.
Yeah. If he would have stopped the swing and then would have like just hanging there without any feet for like 5 seconds, but kind of stable, then I would say okay. But he didn't stop the swing yet. He was still in the movement. So.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Well, Jerne Kruder is out. And he is someone who likes the atmosphere, the party style of World Cups as much as the climbing does Jerne Kruder. But when he's out of the mats, he is deadly serious. He wants to win.
Yeah, for sure. He wants to get that top.
Having checked out his Instagram recently, he's more into sort of alpine big walling than boulder comps.
I feel like that's the interesting thing about Jerne. Like he's like, his preparation for comps sometimes looks really different to other people's preparations, to be honest. But I think he just worked out a way that works for himself, and that's the thing that matters. Like, you don't, there's not a perfect recipe or like a, just how you do it and how it's the perfect preparation. Everyone has to find their own way. So I think Jerne is really good in doing that.
Yeah, I think he has to be happy in himself to climb well. And he does seem relaxed at the moment. Yeah, Innsbruck he was 29th, Brixton 33rd. Sorry, Brixton 6th for the Continental Cup, but then 33rd for the World Cup. So yeah, he has kind of been outside of the finals positioning up to this point.
But that's bouldering. Like, it's so hard to be consistent. It depends so much on the style and the style of the wall and the route setters and your day, obviously, if you're in good shape or not, but also if you just can deliver on that day. I mean, that's always the case, obviously, but I feel like in lead you can rely on more on your shape and fitness than in bouldering, because bouldering can be, you can be in finals or you can even win and then next time you're not in semis, just because it's so different and so complex.
Yeah, the margins are fine as well, you know, between getting, well, as we saw, you know, we take someone like Philip Schenk who just climbed that final boulder and that was enough to get him in.
Yeah.
So Jerne drying his hands with under 2 minutes to go. His reaction if he tops any of these out, by the way, is going to be pretty special, so get ready to be screamed out on your TV screen.
Yeah. Hopefully there will be more tops than in semis, though. Otherwise, we don't have so many chances to scream and
to watch a Jerne moment.
Enjoy the emotions,
So this start requiring a lot of body tension.
He's trying it differently, though. He's trying to go to the right instead of doing that dynamic move. Oh, now he tried it. And he tried to go to the right first.
Yeah, so he tried something and then adjusted with about 2 minutes to go, which is the right time to do it, halfway through.
Yeah, for sure. But now he doesn't have so many attempts left to try that one method.
I think he's worked out what this move is and realizes how big it is.
Like, oh, damn, I have to go really dynamically on this one now. And yeah, my shoulder has to work too. I mean, maybe it works differently too. Or like, he was trying to go to the right and stuff, but it's so hard to see from here, like, if you can actually hold on to there. I think it's more for later, because the end of the boulder is going more to the right afterwards.
Yeah, I haven't even thought about the top of this thing
yet.
Yeah,
no, me neither, but now I realize that the top is more on the right, so I think you have to go like, ooh.
So Jerne not quite getting the pop at the moment, really needs to commit to this, and he's got probably only one attempt really to get this now.
I feel like he likes his method more than the one the other two tried. I mean, sometimes a boulder just has like more methods also intended from the route setters. Not only that athletes find different ones, but also the route setters are like, okay, there are like 2 or 3 different methods, and we want to see different ones, and we plan that more than one is possible. But also sometimes the route setters are like, oh yeah, there's this one intended method, and then when they watch the comp, they see like, oh, we didn't think about that. The athletes are creative. They found a different one.
Yeah,
so yeah,
breaking the beater on a boulder is always fun, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe not as fun for the route setters sometimes.
No, they are cursing everyone at that moment, but the athletes love it.
Yeah.
So that's the intensity in Jerne's eyes as he jumped up. It wasn't enough for him, so he walked away empty-handed as well.
I feel like sometimes also route setters, like for example, if someone really tall skips a hold or something, and route setters try to think about that and like try to test it, and then they're like, oh yeah, it's not possible, we can leave it like that. And then sometimes the athletes surprise them and they're like, haha, I can still do it. So yeah, the route setters try to think about everything, but sometimes it's just impossible to think through every scenario, every possible scenario.
Well, here is Nikolai Uznik onto the stage. And look, Hannah, you've trained with him a lot, you know him. What kind of a personality, what kind of a person is Nikolai?
Like climbing connected? Nah, he's a really friendly person. He's always really psyched. He's really enjoying training, like just with the people in Innsbruck, like Jakob or Jan-Luca Posch, or yeah, just his teammates, but also with Philipp Schenk, for example, because Philipp trains in Innsbruck too. So they're really excited to be in the final together. And yeah, he only moved to Innsbruck a few years ago, like when he finished school, and since then he's just training at KI, and being surrounded by a psych crew really helped him to improve as well, I think. And yeah, but he's a really excited and emotional person. I think you could see, like, also when he topped the first boulder in semis, he was just really excited and just really, really happy and relieved, and yeah, like
all of the emotions.
All of the emotions, and he's not scared to show it.
Well, you could see him spinning through the air then as he missed the shoulder, but he is starting to get the range on it. Ooh.
He's also jumping in like Messi did. Jörne, for example, he just like stepped in because he's a bit taller. So there's already a different way of doing the first move, or like getting into the starting position.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're smaller, you have to do something different.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean it's not possible, it's just different.
It does need 2 toes on that starting position, or 2 arms if you were to do it backwards.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter which limbs you use, you've just got to have 2 on it.
I feel like that move just also really far. I feel like you really have to jump, but then also make sure you're getting high enough with your shoulders, so you engage your shoulders so you can actually hold on to it and don't fall into your shoulder too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's an awkward hold as well, because you have to kind of be going around the corner backwards before you get your fingers in that pocket.
And it's a pretty open hold, so it's not like in cut or it's not like a crimp where you can kind of like hope that your finger stays there somehow. You really have to be high enough to hold it and to press with the left hand so you get the right height to hold it.
So as we near the halfway point on this men's Boulder 1, no tops and only 1 zone if Mejdi's zone stands, which we think it might not.
Come on, Nikolai.
I think it's one of those boulders where it feels different on it from how you read it, because everyone's pulled on and then gone, oh, and looked up.
Yeah, maybe it just looks really far away. And I think actually the toe hook is pretty good, so you kind of want to stay there, but you cannot. So it's kind of sometimes, I mean, obviously it's nice if a toe hook is really sticky, but sometimes when you have to jump out of it, it's actually nice if it's kind of slipping out already a little bit, so the releasing is easier, if that makes sense. So I know the hold where they're putting a toe hook in, and it's really good, it's really positive, it's really in-cut. So it's kind of hard to release it and jump out of it and then getting so high.
How can you know a hold, Hannah? Is it because these holds are sort of used a lot on the circuit? Do these athletes
sure I know
recognize
this
it?
one. I think it's a blue pill hold. Yeah. Oh no, it's a blocks hold. Sorry.
Okay, so part of it is sort of spotting these holds and therefore working out how you can use them.
It's just because, we have some of those holds in KI and in the gym. And obviously sometimes in comps they use completely new holds that we've never seen before. But also sometimes we know them.
So Nikolai
he was holding his shoulder. I hope like everything is okay.
Yeah, Nikolai needs, it is a shouldery move, and because you have to jump into it with such aggression.
Yeah, and he had problems with his shoulder before. He was just hitting his arm and like pointing at it and looking back. So I was like just wondering if he was looking for a physio. But yeah, we will see.
Yeah, look at that. It's the elbow area, so that's a nasty place to get a tweak right where all those tendons are. And anyone who's a climber will know that feeling. So Nikolai hopefully is okay. He'll go back and have sort of 5 minutes to strap that up.
Yeah, he had some problems with his, do you say biceps tendon?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he had some problems at the beginning of the season. So I hope it's not has nothing to do with that. Like he must like kind of pulling out something different. But yeah, as we said, the move is pretty aggressive. So I will not be surprised if you feel it at least the next day or maybe also right after or while doing it.
Absolutely.
And it's also some intense few days. Like obviously a lot of those people, like I think mainly, like yeah, most of the finalists did lead qualification, Boulder qualification, Boulder semi, now Boulder finals, and maybe again lead semis and lead finals if they advance to it. So it's really intense few days here.
Yeah, they've got a lot going on. Of course, some of them have got an eye on the combined at the end of the week as well. Now, Sam Avizu is fascinating to watch because he's got this style where he learns very quickly and he can adapt and do different things on the wall.
He's really good in like doing like a test kind of, like a test attempt, or also like sometimes his flash attempts are already really good, but I feel like sometimes they're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what I have to do in the second one now. And he is so good at adapting to it, how you said, like learning about the movement, and is really good in finding the right body position as well. I think that's what we've seen in the first boulder in semis at the slab, like how he
adapted to it as he was
climbing. Yeah, he adapted to it, and he had a perfect body position to match the top hold. And yeah, I think it's really good. He already won a European Youth Cup this year in Klagenfurt, in Austria. So
yeah, it's great to watch these young kids coming through at the moment because all of them have got an eye on the Olympics, especially. And being in a multi-sport event like this, I think it would have given them a real taster of what they could get if they make it.
Exactly.
But no go so far for Sam as he spins through towards that shouldery pocket.
Yeah, Mishti is still the only one where I felt like, oh yeah, that move looks actually possible. Or like not that it didn't look possible in the others, but Mishti was just super close. He was like already holding it and trying to hold that backswing.
Yeah, it didn't look impossible, I think is what you're saying. Meshti made it almost look possible.
I mean, not that I don't want to offend the other people, the other competitors. It still looked possible, but still it didn't look as close as when Meshti tried it, because he actually had the hold in his hands already and like held it for a few seconds. That's also why he got rewarded the zone for at least first. At least for a little bit. We don't know if he still has it, actually.
Yeah, true. So Mejdi's come closest at the moment. We are with Sam Avizu, who's the second to last athlete out. Adam Ondra will be the last athlete out. And Sam has a minute 20 as his coaches watch on. Very serious, focused from them. There's Romain de Grange down at the bottom, who is an absolute legend in the scene himself. He's won World Cups and overalls.
We just checked the results, so I think Mishti Shak doesn't have to zone anymore now, and I think that's actually also fair. Like, we already discussed about that, and yeah.
Yeah, so Mejdi, that zone score has been taken away at the moment due to our results anyway.
To be honest, I think he would have given it himself.
Yeah, I don't think he knew anything.
He wouldn't have given it himself.
No.
Not a climber would have said that's a zone. So I think also, when he got back into ISO, he didn't expect to have that. So.
I don't think he would have kept on going if he knew he got the zone at that point either. Okay, well, Sam is calling it after 30 seconds to go, and this is a case of saving a bit of skin, perhaps for later boulders.
Oh, it's another really hard first boulder.
All right, well, the chess games begin now, because usually when it's like this, it means that any zones, any tops are vitally important to the podium.
For sure. I mean, there's still one person who can top this one.
Yes, and he's a man who's pretty good in terms of history on the comp circuit, which is this man as we pan down to see
I've seen him one or twice on the top step of the podium.
He's been around.
Just a handful.
So Adam Ondra, world champion in the past. He's an Olympian as well, of course. He's won so many competitions, celebrated outdoor climber as well. And he enters the Munich stage for his first boulder in the men's finals. Adam, I think, will know that not many people have topped this. He can hear the reaction from the crowd. He hasn't heard a topping reaction yet.
He knows that. Yeah, he can do this method of starting as well because he's a bit taller.
Which does look
Same
better
as
than the
Yone.
jump, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of more controlled. than
Yeah,
the
more
jump.
controlled.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
So Adam
That
has a
looks
little
possible.
think about this. He got close, takes off the chalk bag. He's not going to need that, I think.
I think he jumped less. He tried to reach up more.
I mean, look, he's famous for staggering dynos. This is a bit far even for him, but you're right, that controlled way.
I mean, he still have to jump a little bit, but just like, I felt like some of the others just had to jump really hard right from below, and I felt like he was like reaching as far as he could and then jumping at the end, like a little pop at the end. But it's still important to be high enough to hold it with your shoulder, like shoulder-wise.
So Adam chalks up once more. He's taking his time, keeping calm in this moment.
Not taking the chalk back with him this time.
No, he quickly dumped that, didn't he? The athletes can climb with it if they want, but on a big dynamic move like this, it just gets in the way. Closer from Adam.
He tried to switch the left hand to a press.
Sometimes you see Adam in a certain zone, and I think he's in that zone. I'm not saying it's like he's cruising, but he wants to win this comp.
Yeah, he looks really, really focused.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's a seriousness about him.
Yeah. And he also had to skip some events because he got COVID recently, like just a bit after Jakob had it, I think. So it was
That
like
Innsbruck comp seemed to affect everyone.
yeah, to be honest, there was a bit of a
An outbreak, let's say.
yeah, let's put it that guy. But it was athletes, it was spectators, it was judges, it was just a really big event and so many people at the same spot. And also, this summer is not like other summers where like COVID like almost didn't exist anymore, kind of, for some people. But this summer it's just really, it's really present. Like, a lot of people have it right now, and I feel like all the people I knew who didn't have it until now got it now.
Yeah.
So.
No, I know what you mean. Well, hopefully it will stay away from this one.
Yeah.
I've got a lot
Everyone got it in Innsbruck already, so now
Exactly,
we're
it's
done.
done, we're all good.
We're done. It's almost the same people here now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's why he had to skip some events, but maybe that's why he also had like more time to prepare for this event. So.
Yeah, but still no zone for him. So we could seeing a zoneless, topless start to this competition with 50 seconds on the clock.
That's always a shame because that would mean that Boulder was basically for nothing, like because it didn't affect the ranking at all. It's like the same with a boulder that everyone flashes. It's like the same score for everyone, so it just doesn't make a difference.
But he has 35 seconds to change things, and if he can get this, it will be a very good start for Adam Ondra.
Oh yeah, it will make a huge difference.
Oh, that's close. But he's shaking his head and he's done. Right, so you're right. So we start again, basically, with boulder number 2.
I think especially Mishti will be so annoyed about this because he knows how much it would have meant to have a zone here. Or a top even, but especially a zone 2 would have made such a big difference. But yeah, I mean, as we've seen, it's such a small margin of like, it's so hard for the route chatters to get it perfectly because if you make that hold, for example, a little bit better, the one he's going to, you make it like almost a jug, then probably 4, 5 people would have done it.
Well,
Or
everyone
maybe
touched
everyone?
it, didn't they?
Yeah. So it's really hard to decide.
So that was Adam Ondra's end of his first boulder. A bit of a smile. He's been in this game a while. He knows what it's all about. And that is your scoreboard. And as you can see, nothing has changed.
That's the scoreboard. Not really interesting right now.
So zeros all round, and we reset for boulder number 2. And remember, the athletes have read boulder number 2. So we have a sort of a running coordination style boulder for number 2. Across the large volumes on the right-hand side of the wall. And then the second part, well, that's fingery, powerful moves on small crimps. So coordination running into small crimps on more of a slab setup. The sun is really intense here in the stadium. And
trying everything to cover.
We're watching some of the highlights from that Boulder #1 where our crowd get treated to the mascot lobbing t-shirts into the audience.
That mascot is so much fun. Like, how can you have so much energy? I wish I would have so much energy. And I wish the people at home could see that, because just dancing around and getting the crowd hyped up.
Yeah, well, the crowd is getting hyped up. Let's see some of these beautiful slow motion shots. This was Mejdi Schalk's spin. Came about as close as you can get to holding that move. Look at that. Even started to look down at his left hand. And Mejdi definitely closest. He was awarded the zone for a brief moment that was taken away. Rightly so. Judges making a call and then it getting appealed probably, or reviewed at least. And that was Adam Ondra's attempt, flinging himself up, burying his fingers in the hold, but you can see trying to hold that swing of momentum is so difficult on a move like that. The audience are watching the t-shirts flying overhead. Let's go back to the athletes, shall we? Philipp Schenk.
Getting ready for Boulder #2.
Yeah, he's got the call. He makes the walk back into the stadium. The crowd are ready for him. We're ready for him. And let's look at Boulder #2. Different style with this one, although still fairly dynamic.
Yeah. Dynamic slap.
I want to see who's going to run and who's going to attempt the slow creep across. Is anyone going to try it?
Actually, when I had a look at the last semi-final Boulder, I also thought it's going to be a run, but then that was a slow creepy.
Yeah, exactly.
kind of thing. So, yeah. This one looks more dynamic. I don't think static will be hard here, I think.
Yeah, the wall is slightly overhanging at that point. It's a bit off vertical, so you're being pushed across and out of it. So swings the legs. What a big jump, less running and more jumping.
Yeah. I thought about that too, though, because the second volume there doesn't look too good. So he tried to jump and then stop it. Kind of do like a small...
Yeah, he's trying to almost skip it, isn't he? So just 1 foot on it.
Ooh, now he tried different again. That looked better, actually.
Yeah, more
but
in
stopping
control.
it is really hard to keep the balance on that slab.
Our crowd getting into this as Sam Abazu is facing the wall, which always, I think, is a very strange situation for an athlete to be in. You can feel the crowd, but you can't see them.
It doesn't look like the zones are present in that final either.
No, the zone's a long way away, all the way around the corner. For Sam, getting himself set up for this run.
Philip.
Sorry, Sam.
We're not there yet.
Not there yet. Way down. Sun's affecting my brain. What a stop there.
Oh, but his foot is not really in a good position.
So Philipp Schenk, beautiful balance. And he is eyeing up that zone hold. Gets it with the right.
Oh, that was close. Because, yeah, as I just wanted to say before, like, even if you stop the, like, kind of run or jump or whatever, then you don't have to zone yet. You have to do, like, stand up again. So it's not like that there's the, like, run across and then you have to zone. You have to stand up as well, too. And as you could see, it was blocked, like the zone is blocked, so it's really hard to get it right.
Yeah, there's a slight platform being built using holds and blocker holds for that right foot, but it makes me want to do pistol squats this thing and train legs for once.
Yeah, I just wanted to say. But now he knows to be there. Hopefully he can repeat it.
So getting wound up, stopping again, much better from him. Such control with that.
That looks really solid now. Come on. Yeah, now you can see how blocked the hold is.
It really is, all the way around the corner as well.
And you see, like, his, like, do you say it in English too, that, like, your door opens up?
Yeah, barn door, we call it.
Yeah, barn door, yeah. You can really see that really well there.
So imagine if you were imagining a big old barn door, a barn on a farm building, and that swings open. Because it's got so much momentum and weight behind it, it's hard to stop it. And it's the same thing with the climbing.
And that's exactly what happens in the move to the zone. It's so hard to try to keep that barn door shut, kind of. Or try to close it again.
Yeah, we have some strange terminology in climbing. We'll try to explain it as we go along. Oh, much better when he used his toe on the wall there.
Yeah, and he did a really quick foot swap.
So now he's in the crimpy part. He's got the zone. Finally, we've got a score on the board.
Oh no! He was just about to set up for the move, and then was it his foot slip?
Yeah.
Or was it his hand? Yeah, I think his foot slip. But he got the zone.
So we can talk about scoring now. You can see on the left, the bar is filled up halfway in red for the zone. He gets 3 points awarded to him for that. He doesn't get the minus points for an attempt unless he gets to the top. That's the right hand crimping, and crimp is when you wrap your thumb over the fingers or you just use your fingers on a small hold. That was the reaction of the crowd. And I would imagine
because he just wanted to go for the move, and then, oh no.
the worst feeling is that when you can feel your foot pop and you're almost hanging for a second.
He didn't even attend the move, you know? Like, he probably would have wanted to see if he could have done it, but now he couldn't even attend it because his foot popped.
So frustration from Philip Schenk from Italy. Now Mejdi Schalk runs out onto the mats. He came so close to a zone on Boulder 1. Takes a breath. Young athlete. Really come on. And his dad has told me that, I don't know if this is in any way relevant, but he has potential to grow, apparently, according to his dad.
Oh, really?
So Mejdi Schalk might be getting bigger in the next couple of years. And look at that stop.
Oh, that's crazy, actually, because how old is he?
Exactly, yeah,
17?
but apparently, physiologically, he has potential. So
I mean, I know that Jakob grew pretty late, but that was like 16 or something. And that's actually pretty late, too.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Did he just flashed it?
That was beautiful from Mejdi, holding the barn door perfectly into the zone.
It wasn't a big barn door for him.
No, it was little, wasn't it? This will be a flash if he can get this, which he doesn't. Oh, looking down at his fingers, and skin is such an issue for these guys at the moment.
Also, his left foot slipped a little bit. I think it's not a really good foothold there.
No.
But how good was that start? Big jump across.
Missing that second volume entirely.
Yeah. And also didn't get the foot really well there.
God, the balance required for that. So cameraman is having a great time down the front, isn't he?
The crowd was enjoying that.
And then jumped over and just, I think it was a foot pop.
Yeah, the foot pop. But also, he looked at his hands, I think he because he touched the hold. Yeah, he touched the hold on top, but then he slipped all off it. So, probably was pretty sharp. Not really nice for the skin there.
No, so suffering a little bit is Mejdi. Oh, it's never clean, but he's making it work.
Yeah. Seemed like he was holding his breath there for a second, just like, I don't want to fall, please stay on.
Oh, watch his legs though, wraps all the way around, holding the swing.
Beautifully done. And he didn't get high enough because his foot popped before.
Oh, again. It's almost like he kind of half wants to jump for it, half wants to do it statically and stuck in the middle of it.
Yeah, exactly, because I feel like before he attempts to move, I'm like, oh yeah, he's gonna go dynamic, like 100% really tough. But then he's kind of reaching and jumping only at the end. So probably both works, but I'm wondering if just the foot feels so shitty, so bad, that he doesn't want to jump off it. So he doesn't want to put too much aggressive, really dynamic weight on it. But because he's not tall enough, he has to jump at the end. I'm just wondering if you're taller, you could just reach it without having to jump.
Apologies for the language there from Hannah.
What? Sorry.
It's all right. Maybe not that word, but...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
I was about to stop it. I just went for it. I'm sorry.
No worries at all.
I'm sorry.
We're all adults here. I think we can get away with it. So Mejdi into the top. There is the top of the wall.
The foothold looks really bad. Come on.
Yes, from Mejdi, tops out. Brilliant work from him. And that time it looked like he just committed a little bit more to that move.
And got that 1-2, that kind of double clutch, really timed really well. Because I don't think you can do it with only holding the right foot, the right hold. And then with the second one, it was perfectly done.
Again, he had to adjust on that right foot as he came down onto it.
But this one, it looked more solid, I think, this time.
And that was the zone hold, getting more and more dialed in every time.
I still think it was really impressive that he flashed us out.
I agree. Out he went to the crimp, had to get the foot set up, and just went a little further on this. Right, left, and the top matched and controlled from Mejdi. So he's on the scoreboard in a big way. Our first 25.
That puts him in a really good position.
It does, yeah. And not too many attempts either. I think he's on, I can't remember the exact
right?
score. Yeah, so 24.7, I think it was. We'll have a look. Great move from Mejdi. Look at that. Onto the top hold. And he will now be underway and relax a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing in finals. You have a lot more rest between the blocks, because in semifinal you only have 5 minutes, or if you do it really quick, you have more time rest in between. But in final, you for sure have more time. I mean, obviously, when everyone flashes it, it passes really quickly. But otherwise, if everyone takes his 4 minutes, you have quite a good rest between your boulders, which is nice.
Go and take that finger up, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hope it's not too damaged for him.
Oh yeah, true. Okay. Okay,
So-
what can Jörne do?
Yeah, let's see. How's his jumping and stopping ability as he sets himself up? Not that time. So you can see 24.8, so that would be 2, because it's 3 attempts, but the final one doesn't count towards the minus of the score, so that's why. So you got 0.2 minus. We're all coming to terms with this new scoring system.
I'm so confused, to be honest. I mean, it's always when there's something new, you have to get used to it. Oh,
So-
nice, Jörne made that move.
Yeah,
Work.
he did. Now he's having to get those hips close to the wall in order to make this move. Oh,
That was so close. Yeah, at the, when Philipp Schenk did that move, he did like a really quick foot swap, just to make sure he's like not turning out of the wall too much and trying to get closer to the wall again.
huge leap from Jörne. Great slow motion there. That look in his eyes as he focuses on the next move. Swinging out and not holding the swing that time. That's all he's holding on to, and it's blocked.
Yeah. He like, it's funny because he does the move differently. Like for example, Philipp Schenk, he got really low, and I think Mejdi also got low with his like center of his body got like lower, and yeah, they tried to stand up more, kind of doing it the other way around.
So he looks looking up a little annoyed with this move. He makes the jump look great. So he's got the fingers in the perfect position. It's just that swing pulling him down. He's got time though, 2 minutes on the clock. And he's down at the bottom due to his positioning. So he looks over left at the clock. Lots of clocks available to the athletes so they can see the time as well as us.
I think it's really nice that they put the clock on top of the bouldering wall, so also the audience can see it really easily, but sometimes it's on the side and then in the audience you cannot see it. And also it's visible for the climbers, it's visible for the crowd, it's for the judges. It's really nice, I think.
Yeah, this has been a very good organisation from the people here. It's a great event at the moment, really enjoying everything. So Jörne came out. That's the hold he can use for a finger or a thumb. Sets himself up for the jump.
1 minute to go.
Yeah, he'll want a zone here. Barely breathing. Oh, better with the foot.
Nice, makes it work. And he turned his hip really. Oh, I love that.
But he is on the scoreboard, jumps immediately up into second position. Because although he's got the same score as Philipp Schenk, he qualified in a higher position and therefore jumps in. Same foot movement, just slight rotation with the other foot on the hold.
He's
It's
trying
twisted
again.
him.
Going for that last second.
Has got time, 10 seconds. This could be a buzzer beater move if he manages it. Twist the foot, no. So Yerne is done, but that's a good enough job.
And he enjoyed that. He enjoyed the fight. He got on the scoreboard, so he'll be happy with that at least.
So 3 done. Nikolai Uznik up next. Let's watch some of his highlights. Jumping over that second volume, which is a bit useless in terms of using it. Face pressed against the wall, tongue out in concentration and focus. Up to the crimp, locks it in. And look, he's dropping his index finger as well off it. Just a back 3 in action. And that was our reaction from the crowd. So Nikolai up next. Would you say this is his style of boulder?
I think he can do it.
Of course you do, you're Austrian.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to believe he can
You
do
have
it.
to, exactly.
No, but I'm pretty sure he can.
So this is within Nikolai's ability for sure. Crowd hyping him up as well.
I'm curious to see like what kind of beta he's going to try, like what kind of way, because we have seen a few different styles now, kind of.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay, he tried the direct jump. Because Philip tried that too, but then he switched again to using the second volume. It's a big jump, but now he just didn't get the foot right. Like he was too high, and then he could not sit on it because he didn't get it right. But also Meshti like didn't really get it and still kind of stayed on the wall.
So the advantage of a big jump is you coming straighter down onto the hold rather than skipping into it and then having to stop your momentum.
Yeah. I think if you run, it's like hard to stop. Like you just want to run more to the right, but you don't. It's harder to stop, yeah, as you said.
So sets himself up. Oh,
but he's trying to go high, like Yerne did. And Meshti did also the direct jump, and he tried to stay low. I actually thought Nikolai's gonna. I actually expected him to try to stay low too. Now he tried to use the second volume.
So a few different methods here, and that big bolt hold in the middle of that hold will help a little bit, give some bit more texture. Climbing shoes are very soft and they bite into stuff like that.
Like at some point he has to decide what method he wants to stick to. Like he's tried a few now. I'm curious like which one he's gonna. Yeah, nice. So now he did a bit like kind of went lower with his body, so that's what I meant, like kind of doing like a. It's not a real squat, but it's like a. Yeah, just stopping it with going down.
Oh.
Nice. You could see the grin on his face. The fight grin, kind of.
Such an elegant move, and that works. Right, now, will he go right, left? He will, like Mejdi, and he tops out the boulder. So,
I knew he could do it.
There we go, you called it.
Told you. And there's the motion I told you he wants to show.
So that took him 5 attempts to get to the top, minus the successful one, so minus 0.4 from that, so 24.6.
And he was the only one who got the zone and went for the top right away. Like Meshti, for example, he fell at the top once, but he got the zone and in the same try the top. Yeah.
Great from Nikolai, really well worked out. It's so fascinating watching him figure out that sequence and then put it all together at the end.
And also it was interesting, he released his right foot before he went for the top move. I don't think Meshti did that.
He flashed the top as well, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
Great from him. So Nikolai gets it done quickly. We have 2 athletes to go.
Nicely done. But I think he still has more tries than Meshti, because Meshti...
Yeah, he had a few, Meshti only had 3, well, 2 and then the successful one.
Yeah, so Meshti did it in 3 attempts and Nikolai in 5.
That was that right-left combo.
That was perfectly done.
Just nailed the distance first time. No foot pop as well.
Yeah, no foot pop, and the momentum and timing was perfectly. And the motion was perfect too.
Great work from Nikolai. Gets it done. So Sam Avazu will be out next.
Yeah, I think he can do it too.
That meant a lot to Nikolai. He'll know how important that is. He really might be in contention for a medal here.
I hope so. Don't want to be a biased commentator though. So.
You're allowed to be, it's okay. I have to stay neutral. You can be as biased as you want. So Sam,
at least I'm not making you nervous this time, like last time we watched
Hannah,
Jakob.
Honestly, I have. So this was during in Innsbruck. Myself and Hannah were commentating, and her brother was climbing. I have never got so nervous in sympathy in my life. I was shaking in that commentary box purely because you made me so nervous because you were so excited.
Sorry.
So this pause is, as you can see, Sam is taping up his fingers. He's not allowed blood out there on the mats, and he's been stopped before he even got onto the mat, so that was a good positioning. But actually, it's an advantage to him because it means he doesn't need to waste time out there.
Yeah, but I'm surprised like he didn't tape his finger in the time he had.
Yeah, you'd think you'd see it bleeding everywhere, wouldn't you? But
yeah.
And it's a lot of tape he's putting on, and that's not going to be great for friction.
No. Ooh, it's a whole... Is it 2 fingers even?
Yeah, it's a big job from Sam.
Oh no.
Remember,
especially, is it on the right hand? Because that crimp on its own,
yeah.
like, you don't have a lot of space, and like this, his fingers are bigger, you know?
So this could be a problem for Sam as he runs out.
Oh no, it's on the left hand, I think.
Okay. Oh yes, true. So maybe the final hole, but apart from that, he should be all right.
Yeah, and I mean, some people are really good in climbing with tape.
Yeah, middle finger on the left hand, that's the issue. So
Yeah.
it should be okay for the crimp.
I'm not sure how good the crimp is before the top, but yeah, as I said, like some people are really good in climbing with tape. I'm just really bad at it.
No, I hate the feeling of it.
Yeah, I hate it. It's so much more slippery, and also it just feels different. The friction is so different.
So not ideal, but these athletes are climbing a lot of climbs and boulders here, especially if they want to compete in both disciplines.
But yeah, obviously this comp is not only intense for your body, but also for your skin.
Yeah, I bet the climbers are in their hotel rooms with their fingers dipped in some kind of salve, trying to save some skin. But good moves this time from Sam.
Yes, yeah.
But this is really the crux move. Perfectly done. Oh, so stuck it with the tape.
Yeah.
Oh, drops the top.
He actually was there already. It was like once you have the right hand and go there with the left, like it looks like he was in a really good position to do that one. But I think, did he miss one, or was it just not high enough, or just? Oh, there's the tape.
It's a good tape job though. Molly was telling me earlier on that she practices speed taping.
Oh really?
Yeah,
she does that. That's pretty smart.
Yeah, I think it is too. Yeah. It's a good idea because the athletes are not allowed to climb with blood. So, and if you're out on the mat, your time is still ticking when you're trying to tape up. So she practices doing it very quickly.
Yeah. The worst thing is when you start bleeding while you're on the mats. Like either you hit your leg on the wall and you're bleeding, or because everyone knows like, when you're doing a sport and then you start bleeding, you're bleeding really fast and really a lot. So it's really hard to stop the blood flow within like a few seconds. But you want to stop it in a few seconds because you want to do the next attempt. But you're not allowed to do it with blood on, because obviously if you leave blood on the holds, it's not good for the next athlete to come out. So that's just not fair.
Better from Sam this time. Adjusted that left hand as he came in, and he does top it out.
Good job.
Drops him into second place with less attempts than Nikolai.
I think it must have been the 4th attempt, was it? Yeah, it was. So, top and 3, top and 4, top and 5 are.
Gotta say, I mean, apart from that first boulder, there's good separation in this.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, so far. The second boulder is doing his job.
Yeah, we'll ignore the first one. Didn't happen.
Yeah, didn't happen. If you're just joining in,
yes, welcome to this
started.
competition. In fact, if you are, I'm with Hannah Schubert, and my name is Matt Groom, and we are watching the men's final for Boulder, and the women's final for lead took place earlier on.
And it's basically the first boulder, so you didn't really miss it.
Yeah, you missed nothing. It's good.
Well, you missed that boulder if you're just joining in, but yeah, the first one was like okay if you didn't see it.
So that was the top for Sam. Held on to it, enough control. We've got Adam Ondra out next. Now, he is a tall man. He's got a lot of length to jump over on that slab.
Do you know how tall he is?
I can find out for you. Off the top of my
bet
head,
he's like
no.
180? 182? I don't know.
So Adam Ondra walking onto the stage. He's 186.
186. Okay, I would say like 182 because a lot of climbers are small, so it was like maybe he just looks that tall next to them, you know.
I think he's legit tall as Adam Ondra.
Yeah.
But yeah, that might be tricky for him on this kind of a move. He's got a lot of body, but you can see kind of half
He's
using
definitely
that
the
other slab.
tallest in this final, and then it's Sierne, and the others are mostly pretty small.
So he's using the slab, walking his way through.
I don't think it's like his favorite kind of style, that boulder, but I feel like he still always makes those boulders work, even though it's not his style. He just takes a bit more attempts and feels less comfortable in them, but he's still doing a great job in them, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, someone pointed this out to me, which is that he might not enjoy this style of boulder, but he knows he's got to do it. He's got Olympic aspirations, of course, and he has to get good at it.
most of the time he gets it done. It just takes more time, usually. Like, I feel like, yeah.
But he needs a top here to get into that top 3.
I guess everyone has a style that they enjoy more. I guess he just enjoys more to pull hard and fight and get tired in a boulder, kind of.
And
like
do
power-wise.
weird moves.
And do weird moves instead of running across the wall.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who will agree with him, but it's a different style, and it's, for me personally, I like it. It's not maybe real outdoor climbing, but it's different. And look, he's got 2 pairs of shoes on there, different shoes.
Oh yeah, is he? Oh yeah, it's the Solution Comp on the right, and I think, is it Solution Comp Woman on the left?
Yeah, an LV version on the left, a low volume. So Adam tailoring his shoes for his specifications. Foot kick.
That was so close.
And again, that height. I mean, if you think about barn doors, Adam's a big barn door to hold.
And I think so too, like now the angle of his arm to the hold, kind of, if that makes sense, was different. Because he had more arm length to fit in than the others, you know? That made it a bit harder, I think. Like, not harder, but different. You had to adjust to that.
Interesting, the other athletes, when they got this move across, tend to just get it most times. Adam is still struggling a little bit.
Yeah. But it's hard to repeat something like that because your foot position has to be exactly the same. Kind of. You have to have the foot at the same spot again, at the volume, and just everything has to be perfect.
So look how small that crimp is. It's enough though, because you're on a slab, don't really need it. It's just to steady yourself in.
Now he gets it done. And he still has a minute to go.
And now he's got this final move. He's eyeing it up, right, left. Oh, and falls, and a big fall down to the ground.
Oh, I was so sure he's going to do it now. It looked so solid.
So Adam Ondra getting hyped up. He's got 40 seconds. It's enough time.
If he can get to the last move again, I'm sure he can do it. But he has to repeat the start up first again. Ooh, nice.
Better from Adam. Locks that first move in now.
Can he do this one again? Another hard move. Oh, yeah. Nicely done. He could repeat everything now.
Yeah, really has it dialed. He's only got 18 seconds. Oh, foot pop.
Ooh, foot pop.
Makes it work.
Now he gets it done.
With 10 seconds to go, and that's going to put him in 4th position because of attempts. And now, if you're new to the sport, you can see why climbing a boulder quickly is so important, especially when it's this tight.
He has 10 attempts.
10 attempts compared to what measured is 3.
Yeah, and compared to Nikolai's 5, so it's like double of attempts more to the next place in the ranking.
So you can see, and look at that, wrapping the thumb over the fingers in order to ensure that crimp is as strong and locked in as possible. And that was that foot pop. I thought it was gone.
Yeah, if the foot would have popped while he was doing the move already, then he would have probably not do it. Like, probably wouldn't have been able to do it, but it was kind of good that he popped before, so he could like readjust and then go for the top move.
And presumably know it's a dangerous move and have that in his head. He's got to be really precise on it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, obviously attempts matter a lot, but the top matters too. It was really important that he got that one done, because that is like, otherwise it would have been harder for him to get back into the game. like kind of, because the others have a top already. But like this,
Keeps him in contention, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it keeps him in contention. Now he like only has to have a zone that nobody else has, and like a zone more than the others. And he's in a good position.
So all to play for as we move into the second half of this men's final. Mejdi Schauk is in the lead at the moment, 24.8 his score. Sam Abazu, 24.7, and then Nikolai Uznik in third at the moment with 24.6. And we just watched him, Adam Ondra, in fourth. So we move on to boulder number 3. But first of all, let's check out some of these moments. And this was Mejdi, who almost got it second go. Just slipped off coming into it. And that was his successful attempt. And that has put him in a very good position for a potential gold medal as we're at the halfway point of this comp. Nikolai, lovely moves from him, jumping down, that knee almost touching the volume. A full squat down from him. Spinning towards the crowd for a second on that zone hold, and then an easy top from him. Good boulder, had a bit of everything in it. Dynamic moves, slabs and a jump.
And it really split the field as well.
So 2 done, 2 to go. Sam Abazu, such a fascinating climber to watch, always learning, changing his sequences mid-climb. And he also kept himself in that potential medal position spot with that top. And Adam Ondra, well, it took him a little longer to learn it, but he did get there eventually. But that number of attempts pushing him down to 4th place, so out of the podium places at the moment. But a long way to go. 2 boulders left, and all to play for here this evening in Munich. The sun has finally dropped behind the buildings, and we're all given a bit of shade here in the stadium. As Philipp Schenk comes back onto the stage for boulder number 3.
It's actually another slab.
No, it's not a slab.
No?
Oh, sorry. Did you say it is a slab or isn't it a slab?
It is a slab.
Yeah, it's vertical. So not back, but definitely slab-like.
Because I thought they're gonna put in the other yellow boulder then, like the one that's probably the 4th one now. For sure the 4th one now, because it was like maybe they're like mixing it like.
I see. So you have 2 slabs in a row.
Speed, yeah.
Well, I guess.
But the other one was kind of dynamic, so I'm like, it's a different style, but it's still.
It's a slab, but not as we know it. This is perhaps more of a traditional slab in terms of slower movement.
Yeah, bad footholds.
Yeah, precision required, but it's quite a good dish for his left hand at the moment.
Got a zone already in his flash attempt. Does he have to match this one now? Oh, yes. Oh, going right and then left in.
Yeah, moving around like a clock, if you imagine that, from 12 down to 3 with the arms.
4. Now he's probably want to match. Or not, standing up.
Now he drops down.
Is he coming in with the left again, or is he going to try to...
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because he's going to have to use that zone hold, I think, with the left hand.
Yeah, I thought about that too, but I think he thinks about it too.
He's looking at it, isn't he? Yeah, that's what I saw.
Nicely done. That was close there.
Now, although he's got the top, he needs to match it with both hands, remember.
Press in, press in. Gets it done. Nice.
Flash for Philipp Schenk.
Flash. Oh, wow.
And jumps to the top on 28, but remember, he didn't top out boulder 2. So if it is an easier one to do, the other athlete's going to have an advantage here.
Yeah, but coming into that left, like coming into the zone again, looked really hard.
Did, yeah, he just stuck it as well, almost a pinch. And remember, Philipp Schenk, magic on boulder number 3 for the semi-final, so he can do stuff others can't at the moment.
Maybe he just like read it perfectly, executed it perfectly.
Very difficult to make a prediction on the first athlete, of course.
Exactly.
As we make predictions, or I am at least.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone in this final is like super strong, and it's hard to tell if the boulder is easier or if he's just really strong and was just doing a really good job right now.
Yeah, it's a chess game of a final this. Jerne Kruder is out of the running at the moment compared to everyone else, but he'll get a chance on this to jump back up again. But this man, if he can send this quickly, will jump himself back into that gold medal position.
Yeah, and then he will be in a really good position, especially if he does it quickly.
Is Mejdi feeling slabby? Let's see.
I think it's always so hard because we just saw one attempt. Like, we didn't really see where there could be a problem, you know? Like, we saw that the move coming into the zone was probably hard, like coming in after you had it already. But for example, now we've seen the flash at start being flashed twice. So we have only seen it twice, so I don't even know if the start is hard or not, or they just made it look easy because I've not seen the start so much, you know? And also the rest of the Boulder.
Well, Mejdi is into the zone on the first time of asking. And now he'll look back at that zone hold.
And now coming into the zone looked really hard when Philip did it. And
yeah, it is hard.
Yeah, that's the move.
Philip has crazy contact strength, and you kind of need it for that. Although it's right by your face, you're snatching into it.
Yeah, but it looked really close also for him. Like, it didn't look easy.
No.
But that looks like that's the hardest move of the Boulder. But also both of them were like looking at the top and trying to go directly. But otherwise you would have had to jump, I guess. And the top is like not that good.
So this is the hold he fell on, coming into that zone, just 2 fingers, had it for a second.
Yeah, I think you want to go there with the least amount of swing that possible. Like, you want to go there really statically. But because it's so close to your body, it's so hard not to like swing out, kind of. So, and also I think the right hand you're having is not that good. Otherwise, you could like easily go there statically.
So it's interesting, he's edging almost his shoe there. Now lays the rubber down, kicks the feet out right. How will he adjust to this? I think he might just... He keeps wanting to go straight to the top, doesn't he?
I think he's trying it.
I mean, it's a risky move, that.
It's a risky move. Otherwise, the move coming in is a risky move, too, so... But yeah, he slipped off. Maybe if the palm doesn't slip off and he's palming in there right away and pressing, maybe it works. Manu doesn't think it's
no, that is his great friend and training partner, Manu Kornu, teammate as well. And they do a lot together. It's like he's his prodigy coming through. So
it was like, oh man, what are you doing?
Yeah. Manu qualified in first position for this morning's semi-final, but couldn't make it through to the final.
But he was the only one to get a zone on the last boulder on the slab, and was so close to topping it out, which would have put him in final. So it was very, very close.
Yeah, it was great from him. So he watches now as Mejdi carries on, and we know his opinion certainly, which is that's not the way to go. But he was close enough to perhaps think he should try it again. And it might be right. He might be able to make it work.
I think both will work. Like, obviously we've seen the other option already been done by Philip, but I'm pretty sure it can work again.
But look at the time. I've almost forgot about it. 35 seconds is not a lot.
No. Because it's a slab, you're in there for quite long. I mean, even though in this slab you're actually not that long, but still it takes a bit longer than... Also because he's planning at the last move and not the first move. So
yeah, whatever he does, he's got to commit to it now. This is almost his last chance.
Okay, he's going to go for this. The direct method again.
Oh! How close was that?
That was so close. He actually didn't palm in, he went in there with his thumb.
Yeah. For a second it looked like it might work, but Mejdi blinks first, and Philip Schenk will keep his top position. Oh, that was close. I'd love to see another shot of Manu Kornu's reaction to that. So Manu Kornu, no, Mejdi Schenk, close but not quite on that final hold. That was the fingers pressing up. Look, 1, 2, it looks way longer in slow motion. In reality, it was about a second he had it for, which is not long enough for control. Oh, brilliant moves though from him. So no top
I still think it's crazy that Philipp actually flashed that one.
Yeah, masterful slab climbing from him. Well, Jerne Kruder walks out, and he's got some work to do here. And knowing him, he's just loving this crowd and this atmosphere here.
And he's likes slabs pretty much, I think. He's pretty good at them.
Yeah, he's good at them. Very technical. So Jerne gets underway. You know the start isn't too bad. Crossing through slowly into that dish.
I feel like some people are just really good at holding those dishes because you have to drag like your fingers. Like fingers you could, like usually on crimps, for example, you could drag them with fingers long or you crimp them. And those dishes you kind of have to drag. Like, I mean, he crimped the so now, but usually you kind of drag them. So I feel like people who are really good at dragging their fingers having an advantage here.
Yeah, and you do have to train a drag. It's a lot of people I think will think fingerboard training is just sort of half crimps or full crimps, and yet that drag position, it's a different style, and you have to get good at it.
It's a different style, and you have to get good at it, but I feel like to some people are just naturally really good at it.
Yeah.
But I think you're either good at the one or the other. So I feel like everyone has like a strength in one of them, and then he has to train the other one more to kind of get at the same level in the other one.
I completely agree with you, yeah. What are you best at?
I like crimping more than dragging. Yeah.
Good.
I feel like when I was
Right
younger, I dragged everything, and then I just started to crimp everything, and I like it more because you have more control over it. I feel like,
And I think there's a lovely feeling about locking off a crimp as well, and knowing how secure you're.
But it's
on
also important to still be good at dragging, because sometimes when you go like on a dynamic move to a crimp or something, and you get it in a drag, it's really important that you're good enough to change it to a crimp, to a full crimp. So you have to be good at both. Like, you cannot always just drag everything and not crimp everything. So it's...
Oh, exactly. Look at these problems. I mean, the one we just had was pretty much, crimping locked off, and this is all about the drag. So you have to have everything in your toolbox. So Jerne, that's the drag. You can see his fingers extended, long, only really using the very end of it to crimp over.
But he also tried to, then he tried to crimp that.
Yeah, with the right hand, misses the right foot though.
It doesn't look like he doesn't look really comfortable on that. On that hold, and also not on the foothold.
They got all turned around. That is that drag, and then the right, you can see he'll close these fingers up a little bit. Watch for the bend, and then dragging. You can see the rubber left on the wall. Look how little of that shoe is on. Great shot.
And it's not a good foothold. You can see all the black spots on it from like all the foot slips and the rubber of the shoes.
So he's waiting now with liquid chalk in his hands with a minute buzzer goes. 1 minute for Jerne Kruder to climb this boulder. Much cooler now in the stadium as the sun has gone. Better conditions for the athletes. Jerne gets stood up, comes into the drag, pops the foot, and he's not comfortable during this sequence. He's really only going to have one last chance at this. Much rubber as possible, have to still be slow through these sequences. Out with the palm, thumb in action underneath as he eyes up the zone hold. Oh, half snatch for it. And that's Jerne done, and he will stick with just 2 zones, so only 6 on his score. He leaves, still not a top for Jerne, and that's going to leave him with a lot of work to do in the next 2 boulders.
Yeah, but as we see now, it was not an easy boulder. Philipp just did it really, really well.
Yeah, it's like Philipp has sort of a trump card he can play every now and again where he just goes, you know what, here's beast mode. I've laid it down. I'm now just going to flash this boulder.
Yeah. And yeah, it was so important that he did it in his first go, because if he would have just done it in like, I don't know, 5-6 attempts, he would be behind Meshti, for example, because they both have 1 tops and 2 zones. But now he has a flash, so that makes a big difference.
So Nikolai breathes heavy as he comes out. That niggle we thought he might have doesn't seem to be a factor, which is good.
Yeah.
Had a slight, looked like he was holding onto his elbow at one point, but I think he's okay. Well, he's certainly okay for this comp anyway. We'll see tomorrow where he wakes up. Currently sitting in 4th. Bit low on it, then adjusts. Palms down. He'll be looking for a foot swap here.
Nice, going for the zone. Nicely down. I feel like he fits so much better into that spot than Jerne did. Maybe he also makes it work with his hip flexibility and stuff, but just looks like he fits in there better with his size.
It's like a different climb, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's straight up Mejdi style. Look at that. He can't quite believe that either. Oh, that was wristed. He immediately grabs the wrist because there was a lot of pressure through that arm.
Oh my God, I'm still in shock. I'm so surprised. They're also surprised. The coaches and physios are also surprised.
I think Nicola was surprised.
Yeah, because
Look, this was the injury. That's what he's been having the physio backstage to get him ready.
doesn't look too amused. Probably was painful.
Yeah, so to go from that, where he's getting treatment, to flashing that boulder with that kind of a move is so impressive.
He just needed one attempt. Now he can have a massage
Yeah,
again.
true.
No, it's better to first go. Now he's a long rest.
His coach has got to run back and do it all over again now.
He did it like just with one hand, because I think Mejdi always tried to match immediately, but that means he turned out his body more already. And Nikolai tried to just stand up, palm with the right, or like use his palm on the right, but stay with his body like fully in center under the hold instead of going more to right. But I think Mejdi was like more on the right kind of, so that pulled him out of the wall. And Nikolai executed that perfectly. I was just so surprised, like he did it first go.
Look at that, he just can't believe it.
Yeah, and also immediately holding this hand again. So
yeah, that arm is grabbing it again. That could be a problem for him.
I think maybe it's just like there was like something.
Yeah,
how do you say, like, if it's just something
like a knot or a muscle point, or I don't know.
Yeah, it just happens sometimes when you're not warming up properly, and something just, and then you feel it maybe for the rest of the session, but then it goes away afterwards. I hope it's just something like that. And as we said, the first boulder was so aggressive, so maybe even though he was warmed up properly, something also with the fatigue of the last few days and rounds. The muscles are just a bit tired already, and like injuries are just more risky, and yeah, the risk of getting injured is higher. So maybe it was just that, but hopefully it's just for that day. But it's impressive that he can still climb so well. Same for Sam, obviously, who has taped his fingertips.
Yeah, he's wrapped up, and I can't wait to see Sam on this boulder because of the style he has, where he's adjusting, tweaking all the time. Ninja squatting down as he moves the feet over.
How can he hold?
Oh, watch the wasp.
Yeah, the wasp or the bee.
That is not what you want, is it?
He's also going for the direct method.
Oh, the thumbs in. The thumbs weren't enough that time.
And he also tried to go with both hands at the same time. That's why I was actually surprised. Like, I would have probably tried, like, in his position also to go with both hands at the same time.
There is the wasp. Look at that coming down. That was buzzing around his head, which is the last thing you want when you're trying to climb a boulder this hard.
I'm so scared of wasps. Like, if I hear one or feel one close to me, I just freeze. I just don't move anymore. And if that happens to me on a route or a boulder,
You're gone.
Yeah, I have a problem.
Motivation to finish it quick,
I would just stay at the position forever. Like,
well,
yeah, in KI, when you climb outside, there are also a lot of like bees and wasps, and especially when there's yellow.
Oh, true, yeah, they're attracted to it, maybe.
So once I was going for the top move, and white when I was going for the top move, something flew out of it. So it was kind of a dish, and it was like grabbing it. It was like, hopefully there was not a second one in there. But yeah, fortunately there wasn't. But I really hope that wasp is not causing any problems for Sam, because he had a really good attempt, and he doesn't want to get stung on the next one.
I don't think he knew it was there, which is good. So Sam coming up now, creeping those hands into the dish again. Look how taped up they are.
Yeah. But yeah, I was so surprised that Nikolai went for one hand and actually held it, because probably when you attempting it, you think you have to do it with both hands. But the same as I said before, I think Sam was just too much on the right there, or just didn't get the momentum great. And now it's football.
Yeah, big slip from him coming down shows how bad that hold is. It's difficult.
He left a black stripe.
Yeah, but from
Another one.
this angle, it looks like a ledge, and then you swap over to the other, and you realize how bad it is. And he's possibly changing shoes or cleaning shoes right now, making sure that there's no dust. Yeah, giving him a clean.
I think, yeah.
A minute to go for this boulder.
He's in 4th position right now. But a top would put him in a really good position.
So Sam coming through. Watch that right foot. That's what popped last time. Into the dish. That's the zone hold. 3 fingers on that. Better positioning from Sam now. Right, final move.
Oh, he's trying it differently now.
He almost wanted to touch the zone, didn't he? Oh, how Sam Avers.
How did he do? How did his thumb was not wrong?
He had no right to stick that move. What power in those thumbs from Sam to
I
pull himself in.
already saw him on the mats. How?
Brilliant moves. We'll see that in a sec. That's his taped up fingers, leaving marks on the hall.
Oh my God, how did he stay on?
Well, he fell off there. That's when he should have fallen off, but somehow he pulled himself back in.
His thumbs did everything there. How can his thumbs be so strong?
Grip strength. That is what's going on for Sam Abazu.
Oh my God. Okay, that was so impressive. Because yeah, he was his balance and his whole body was so much out of the wall already. It's crazy that he stayed on only with his thumbs. Oh wow. That was really impressive.
This competition heating up now. That is our top 3, and that jumped him up into 2nd position. Adam Ondra is out now, and he finds himself down at the bottom.
So Nikolai and Sam are really close together right now because Nikolai has 2 boulders in 6 attempts, and Sam 2 boulders in 7. Oh yeah.
We're just looking at that Journey Kruder, because he was awarded the top on our scoreboard, which is strange, so I'm fairly sure he didn't.
What? Oh, yeah.
Oh no, sorry, now he drops down, so that was I don't know quite what was going on with the graphic
but he was
there.
skipped out. Like
Yeah.
he was not competing. Well, what happened to Journey?
No, yeah.
Because you
Journey climbed. So,
Oh
Adam
yeah,
now.
he did, okay. Sorry.
Into the zone for Adams, dancing those feet across. This is awkward for him.
But yeah, you see, he's not fitting into that position as well. Right?
He's going for the double as well, I think. Look back at the zone for a second. Oh, and then a foot pop before he could do anything.
But yeah, it's funny that Philip was the only one doing the method coming into the zone. But I just think that if you're in there, it feels so wrong because it's so close to you that you rather go dynamically straight up. And because Sam was so close on his first attempt of when he tried it again, obviously. I mean, he thought about trying it differently, but then it was good that he did it that way. And Nikolai just did it first go. So I think, yeah, we only saw Mesty trying it once and then deciding to try the different method.
All of their eyes are flicked towards it for a second. You can see the thought process, but not doing it.
It's just it's just so close in a position. You're like, But yeah, Philip made it work, which is great. I wonder how the route setter planned it. Probably with both options in mind.
Yeah, they're definitely both possible, isn't it? I mean, the coming into the zone made that last move look a lot easier, but I think it's very physical, very hard finger-wise.
Yeah. Actually, I think Mesty tried also once to palm it instead of going with the thumb, but then I think you don't have enough space in that hole. But yeah, we have to be really good at, like, with your thumbs. So actually pinch power, mostly.
Right, so Adams stretches up into the dish, out with the thumbs, and he needs to be careful with the footwork here. Comes through, having to work his body into that position. As he said, he doesn't quite look stable there. Watch that right foot though, that's what went before. He gets set, Oh, thumbs in for Adam. And that puts him up into the podium places, so things change once again.
Yeah, he's third now. Guess he used too many attempts on the first lap, like on the second boulder. But yeah, that last move looked pretty solid now. He didn't have his thumb so straight, like he had his hand a bit more turned out, I feel like.
Yeah, but look, a lot better than the others. And
Yeah,
it wasn't
he had
that
the
twist.
thumbs on the side.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Almost
he had
pulling
the
it
thumbs on the
apart.
side. Yeah, he was pulling apart. And Sam was like having his thumbs really in the middle, like in the center at the top.
That's the shot. Look, love that's clever from Adam to do that.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to go up underneath it, which is also a bit of a nasty move with the thumbs because you're jamming them up into the top of the underclink.
Really special.
Okay, well, that's the slabs done for this evening. And we're now going to move on to some thuggy stuff to finish things off, which is the yellow route in the middle of the wall, campus style all the way. Lots of coordination style moves, and that's our leaderboard and our top three. So Nikolai Uznik jumps into the lead due to attempts, 49.6, then Sam Abazoot, 49.5, and then Adam Ondra at 49. So the top two, too close to call for everyone. Jerne Kruder is out of it by now, but great to see him back in the final. And Mejdi, if he could only have stuck that last move, would be right up there.
Yeah, but I mean, Mejdi's still in the mix, I guess. If he tops and the others don't get a zone, for example, then...
And we know Nikolai is carrying a niggle, whatever it is, and it's a camper-style boulder, which is going to be tough on that arm.
Yeah, I feel like a power boulder where you actually have to hold on and try hard is probably not what you want when your arm is hurting, whatever it is. But maybe he just pulls a flash out of the bag again, so he doesn't have to keep it together for one try.
Exactly, just needs to really go for it on try number one.
If you just do it early, it's not really a problem, you know. You just do it quickly, I mean.
Well, there is Nikolai, and he couldn't believe that flash. And Adam's more different method. Look at that, splitting, pulling the hold apart.
That looked pretty good, actually, I think.
Yeah, he looks solid. That was wise climbing from the veteran there. You forget, Adam's only 29, though. A lot of climbing left in him. And of dad now.
Yeah,
Recent father.
Of Hugo. Is it? Yeah. Instagram provides all the information.
Right, Philip Schenk comes into boulder number 4, and this thing is physical. And that is our women's winner, Janja Garnbret. We've got another gold.
Maybe waiting for the doping control or something. Looked like it.
Yeah, trying to drink.
Trying to drink some coffee or something.
So, who's got the skin for this and the energy for this? Because it is campusy, and I think it's a coordination move. So you're coming out and then slapping right.
Like a triple, double clutch thing.
Yeah. So a double clutch or a triple clutch is just 1, 2 movements or 3 movements.
And you have to catch the zone with one hand. And then the top looks hard too, I guess.
Yeah, you have to switch back the other way.
I mean, they kind of had time to not to save some energy, but kind of recover from the powerful boulder at the start with this to the second and the third one, which is more technical.
So he's trying to skip that middle hold that time. Coming into a double clutch.
The middle hold also does look really...
Janja realizes she's on camera.
And I'm pretty sure she's waiting for a doping control because the lady next to her was going.
Oh yeah, she's being monitored closely, isn't she?
She's like...
Nothing worse than being filmed when you're trying to pee. Or trying to prepare to pee anyway.
Yeah, and you're... Yeah. And
I phrased that very weirdly, you know what I mean?
yeah, I know what you mean. And already, like, someone is watching you, right? You know? Like, all the time.
Yeah, now the eyes of the world. Poor Janja.
Oh, yeah. I remember when I had my first doping control at, like, Youth Worlds in Singapore, 2012. I was not used to having it, you know? And I didn't know that I cannot go anywhere without that person. They have to follow me everywhere. So then the final of, like, I don't know, like juniors or something was at the same time where I still had to wait. So I was like, can I watch? And she was like, yeah, well, I have to come with you. So I was like going through the crowd, and I was like looking behind me, like if she's catching up, kind of like a dog following me around. And I felt so weird. I was like 13 years old and having like, I don't know, 35-year-old lady like having to follow me. I felt so weird.
Thanks for sharing that, Hannah. Appreciate that. Good story.
Sorry, it was not an interesting story, but I just felt like it's so weird when someone has to follow you and you're responsible for them to be able to follow you, because if you just run away, that's causing problems.
Well, that's an insight into what Yanya's going through right now.
I mean, she's used to it. She's also used to people watching her and cameras being on her, so it's nothing new for her.
Right, well, Philip Schenk has got 1:20 on the clock, and he's looking up and trying to work this out because it's awkward. It's quite blind, this triple double clutch move.
Yeah, it's a kind of big hold, that zone hold, but I don't think. No, probably it's not a jog, so it just looks big, but I think it's still hard to catch.
Yeah,
or maybe it is a jog actually. Now it looks.
I think it is, but the angle of it means you got to catch it whilst you're
it's
swinging.
also around the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not easy, and he's only got 49 seconds.
It's just really far on the right, I think. You have to go around that corner.
So he motions to the crowd to get behind him, which they immediately do, of course. That hold blocked. Ooh, trying to stop on it for a second.
Yeah. Don't think that's working.
I love it when a climber does that, though, and breaks that beater.
Yeah. I think they made sure you're not able to do that.
Oh, it's just not getting the angle at the moment, the momentum.
But a good performance and a great final from Philip.
Yeah, good effort from him. A top in the zone. Not enough for a podium place, but great performance from him as he goes into that athlete waiting zone down at the front.
I'm sure he's a bit bummed about the second boulder. Wish he could have done the move to the zone earlier, so he would have had more attempts on the top move, but yeah, he did a perfect job on the third one, obviously, with a flash, so yeah, it's a good first international final in this, yes, I think, for him.
So good work from Philip Schenk. Next up, Mejdi Schalt will come out.
I think he's going to like that one, doesn't he?
He should do. It's his style, bouncy. That's always what people say about Mejdi. And he waits.
In the background, Sam taping his fingers again.
Sam's going to be taping them forever, I think. There's no skid left.
It would be interesting to know how many rolls of tape he needed in this final.
Right, Mejdi Schalt is out. Looking a bit frustrated, but determined. He'll want to finish this comp on a high. See the chalk where the thumb presses. He's down in 5th.
Ooh, he
better.
uses the second hold, yeah.
Certainly had the direction better. So left, right. Now you can see what we mean by this triple clutch. It's 1, 2, 3 moves.
But he's turned a lot. Like even if he would have had the zone hold in his hand, he would have turned so much.
He was spinning out of it, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was spinning out too much. But yeah, that's so hard because it's going around the corner. So.
Oh, Mejdi comes close that time. Almost came into the wall.
Yeah, that looks close. His look was like, that was close. But yeah, he turned again. But I think because it's such a good hold, maybe he can actually hold the swing still and turn it back. But yeah, he's turned so much that he...
Oh yeah, jumping into the wall almost. There's that blue volume behind. That's the starting hold. That's what they're launching off.
Everything is blocked.
Mejdi.
Everyone loves filming young.
Yeah. Right, so Mejdi gets the crowd up. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know, the try before was better.
So that is Sam Abazu waiting taped up, looking down the gallery. He's wondering why he's being filmed. And that is, I quite like seeing this backstage area. Mejdi, don't worry, he's not climbing, you're not missing anything. Adam Ondra composed. And Mejdi has done wonders for getting the crowd up and going once more. They're on their feet.
He got so close on the zone in the first one and so close to the top on the third one. He wants to get that one done now.
And he does.
Nice.
Holds the swing into the wall, gets the zone, gets bumped up into fourth.
Big move to sloper. Heel in. Oh, pressing in.
Got to keep it
on
together.
his face.
Oh, not far enough.
Just missing it.
And that is the worst part of a one-zone boulder, the fact that you get through the zone, you come so close, and yet you've got it all to do again.
And the end is so powerful. You can see like the top move, you have to go around the corner again. He was just blindly kind of putting his hand there, but it was just a bit short on that dish.
Oh.
And the moves before looked really, yeah, you can see the grin on his face, looked really tough too. So getting up there again, doing the jump again, and then doing the hard moves and shoulder top again will be really hard.
Yeah, coaches couldn't believe it. Philip Schenk couldn't believe it. Mejdi couldn't believe it, and he's got to go again. 38 seconds. This is likely to be one of his last attempts. 30 seconds.
He's trying to pull all the energy and power he has left out of the bag now. And sticks it. Oh, wow. Because he has the energy left.
Just didn't have the height on the first one.
Come on.
Pressing, no, wrong bit of the hold, and he is exhausted out there on the mats.
Oh, what an effort from him. Feels it really sad for him because he almost got the zone on the first run and was so close on the podium.
Well, that's not thunder you can hear. That is the drumming of feet on the rostrum as the crowd celebrate with Mejdi. His comp is done. No medal, but what a performance from him.
Yeah, and the crowd said thank you too to the great show, especially on this one.
Whew. 2 done. Feels like we've had loads on this boulder.
I feel like that was like him shaking Philip's hand and then there was blood on there and he was like, oh, sorry. And Philip was like, oh, never mind.
It's everywhere.
Doesn't matter. We have it on the holds. We have it in our hands. It doesn't matter.
So Jerne Kruder. So we've been told that these 3 are guaranteed a medal now. Uznik, Avazu and Ondra.
Yeah, because Jerne can only have one top now if he does it.
So it's going to be interesting what colour those medals are, though. All to play for those 3. Jerne Kruder comes out onto the stage. He would love to finish with a big boulder. I'd love to see him climb this. I'm being biased now, but I want to see Jerne top this thing out. Deep breath from him. What can he find from this final climb? Jerne gets set. Comes over, getting the range.
So yeah, as we said, the medals are set, but I mean not who is getting which medal, but the podium, who is standing on the podium is set. But Jerne still wants to have a good result and wants to get himself in a better position. So if he tops that one, he can still do that.
Yeah, it'd be good to see him do it too. That's the starting hold, real nasty launch position. And that just shows how strong these guys are. The amount of power generated from those holds. I know it's more off the right, but still, you've got to power off that left. Got up to 7 p.m. here in Munich, and we're here for the European Champs, and I've got Hannah Schubert in the commentary box with me.
Hello.
So, pinching that hold. Missing the double bit of the double clutch at the moment.
He's almost like kind of trying to launch and not to jump, like to reach it.
So Jerne walking around, trying to get the angle on it, because it is blind when you're jumping into it. You can't see it.
Come on, Jerne.
Yeah, getting set up doesn't really work. A bit of a curl on his lip.
It's a really hard move. It's really impressive that Nushi did it.
Ooh, that was...
Trying it with a double.
Yeah, it's hard to see how close he's coming to it. He's still a way off. Let's watch it. This is a better angle to see it. So gets the double. No, he's about a foot off.
Yeah, and I feel like when you're jumping to the first one with both hands, also what happened to Philip who tried it, I think. They were coming out of the wall even more. They were like firing back. Because it feels like, it seems like it's even harder to get around the corner then.
So Jerne slapping through. No go for him. 50 seconds of Jerne Kruder's final. Can he find some of that magic? Short at the moment. Really enjoying his time out there on the mats, though. You can see it.
Yeah. I think he's really happy to be in this final and he's being able to put on a good fight.
Here we go. Jerne starts the launch. Better, but I think that's the end for Jerne tonight. Oh no. Why not? Come on.
Laughing to the crowd and going for last go.
Almost tried to hold it with that attempt.
That was it for Jerne.
Great effort from him. He finishes in last place, but the appreciation from everyone watching, they know what a legend he is.
And they know that he tried his best.
So he goes and sits with his compatriots down at the front.
So now it's going to be interesting, because if Nikolai tops, and tops it quickly, nobody can catch him.
So this is all to play for here. Hannah Schubert is getting nervous once again, which means I'm getting nervous.
Sorry.
Unbelievable. She's done it to me again. Right, let's see what happens. But that arm, he had treatment on that right arm, left arm.
Left arm.
Left arm.
But I think he knows that he already has guaranteed a medal, so he can climb a bit more relaxed now and just wants to give it all again.
What can Nikolai do with this dyno movement? Static east to the start, just getting the range, working out, knowing that it's now not possible.
That was a test try now. Oh, he was like, should I brush myself? Oh no. I mean, we didn't have brushes for a while, so now people are happy to have them back. So why not make use of it?
Yeah. And it is tiring
Taking
brushing.
advantage. Yeah, it is. Especially when maybe you have like kind of an injury or something hurting as well.
So the top three all on 49, just a tenth separating them at the moment.
Yeah, and to catch Nikolai's first spot, Adam or Sam or both of them have to have a serve at least. That was a slip.
The thing is, a boulder like this does take some time to climb. You have to get the range in.
I feel like to flash this move would be so hard. It's like get the momentum right first try and get the swing and get the whole pocket, whatever it is. First try would be crazy.
Yeah, very difficult. So Nikolai Uznik has 2 minutes 36 of his final. He's got a medal. What colour will it be? He's currently in first position. He doesn't want to leave it up to the other two athletes. Different method.
I think it actually hurts.
Yeah, that's what we were worried about, that injury. Would it affect him? And it seems to be a little bit.
I mean, you have to pull hard, really explosively, and at the beginning of that move, so at the beginning of that boulder. So just if you have anything hurting in your arm, it's not the best to do to just pull really hard, really aggressive. In the slab, you could like climb a bit more safe, climb a bit more static, and don't have to pull that hard maybe. So this boulder is probably not the best when you're feeling something, and it's just freaking hard.
Oh, and a foot pop from him. Ah, yeah, he's struggling a bit now.
It seems like he's not really believing in it right now because he's probably so much in pain. So he's like, oh no, that feels so bad.
Yeah, it's like he's a bit tentative to commit to that much of a move.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel something, you don't want to make it worse. So it's also hard to give 100% because with pain, not a good idea.
Yeah, it's a warning, isn't it? So let's see if he carries on with this level of intensity. Straight away down at the skin, you can see the left hand pinging off.
Speaker is putting more pressure on him with telling him that he can win gold.
Oh no! That left armor giving him problems. Trying to get some feeling back into it. So Nikolai, seconds to go. 24 seconds as it ticks down. Oh, that left hand, I think that is going to be it for Nikolai. He's giving it everything, and he's still in that gold medal place.
And the crowd is celebrating him.
Pumping his fist up to the crowd. He leaves and he'll have a look at the score.
And he will have a look at one of those medals because one of is dangling around his neck.
He absolutely knows he's got one now.
Yeah.
So that was that elbow causing problems on the first boulder. I'm not sure hitting it's the best, but he was just trying to get that sensation. I know that feeling when you're like, come on.
Yeah.
Work.
And he tried hard, he gave everything, but he has already done enough for medal and maybe even for the victory. Depends on Sam and Adam now.
Exactly. I mean, look, Adam and coordination dynos, maybe not the best.
Yeah, I think Sam would maybe like it. It's just really far, and we've seen Meshti is really good at it, and he only got it done at the end, but yeah. And also Sam has like his tape and finger skin and tape on his finger issues, so I don't know how much that will affect him.
Yeah, coming out onto the stage, running through. So, Sam Abazu, he is the kind of climber who will be good at this kind of a move, but as you said, it's far.
It's far and it's hard, and he has also some tough days already behind him with a lot of rounds, and especially his skin is tired, and so that's all factors that play along.
So launching. This is exciting stuff. So he's currently sitting in silver medal position, and it's all going to come down to if he can get the zone. If he can get the zone, he'll straight away jump up into gold. And a top, obviously, will be even better, but it's hard, that top. Meshti came closest.
Okay. Closer.
What? Imagine being one hold away from a potential gold medal. You dream about this.
Yes. But it's a really tough move to stay.
Here's Nikolai talking to the physio, just saying, look, it just, everything is broken, mate.
On
Everything's
both
gone.
Sides? How? On both sides?
Shows the physicality here. Oh, Sam snatching.
Seems like he doesn't really hold on to this hold. He's just like slapping them and slipping off them. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, desperation there.
Right now it looks like he's jumping really hard and he has a lot of speed and dynamic, but kind of not enough to get to the zone, and maybe not in the right direction. I don't know. Getting around the corner is really hard.
So sets himself up 1-2.
Yeah, he's just slipping off that hold so much.
Crowd get behind him again, driving him forward. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Penultimate athlete out on our stage. Sam needs to find something a bit different here.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was trying to hold that too, not going to the next one. He's for sure already picking up the second medal for Team France today.
True,
after
yeah.
Manon Heli in lead. And Nikolai the second one after Jessica Pilson for Austria in lead. So
yeah, France and Austria is topping the table.
Austria, two medals for France.
He's got his hand on his hip. He is running out of ideas on this one, which is going to leave Nikolai Uznik in definite silver, at least, if Sam doesn't top out in 44 seconds or get the zone in 44 seconds. And he's a way off at the moment.
It's just a really, really hard move.
Every time they're launching themselves, the amount of power.
But he's also slipping off everything, isn't he?
I think skin is a factor. Remember how taped up he is? Just everything going.
But also the tension of these holds is really specific, so if your skin doesn't really like that friction, it's just really hard to stay on there, especially with tape as well.
That is it. So this is going to leave Nikolai still in gold medal. He looks down. Oh, I can't imagine. I mean, you obviously want to support your fellow athlete, but you're hoping somewhere that they don't do it so you can keep that gold.
And I mean, Sam still has a medal. He will be so happy about that.
So Sam came close, couldn't find the solution. And we are last athlete out, and it's Anna Mondra onto the stage in a couple of seconds. So Sam sits down next to his teammate. So here we go. The final climber, the final boulder, the final comp of a packed day of competition climbing. And it all comes down to this for Adam Ondra. He's in bronze at the moment. If he can get a zone, he can jump up to the very top. But it is a coordination dyno.
Maybe his height will help him here. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he could just reach all the way around the corner.
And not that, but maybe he has to jump less. I don't know. But yeah, it's a hard move for sure. Like, I'm still impressed that Nishti made it work.
Yeah. So Adam begins this process that we've seen before. 3 minutes 45 stand between him and a gold. The zone is all that's needed.
So easy, right? Just the zone.
Yeah, just
not even tough. Like,
tap it out, Adam. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
You
What's
climb
the problem?
9C. Let's see this.
I'm sure that boulder is not 9C, so.
Yeah, easier than that. I am joking. I am joking.
Well, I'm also joking. Just.
So here we go. Big jump up, 1-2, closer.
Yeah, the speaker here in the venue just said that that's the title Adam is missing, so he has never won bouldering European Championships.
Oh, just adding to the pressure for the man.
Yeah. name, and there was also one title Anya didn't win yet, and now she has.
True.
Sometimes pressure helps. Or maybe it just helps being Anya, I don't know.
Right, here Adam goes, left foot. The rubber left from the other climbers. That was close.
That was closer, yeah, for sure. It's not using the middle hold at all.
Dodging straight through, 2 minutes 20. Adam moves his stuff quite wisely. It's right in the way of his fall zone, as we saw from Mejdi. Deep breaths here as we come up to the 2-minute mark. Start hold, thumb driving into it. Gets ready to power up. Oh, a little bobble, didn't set him up so well for that.
Doesn't look like he believes he's gonna do it, so maybe it doesn't feel possible if he's like this. I mean, his hand slips already before he's even.
Just all needs to come together for him, doesn't it? Just perfect, one perfect attempt. Everyone getting behind Adam Undra. How many times has he been in this position? Last climbing out, but the right hand pops.
I think everyone is just also really struggling with their skin and like the friction of those holes. Like so many people just slip off all the time.
Yeah, it was straight fall, wasn't it?
That was a slip, yeah.
One minute on the clock. Oh,
that was
better.
Closer. Yeah.
He's shrugging. Kind of worked.
Nikolai getting nervous.
Yeah, he is a minute away from a potential goal. Oh, gosh.
He's like, oh no, he's not going to do it.
Oh, he touched it that time.
It was close. It was really close.
Oh, Nikolai, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
So nervous. Oh, I love it.
Who is going to walk away? Adam versus Nikolai. Nikolai can do nothing but watch as Adam Undra comes closer and closer.
And Adam wishes that he would have tried that beat earlier, I think. That's probably the last attempt.
Here we go, 16 seconds, 15. This is it. Oh! And he's going to finish with a bronze, which means Nikolai Uznik wins gold here in the European Championships in Munich.
Oh, it's amazing!
Hannah Schubert, you are his good luck charm, clearly.
I doubt that, but yeah, oh my God, he climbed so well.
Awesome from him.
That
Wow.
was amazing. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
What a fascinating final, a chess game all the way, came down.
He cannot believe it. He's like, where am I? Where am I? What have I just done?
His face on boulder number 3, it just says it all, right?
Yeah.
How am I here? What happened?
How did I just flash that with painful hands? Like everything hurts. How did I just do that? He's like just sitting there like, what just happened?
That's how close Adam came, fingertips away from a gold medal, but it wasn't enough on the night.
I feel like the 2 boulders that haven't been topped, Mejdi was the closest, but he wasn't rewarded for it, which is a bit sad, I think, but that's bouldering, I guess. And he at least put up for a good show, especially the last one.
Up and down all the way as we get confirmation of the results. Nikolai Uznik walks away with gold, 49.6, followed by Sam Avizu and Adam Undra.
Just about one attempt to Sam Avizu on tops as well, like so close.
Yeah, close as it gets. Well, that is our top 3. That is our final 6 from here this evening. Thank you so much for watching. I think we're just going to wait and see the athletes get their medal out on the stage. And the crowd are waiting as well as we watch some of these highlights. Adam Undra running across. Well, Hannah, thank you so much for joining me here this evening. I think you're back with me tomorrow morning, potentially.
Yeah.
You agreed to it before.
Yeah, I'm back for a women's semi-final in bouldering, if that's okay.
absolutely
if
fine
you're not
by me.
already tired of hearing my
I'm
voice, but you're
never
gonna have a
tired of
rest.
you.
Like you can sleep and not hear my voice for a while, so it's okay.
Thanks, Hannah. Well, look, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the, I can't remember what it is, women's Boulder semi-final, so things switch around. So women's Boulder first thing, and then men's lead semi-final, followed by the women's Boulder final and the men's lead final.
Full pack day again.
Another full pack day,
Be
yeah.
prepared.
So I'm ready. I hope you are back at home as well. Brilliant competition from all. Well done to the athletes, the organisers, everyone who took part, and thank you to all my co-commentators as well. Nikolai Uznik takes gold here in Munich.
Yes.
Well, we will return tomorrow for more action. Thank you for watching us, and we will see you later, everyone. Have a lovely evening.
Bye.
Am Königsplatz. Das solltet ihr auf keinen Fall verpassen. Und wir wollen natürlich hören, was der Mann, der Weißwurst essen will in München, sonst noch so vorhat oder auch schon abgehakt. Also er hat eine Menge abgehakt mit heute. Jetzt das Interview mit dem Europameister.
Ja, Nikolai Uznik, herzlichen Glückwunsch, Europameister. So ein Titel hier. Man soll ja nicht fragen, wie fühlen Sie sich, aber man sieht es Ihnen, glaube ich, an, oder?
Ja, es ist wirklich... ja, ich kann es selber noch nicht ganz glauben. Das ganze Finale war ein einziger Krampf, wortwörtlich. Meine ganzen Unterarme und Bizeps, alles hat zum Krampfen angefangen. Und ich habe eigentlich nicht gedacht, dass ich irgendwas noch aufgekommen wäre, aber ja, ich frage mich nicht, wie das gegangen ist, aber ich freue mich auf jeden Fall sehr.
Wie schwer war das, auf dem Sofa sitzen zu müssen und zu zittern? Klar, man gönnt es dem Kollegen auch, aber sich selbst halt noch ein bisschen mehr.
Ja, natürlich. Ich war, wo ich fertig war, eigentlich schon überglücklich, dass ich überhaupt da am Podest bin. Das erste Mal jetzt beim Großereignis. Überhaupt da in München vor so einem Publikum, unglaublich. Und ja, wer dann gewinnt am Ende...
Was nehmen Sie mit? Wie geht das weiter? Also Sie haben ja noch einiges vor, nehme ich an, hier in München.
Ja, also als erstes werden wir heute hoffentlich ein bisschen feiern, den Titel. Und ja, dann schauen wir, ob ich mich fürs Semifinale vielleicht noch qualifiziere. Und dann ja, werde ich hoffentlich noch einmal angreifen können.
Dankeschön. Alles Gute, herzlichen Glückwunsch. So, Nikolai Uznik, congratulations, fantastic, big victory. How you feel in this moment?
Yes, it's an incredible feeling. It's my first medal at a big event in the adults category, and I honestly can't really figure out what just happened, and I'm just, yeah, super happy.
You had some trouble. You had some trouble with your arms, with your muscles. How bad was it during?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I recently got COVID, and my body, I think, is still not in the best shape. So I got cramps first in my left arm, then also in my right one, and it just kept getting worse. Luckily, my physio was there to help me a little bit, but yeah, I just tried to give it my all, and yeah, super happy it worked out.
The Austrians are famous for celebrating. How big will this party be?
Yeah, let's see. No, it depends. If I make combined finals, of course, we will not celebrate too much tonight, probably afterwards.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Nikolai Uznik.
vorher gesagt, es macht, wenn nachher nur einer, das ist wenn wir dann recht haben. Also nach dem Philipp halt. Weil ich Philipp angeschaut und dann haben wir gleich gedacht, das macht keiner, wenn nachher der Messi. Und der war ich meine, man muss sagen, der Messi war der Beste, aber der insgesamt, aber der ist lang nachweinen. Total. Es war halt auch so knapp. Der war halt in dem Maß so gut, der Messi. Aber halt echt der Einzige, was nicht so gut war. Aber ich verstehe nicht, durch die paar steile Boulder, so muss beim Vorder außerhalb nur zu tun sein. Da kann ich einer.
Medal Ceremony, Lead Women. Siegerehrung, Lead Women. The medals will be presented by. Die Medaillen werden überreicht durch Tyle Smits, Präsident IFSC Europe. The champion flowers will be presented by. Die Champion-Blumen werden überreicht von Max Köppelmann, erster Vorsitzender Bergsportfachverband Bayern. Bronze Medalist representing France. Gewinnerin der Bronzemedaille für Frankreich, Manon Illy. Silver Medalist representing Austria. Gewinnerin der Silbermedaille für Österreich, Jessica Pilz. Gold medalist and European champion representing Slovenia. Gewinnerin der Goldmedaille und Europameisterin für Slowenien, Janja Gambret. The National Anthem of Slovenia, die Nationalhymne von Slowenien. Die Medaillengewinner des Finales liegt bei den Frauen hier am Königsplatz in München bei den European Championships 2022. Dankeschön. Thank you very much.
Das schöne Ende dieses Frauenwettbewerbs heute mit Janja Ganbretz. Jule hat gerade neben mir nur gesagt, wie oft habe ich diese slowenische Hymne gehört. Da muss man durch als Klettersportlerin in der aktuellen Zeit.
Ja, es ist auch okay, wenn wir dafür so eine Show geboten bekommen wie von Janja jedes Mal. Also so beeindruckend.
Damit hat sie das nächste von der Liste gestrichen. Der Europameistertitel hatte noch gefehlt und sie hat es dann schon auch wieder sehr dominant gemacht. Geht ja aber auch für sie weiter. Sie ist ja fast automatisch. Aber das wird sicher spannend zu sehen sein, gerade an diesem Donnerstag auch, wenn sie dann dieses neue München natürlich auch für Österreich heute ein Riesentag. Jessica Wilslow, Silber, also die zweite Medaille aus Österreich. Das liegt nochmal neu in Liebflug mit anderen französischen. Also es ist ja alles relativ dominant verteilt an drei Nationen. Morgen haben wir auch noch eine Menge vor mit Österreich, Königsplatz. Da geht es auch um die deutsche Medaille.
Medal Ceremony Boulder Men. Siegerehrung Boulder der Männer. The medals will be presented by. Die Medaillen werden überreicht durch Wolfgang Wabel, IFSC Vice President. The Champion Flowers will be presented by. Die Champion Flowers werden überreicht von Olaf Tabor, Geschäftsführer Deutscher Alpenverein. Bronze Medalist representing Czech Republic. Gewinner der Bronzemedaille für die Tschechische Republik, Adam Ondra. Silver Medalist representing France. Gewinner der Silbermedaille für Frankreich, Sam Avezour. gold medalist and European champion representing Austria. Gewinner der Goldmedaille und Europameister für Österreich, Nikolai Uschnik. The National Anthem of Austria, die Nationalhymne von Österreich. Die Medaillengewinner im Boulder der Männer bei den European Championships 2022 in München. Dankeschön. Thank you very much. Ja, dann hier, bevor hier die letzten auch geht, sind wir noch ganz schnell, was morgen ansteht. Wir sagen ja Kontakte für diesen großartigen Tag der Athleten an, dann auch einige geholfen haben, alle Volunteers, die dabei waren, an alle, die diesen Sonntag vorbereitet haben. Morgen früh should we switch or? Den Semifinal, Boulder der Frauen, das ist dann morgen Vormittag. Das Programm sehen Sie auf der Anzeigetafel, das sehen Sie auf der Anzeigetafel. Könnt ihr euch orientieren, was es hier gibt und dann natürlich auch auf das Semifinal für die Männer und dann noch die
screen.